Hello. Authorities in Kenya are investigating the crash that killed the country's military chief, General Francis Ogola. He died with 10 other people when the helicopter he was traveling in went down in the western part of the country. In Niger Republic, the US has agreed to pull its military out of the country. Niger has been the base where the US monitors the activities of radical Islamic terrorists in the West African sub-region. In Nigeria, the EFCC is still looking for the former governor of Kogi State, Mr. Yahaya Bello. The EFCC wants him to explain the over 84 billion naira the Financial Crime Agency says he mismanaged as governor in the last 8 years. When the EFCC went to arrest him in his Abuja home, the current governor arrived at the scene and whisked him out. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Dakar, Senegal, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chidonoma, is on assignment. Today on our show is the indomitable fighter, Aisha Yesufu. Here is a profile.
That if the 16th century Hausa warrior Queen Amina ever reincarnated, she probably did so in Aisha Yesufu. For a woman who does not want to be labeled, Aisha Yesufu's passionate advocacy for social justice started early in 1991. She was denied admission into the Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, on a gender basis. Her tenacity has earned her more than just the title of activist. She has won hearts and put her name on the list of Nigerians who have walked the talk about the advocacy and passion for a better Nigeria. When she turned 40 in 2013, Aisha made a pledge to herself, which she reiterated in this video.
8 years ago on this day, when I turned 40, I made a solemn promise to myself that I will give the next 40 years of my life, if God so give me another 40 years, to Nigeria.
Fate did not waste time demanding she redeemed her pledge when Boko Haram struck the quiet town of Chibok the following year and took away 276 of their daughters from their school hostels. True to her pledge, she co-convened the Bring Back Our Girls BBOG, an advocacy group that drew international attention to calls on the government to do right by the kidnapped girls. The BBOG movement drew so much attention that the captors of the girls released this video mocking the calls for the girls' release.
Bring back our girls. Oh, bring back our army. Bring back our army. Jonathan! Girl, Christian, bring back our army.
That would become one of the many times this passionate social crusader and public speaker would hold the world's attention. But who is this woman? In Odumeje's voice, how does she form? Aisha was born in Kano on the 12th of December 1973 to Muslim parents who originally hail from Agbede in Edo State. Also known as Aisha Yesufu, people often wondered how the child of Edo parents, born and raised in the north, came to bear an Igbo name. Always one to be affected by the plight of others, Aisha adopted the name Somtochukwu to honor the late Somtochukwu Ibianusi, a 10-year-old boy whom the Nigerian military killed during a protest at the demolition of the Eke Uku market in Imo State during the tenure of Governor Rochas Okorocha. She took to her Twitter, now X handle, to mourn the boy, and she made a post in 2019 where she vowed to add Somtochukwu to her name. And as her Wikipedia profile shows, she did. She was initially admitted to Usman Danfodio University in 1992, but after the school closed, she enrolled at Ahmadu Bello University to study medicine. Aisha was forced to abandon medicine when Ahmadu Bello University was closed following the killing of a professor in 1994. She enrolled at Bayero University, Kano, and graduated with honors in 1999. She bagged a master's degree in pharmaceutical microbiology from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Aisha has this to say about how she met and married her husband, Aliu Osigwe Yesufu, in 1998. My husband can say this, and honestly, I wouldn't be bothered. I did see him, I fell in love with him, and went after him, and it took 8 months for him to come around. 8 months later, we were married, so it was a 16-month project, from December 13th, 1996 to April 17th, 1998. I was 23 and he was 35 when we met. I do tease him that "Naso for me is better thing," to say no shooting shot. Also, whenever I tease him about taking long in making decisions, he's quick to remind me that that's why I met him single. The couple has 2 children, Amir and Alia, and celebrated their 25th marriage anniversary in April 2023. Upon graduation, however, this microbiologist hung her coat and went into business. Her passion for financial freedom and literacy led her to establish Citizens Hub, a non-profit advocacy group working for financial literacy and increased participation of women and youth in politics.
Being financially independent, that was the main topic of last month. So last month we talked about financial independence and how to go about it. A financially independent woman is a very attractive woman.
In October 2020, during the EndSARS protest, Aisha again broke the internet with an iconic picture of her defiantly standing between protesters and the police.
Death is not when you no longer breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. For me, death is when you are afraid to speak the truth. The
protests lasted for days and drew media outrage when protesters were shot at by men of the Nigerian army on the night of the 20th of October, injuring many and killing some. So haunted was she by the events of that day that she got emotional while on stage at the Labour Party rally in Lagos and called for a 1-minute silence to honor the Lekki massacre victims.
I'm gonna beg you, let's have silence. Let's have silence. 1 minute of silence for all those that paid the ultimate price during EndSARS.
She was instrumental to the Obidients campaign team, serving as spokesperson during the election campaigns. From one city to the other, Aisha mounted stages at Labour Party rallies where she energized and entertained the crowd of supporters with her passionate speeches and impressive dance skills. Her involvement in the last elections raised questions about her hitherto claims of not being a politician. She explains in this video.
On the issue of why did I go into partisan politics, I've always been, even right from 2015, and that was in 2015 I supported Muhammadu Buhari. And I remember when I decided to support him, a lot of people that were in his camp were quite happy, but that didn't stop me from holding me accountable.
Following the declaration of results from the last elections and the legal tussles that followed, Aisha participated, sometimes appearing in court to stand in solidarity with the Obi team. When allegations of mismanagement of election funds were made against members of the Obidients campaign team and the Labour Party, she gave a detailed account of the funds she oversaw during the campaign.
I know there have been reports out there that there were billions of naira that were raised. Some even said hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, we hope we'll see those monies, and if there are people out there that can help us track those monies, we would want to see them. But what we received specifically was this particular amount, 500, and let me repeat it once again, 595 million naira, 976,000 naira, 994 naira.
Keeping to her mantra of saying it as it is, Aisha has continued her self-professed duty of being an active citizen. She takes no prisoners when she dissects trending issues and news on her YouTube channel. And for that, we can say her mother was right, because, truly, in her courts, no one wins.
For me, like as right now, there are things that the way I would react on issues 10 years ago, I can't do it now. Because now it's no longer the Aisha Yesufu that was before 2014, that was just my normal ordinary citizen doing my thing. Not now that there's a bit of
influence attached to you, recognition. So you have to be careful.
What the military missed for not letting her join and be a field marshal, the Nigerian populace gained in having her as the people's field marshal.
All right, Aisha, welcome to the show.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much for having me. You've made me sit through that and listen to it. Like, is it me they are talking about, or is it somebody else? But thank you.
Where
did you get them from? Where did you see them? Like, I've even forgotten I said Edo State.
Well, we have people. We make this for people who have done sacrifice for the country, and we use that to appreciate them.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. You really took your time to really put a lot of things together. I appreciate that.
Welcome. All right. So typically we start with the news, and in the news today, especially with Nigeria, is the issue of the former Kogi State Governor, Bello. I don't know what the latest is. I know you're in Abuja. Have we seen him? Do we know where he is? I mean, talking about Yahaya Bello. Do we know where he is?
Can you come a bit again? We are having rains in Abuja. I think somehow it's affecting my network.
Okay.
I know you were talking about Yahaya Bello, right?
Yahaya Bello. Yeah. Do we know where he is? Have they found him?
Oh, oh my goodness. Let me laugh a little. Nigeria police, they are the most unserious organization, security agency in the whole world. No wonder they're always coming last when they are doing this thing. But anyway, I don't think they found him. I don't know whether he's missing. Did he tell them he's missing? He's out there, but they are not serious.
They declared wanted.
There was something they said. They said that all the security details attached to the former governor Yahaya Bello, that they were withdrawing them. And a lot of Nigerians were saying, why couldn't you just tell them to arrest him and bring him down to you guys? Why are you withdrawing them? On a very serious note, what happened in that whole thing, I think I did a video on that. It's really very painful and just tells you where we are as a country. First of all, EFCC, most of the people at EFCC, they are police. The people attached to Yahaya Bello, most of them are police. Yes, you have other security, DSS, but most of them are police. The people attached to Ododo, I think that's the name of the new governor, most of them are also police. So it was police stopping police from arresting someone that needed to be accused of a crime, that there is a court order for that person to be arrested. So the police themselves need to go and sit down and take and have a talk amongst themselves, really what is going on. And in the case of Ododo, is the fact that as a governor, yes, he has immunity. The immunity he has is for him not to have distraction, for him not to be taken to court. He doesn't have immunity against investigation and all of that. But to say, as someone who is for whatever number of time you are in office, focus so that you don't have so many distractions, people taking you away from focusing on the welfare of the people. That's why they have immunity. And you see what is happening, this one, it's really so mind-boggling. If there's anybody who has benefited from the court, from the legal system, from institution, it's actually Yahaya Bello. If not for the court, Yahaya Bello would never have smelled the government house in Kogi State. But because the court said this was the ruling that they had, the interpretation of the court, he got in there. And today he's the same person who is trying to, subvert the system. But you know what for me is most funny is how cowardly these people are when they are not in office. White elephant come down to white mouse. The thing shocked me. What is there? You don't feel, I thought he would turn up. EFCC is looking for you. You turn up, you go there, you say, see me here. But it's running away, kitty, running away, kata. You know if you drink water, drop cup. The guy will watch you with the big boys. Anyway,
now, when the new governor took over, he created the office of the ex-governor.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't actually understood what he meant by that. And he said that the ex-governor has the right to come to the government house at any point and take his bedroom. We are seeing that now. but isn't that ironic that we have this system where the IG of police is not able to control the police, like you said, and then the Attorney General, who should supervise the Justice Department, could not really. They don't talk to each other. Is that the way it works?
So we have our security agencies have always been not independent. And so when you have a situation whereby there's no independence, you won't have, things will not work effectively or efficiently. It's the normal thing. We've had security agents whose allegiance is to the president and the ruling party. That's what we've always had. Even though right now we have an illegitimate president, of course, their allegiance is also to that person. So it's always like, oh, he's the one who chose me to be IG. He's the one who did it. So I have to do everything that he wants to do. I can't even work within that constitution. That's what we've had. And then we've always also had rivalry amongst this whole institution. And because there's not much competence, they don't even know what to do, how to work with each other, the things that they need to do. So we've had a lot of this damaging things, happening in our society. And honestly, it's really sad that this is where we are, but sadly, that's what we've been dealing with. I mean, if all of these institutions are not strengthened in a way that they can act beyond whoever is president, beyond anything, work efficiently and effectively, we'll continue to grapple in our country. We will not get to where we're supposed to get. And then most importantly also, who are the people that are in this position? Are they the most competent people that are there, or the most subservient people? So those are the things that we have to. So we sort of like sacrifice competence for some blind loyalty.
So people are looking at Bello's situation, and they are wondering about Ganduje. Why is Ganduje not being called to answer questions? What is the situation with Ganduje?
Well, I think in the case of Ganduje, you see, it's a state government, right? It's coming in from the state government. So if you look at the issue of what do I put it now? Okay, yeah. So where my thought of train was going to, it got debated a little bit. Ganduje is doing what we call boy. Where I want you to be, that's where you ask, like a slave, like my boy toy kind of a thing. And then Yaya Bello hasn't gotten to that place. And one of the things that we all know from the antecedent of Tinubu is always that he wants people who will be slavish to him, who will be like slaves. And so he controls them. As long as you're ready to toe that line, you definitely will be in a position where, yeah, you can get away with anything. And I mean, issue of fighting corruption, forget about it. Tinubu is not fighting any corruption. We've seen a lot, because if there was really EFCC was really fighting corruption, the current Senate president would be in EFCC cell. He said he was sick. That was why he didn't answer that. Is the sickness still on? Because we can't see the sickness now that he's there as the number 3 person. So you see, all of this, what they're doing is selective fight that is going on. So it depends on, hey, who is it that probably that the presidency or the illegitimate president doesn't like, and then room is open for that whole thing to be done. Because as it is right now, in Kano State, you have a different party is the one that is heading this state in Kano State, the government in Kano State. In Kogi State is the same party, the same APC.
All right. We have internet problem. Her connection is frozen. We'll get back to her as soon as.
Am I still on?
Okay, you're back.
Oh, okay, I saw it just went off a bit. So, like I was saying, I said during the time of Ibori, when Delta State came out to say that their monies are not missing, because that's the same thing we are hearing also now from Kogi State saying their monies aren't missing. So they are the ones that you think, okay, there might really not be prosecution going on. But Kano State are coming out to say that, hey, we saw this man on TV, on camera, where he was taking our monies are missing, and yet EFCC is trying sort of like doing as if they are not doing it. Well, anyway, EFCC has always been unfortunate. That's why a lot of Nigerians are really not even bothered about this whole drama that is going on with them and the so-called white lion that has turned to white mouse.
All right, we'll get back to Nigerian politics, but let me first ask you about the Chibok Girls. 10 years after, where are things at this point?
Things Things at this point are very sad, and I can tell you, I saw one of the parents, two of the parents, during the commemoration of the whole thing, and the father was crying all throughout. You can just imagine what it is for you to send your child to school and the child never comes back, and to come from a very callous nation where people are not thinking about those children that were taken away. They are so, even 10 years after, fixated on the fact that an incompetent president was voted out of office. So they made Chibok Girls issue about Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and not about the girls that were taken away, that their lives were, truncated. We have about, I think, 82 now who are still in captivity. So some are back, some have been able to, some were rescued, some escaped on their own and came out of it all. But at the end of the day is the fact that Chibok girls have not been treated very well. Even the ones that escaped, even the ones that were rescued, they were not given the right kind of education they should have. One of the things that the government did was to ensure that they Bring Back Our Girls movement, and the Chibok girls never had a meeting. They were asked not to get in touch with us. They must not talk to us. We must not get in touch with them and stuff like that. So that's to put that sort of a divide. And they were kept in sort of like holding camp. It's almost like leaving one abduction to get into another abduction. And at the end of the day, a lot of them have been frustrated. A lot of them keep saying, why did they even come back with all the things that have been going on? They've not really gained anything. There was one who was quite sick, and the government, I think she had kidney problems. The government kept throwing who was supposed to take care of her. Is it the school? Is it the government? And at one time, she just said that she wished she wasn't rescued, that she would have had better treatment with the terrorists. I must say something that Nigerians have really felt Chibok girls. And sadly, what many people did not realize is the fact that as long as Chibok girls are in captivity, we all are in captivity. That was what I think my then 14-year-old daughter wrote on when it was 1,000 days of their captivity. And the fact is that Chibok girls, it's the fight for Chibok girls is the fight for the soul of Nigeria. As long as Chibok girls' lives don't matter, my life, your life, it will never matter to government.
Mm. The military reported recently that they found another one with her kids. Is that true?
I have not been able to ascertain that. So I have not really gone on that. After the whole April 14th, I think I got into a place. I didn't even want to. So I just like withdrew into my shell. I didn't even want to deal with the fact that we really got to 10 years. Even up to now, as I'm speaking to you, I've really not dealt with it mentally and emotionally. I've just been there. Even a lot of people that wanted to do media and everything, I refused. I said, look, I'm not going to talk about this whatever. When I even saw your title, at one time I wanted to send you and say, no, I don't want to talk about it, but that's okay. Let me just leave it. But I can tell you, so I haven't checked that out. There's even one that I saw on social media yesterday. They were saying, oh, another one had escaped, but she had 3 children. I just have not been able to really be able to open up my heart, my mind, my soul to that whole issue again. So I've not really checked. I will tell you that.
Okay. Were there anyone that were integrated to their family, back to their family? They live with their near their parents. Any one of those that were rescued? Do we know? Because
there were some of them that have been after maybe like I think some of them too, like maybe 4 years or something. A good number of them are with the community. Some of them have gotten married. Some of them, because at the end of the day, for years they were kept in one place within the holding place. Then the school, even the school that they were in, they were isolated. They were not allowed to mingle. So there was a lot of frustration. The parents really couldn't see them. There was a long time, I think about 4 more years, parents couldn't really see them per se. They could talk once in a while and stuff like that. There was a time they took them down to Chibok to go and meet the parents something. But right now, yeah, they do meet. They are able to have that connection and meet and mix with them.
Okay. When this other kidnapping happened in Kaduna State, a lot of people were surprised that it's still possible in places in the north, that nothing was put in place to prevent this from happening. Now, for people who did not live in the north or know how the north is, can you help people understand how people could go to a school, pick up school children in hundreds and take them, like the one in Kaduna. Kaduna, they told us they found them in Zamfara. How did that happen? Do you understand what the government is trying to explain?
I think for anyone who thinks that how did that happen in the north, as if it cannot happen in the south, that's living in la la land. In this Nigeria, there's no security anywhere. I mean, people don't understand how bad it is. We are all vulnerable. When Chibok happened and Nigerians didn't understand what it is to rally around and say to the government, no, this will not allow it. By not rallying around Chibok parents, making demands, what we did was that, one, we gave the government enabling environment for them to abdicate their responsibilities. And then secondly, we gave the terrorists enabling environment to be emboldened and do more. And so a lot of people all over, they know that they can walk into anywhere and take away anything. And that was why in December, I think it was 2020, December 2020, I went at 12th, I think it was even on the 12th on my birthday, actually, when boys were taken away from a school, is it called Kankara in Katsina State. On that day, the president, the commander-in-chief of Nigeria, had gone to Katsina State, and it's about 100 and something kilometers from where the abduction happened and where the president's hometown is in Daura. And for me, and this is the thing I talked about, I said you can imagine that a commander-in-chief was coming into town that day. The terrorists did not change their plans. To tell you the audacity, because Katsina State is a state that has a lot of insurgency issues. And so there are a lot of terrorists. You will expect that as a president, as a commander-in-chief of Nigeria is going into that state, everything should be locked down. To the extent that even ants, as they are moving, they will know the movement of every ant in that state. But nothing like that happened. And they took these children, they walked with them for hours, took them to long places. We couldn't recover them until whatever negotiation happened and they brought them back. That's where we are in Nigeria. In Abuja here, they are coming into people's houses and taking away people. People are having to leave the houses they have built. I know of someone who just a month ago left where he was staying to move with him more into Abuja City. It's Abuja City chain local because of kidnappers that were coming in. And they were retired police DIGs and AIGs living in that area who also now are living that area. That's how bad those things are. But Nigerians are living in la 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 that we think that we have the patent to prayers and it's prayers that can help us. So it's not just that in the north. It's everywhere. If they decide today they are going to enter, whether it's Edo, Lagos, Imo State, whatever state, and pack children and put them in buses and drive away, they can do it because we've not put a measure to what the worth of Nigerian life is. So the Nigerian life doesn't matter to the Nigerian government, and so people will do anything that they want to do. And when I hear people say things like, "Oh, this thing that is happening, it cannot happen in our place," I just say, "Shut up." People in the Southeast used to say that. There's some people in the Southeast that used to say that, oh, this thing happening in the North, it can never happen in the Southeast. When IPOB went there and they were dealing with it, what happened? Every one of us in Nigeria, from every section of Nigeria, whatever region, we are vulnerable. We do not have a government. We do not have a government, first of all. We do not have a government that realizes that the primary responsibility of a government is the protection of lives and properties. And any government that cannot protect the lives and properties of the citizens is not fit to be called a government. So we don't have a government. Talk less of now that we have a certificate forger-in-chief rather than commander-in-chief. So the terrorists are having a good time of their time. They can do anything and undo. Nothing is going to happen. Let me tell you something also, because most times Nigerians, it seems, don't look at the issues, don't connect the issues. If you look at in the last maybe a year or more, there has been a lot of fighting between security agents. So security agencies, you see EFCC fighting, what's this called? Air Force. We saw that happen in Kaduna. You see soldiers fighting police. You see this custom fighting that. For me, that's something that is very worrisome. And I've spoken about that a lot. This is something that can affect us as a nation. This is something that you're wondering, what's going on? If these people now break up, they keep fighting each other, what does that now portend for us? Because these are people that are supposed to be working together, loosely, not fighting each other. It just simply tells you that there's no commander-in-chief and everybody is doing whatever they want to do. We are the mercy. We are all victims waiting to happen in Nigeria. Anyway, we are all potential abductees.
All right, let me go back to the last election. You were involved. And
Mm-hmm.
what was that experience like for you?
So that experience for me was a mind-blowing one. And I will tell you why it was a mind-blowing experience in my own case. In 2018, I was part of Red Card movement. Red Card movement simply meant that we were saying to Nigerians, you can decide, you can vote for a candidate that doesn't have to be APC or PDP. And many Nigerians didn't see that. Many Nigerians felt that, how is that possible? You know, people thought we were mad. Some people insulted us. We were called all sorts of names, yeah? So there were a lot of things that happened on that. Then we now came to 2023. Of course, after NSAS, there was a shift. So I'll go back to NSAS. What happened with NSAS was that we had a demography that one did not experience military rule the way we experienced it. Some of them were born after the military rule. Some of them were born just before the military rule ended, or they were quite too young to understand what military rule is. So democracy to them didn't mean anything. My son is one of those people. I gave birth to my son in 1999. And so he's 25 years old now. So for them, you know, it really didn't mean much. And so they lived their own lives and they did their own thing. And they didn't really understand what democracy is all about, the effect of governance, how government can be so brutal. So when they did the 2020 protest, the NSAS protest, and then people were killed, they realized how brutal government can be. And then they decided, you know, they wanted to be more interested in governance. So that came to 2023 election. You saw all of that with the Obedient movement. And so for me, the thing was that, wow, this was something that I didn't expect to see in the next 10 years. Because from shouting red card to APC and PDP and people calling you are mad, to those same people that say you were mad, they are not the ones who are now coming out, you know, to now actually say red card to re-show the red card to APC and PDP. It was amazing. And people came out, they rallied around, they were creative, they did all sorts of things, all the things that needed to be done. And right now we've seen that the more the old class politicians really don't have strategy. They don't have anything other than the money that they use and then the violence that they invoke. And so we had people who were not interested in politics. So seeing Nigerians galvanized, coming together, united, you know, and going for a candidate, for me, that was really beautiful. And even though the elections were stolen, yes, the election was rigged. Mr. Peter Obi won that election and everything. For me, I still take out of it the fact that, wow, the amazing things that Nigerians could do. And of course, it's to continue to do that until we're able to get that good leadership that we're all yearning for.
So after the election, what happened next? Going to the courts and the court ruling, and how did you see the way Peter Obi and that campaign, how they handled that period? Do you think that was the best path to follow?
Absolutely. For me, that was the best part to follow. I see a lot of people who, oh no, he should have been on the streets. He should have been demonstrating. He should have. Well, he didn't stop anybody from being on the street, and it has stopped anybody. There were people who were on the streets who were demonstrating. So everyone that wanted to demonstrate could have been on the street. But people always look for excuses. I think what they did was the best way, which is try all the system. Let everybody see. We didn't know how much rotten the judiciary was. We knew it was rotten, but we didn't know it was as rotten as it is. But now, I think almost every Nigerian of voting age have an idea of how rotten it is and how rotten the system is. And so the first thing that you need to do, of course, is to bring knowledge to the people, for people to have an understanding. And that's what Mr. Peter Obi did, which was to go through the system and let the people see how flawed that whole system is all about. For me, that was the best way to go. For others who keep thinking, oh, you should have been on the street doing what? Because people always romanticize Obi there, and you see most of the people who are saying, oh, he should have been on the street, will be the last to be on that street, when even if he had gone to the street. But for me, I think the way they handled it was well. I handle it within the ambit of the law. There are some people who keep, oh, how can you have 8 million voters and you did not use that to be on the street. He's not desperate to be president, and he's not looking to put people's lives in danger. And one of the things is that Mr. Peter Obi is a servant leader, and that's one thing I've known about him. And I will share something with you. During the whole campaign, I have one regret with the campaign that I had with Peter Obi, and this happened. It was when we were going to, I can't remember the South states. Was it Bayelsa, then Port Harcourt or something? But anyway, we were supposed to have P Square come to perform. They had agreed, they supported him, they have agreed, they were ready to do this whole campaign. They were very vocal about their support for him. And they had agreed. We had looked for gotten the private jet, gotten someone to get a private jet for us. I was going to take them to, I think whether it was Bayelsa, the first one. No, it was not Bayelsa. I can't remember the state now, but the one before Peter Obi went to Port Harcourt, they were ready. But Peter Obi was like, he didn't want, and he did not just with the log, he didn't want, how Nigerian government can be. He didn't want them to be in a position where they'll be vulnerable. So it was like, no, they are ready to do this. They've accepted. They are public with it. He kept dragging. I literally spent 8 hours back and forth with Mr. Peter Obi, sending him message. I did one long, me that I don't even like writing. I did one long episode to write to him why it was okay to allow P Square to come and perform. And he was like, no, I don't want them to use this against them. I don't, blah, blah, blah. And for me, and I've said it to Mr. Peter Obi, I said, the next time something like this happens, I'm going to make a decision. I'm not going to wait for you. Whatever it is, I will bear the decision, because I kept waiting. At the end of the day, we had to cancel that particular one. And that's why even the P Square themselves, they came out public to say, they are no longer going to be at that show. So when they were going to Port Harcourt, they didn't tweet it out until they got into Port Harcourt. But I felt that also, and then when they got to Port Harcourt, a lot of people didn't even know they were coming and stuff like that. So for me, I always say that's my one regret, because I would have taken that decision. I'd already planned, I've gotten everything. I'd gotten someone who got us a private jet. I was going to take them. They even had something they were going to do in Lagos before going back. They were ready to do these 3 states. I could have just done it and just gone on like, okay, Mr. Peter, we'll talk about it later. We'll fight and do whatever over it. I'll make this decision. But I didn't make that decision, and I regret that. And I've told him, and they were like, anytime that sort of decision comes in again, I'm going to do it. But why am I saying this? I'm saying this for every one of us to know that this is who Mr. Peter Obi is. If something is going to favor him, he's not going to say that, because I want this thing, let me just get it. He will always look at, watch out for you. Is it safe for the person? Is it this? And he doesn't want anybody, and anybody that is supporting him to be affected in one way or the other. So people are expecting that Mr. Peter Obi is going to call people to come on the streets and protest for him, so that then you now have opportunity for them to bring you hoodlums like they did during NSAS, to come and start causing mayhem and say if Peter Obi supporters are doing it, or to bring tear gas, to start tear gassing us, to start shooting. Mr. Peter Obi is not one person to do that. He has shown it. That for me, I'm good with what he did, and I think the fact that people are more enlightened, people are seeing. Some Nigerians want to suffer. They supported Mr. Tinubu's reading. Alana, bring on the suffering. We will all hear out. Everybody go chop breakfast. You don't they chop them.
We had on this show the leader of the chairman of the party, Labour Party, came here. Mr. Peter Obi also came, and we asked them questions about what the plans they have for Edo State, to make sure that it's not going to be like what happened at the last election. Do you know about, are you following the Edo State governorship election, and do you know about plans that Labour Party put in place?
I don't know whether I know anything about plans of Labour Party, because I'm not a Labour Party member. But of course, I follow keenly Edo State election, because I'm from Edo State. And for me, one of the things is that Labour Party has a very good candidate in Mr. Akpata. So Lumidi Akpata, it's a very good candidate. In everything that it's done, it's in terms of when people talk about Labour Party and what they've done in other states. Yeah, there are some states that you see a candidate, you cannot even come out and support the candidate, because the candidate in 2 days one kind. But so you'll be looking at it and giving, you know, when they say that bombastic side eye, criminal offensive side eye, you know, you're rolling your eyes. That's how I'm like, I'll see some of their candidates, I'm like, it's not me and you that will be supporting this person. I would rather not say anything. But with Edo State, I think they got it right. They were able to give the best candidate that is there. And I see a lot of people who have come out to talk about in terms of equity and justice. You understand? Edo State election, equity and justice. I say, when will Nigerians think about equity and justice when it comes to the poverty and suffering? Is equity and justice always about, oh, which region is going to bring out the person? It doesn't come with who is going to ensure that you will get equity and justice from poverty and suffering so that you no longer suffer. You know, in Edo State, and I'm looking at them, I'm like, free me with that equity and justice thing. You know why? I'm a Muslim in Edo State. I'm a woman, a Muslim. A Muslim has never been governor or deputy governor. In short, I've had people on my timeline who say to me, a Muslim can never be a governor or deputy governor in Edo State. I'm a woman. A woman has never been a governor or deputy governor in Edo State. Oh, does that mean equity and justice doesn't come to gender? How is equity and justice you having to continue with a PDP that has failed you? How is that equity and justice? How is equity and justice when you're thinking about if it's APC that has failed in every ramification that you can think about? But I think, and I think one of the things is that Mr. Olumide Akpata is a fighter, and he's someone who is very strategic. If you followed his when he was MB before he became NBA, what do you call it now? NBA president, there was a lot of drama. People felt that, oh, he couldn't be. He's the first non-son to become an NBA president. He was not married at that time. There was a lot of, you know, drama going on. But he works. He stays on the matter. And the thing is, a lot of people underestimate him, which is a good thing, and they keep doing that. Even before the primaries within the Labour Party, they did underestimate him. But he's someone who has really been going on. And for me, I'm really excited about it and about Olumide's candidacy. And I think it's high time for Edo people to leave the sentiments of tribe and region aside and really focus on competence and someone that will not have baggage. If you vote for Olumide Akpata, it simply means that he would know that he was voted for because the people wanted him. You vote for any other party, especially those two major parties, the APC and PDP, they will always tell you it was their structure that got it. And you want somebody that whose loyalty first and foremost will be to the people rather than the structure in the party. And you don't want anybody that will come that will have their own packages. We see what is happening in Rivers State, we see what's happening in Kaduna State and all of that. Edo State have suffered so much. Let us get equity and justice from suffering. We don't come this world, come carry suffer head for our head. Then we throw away, then we look for equity and justice for suffering. Vote man, where we say, if we draw in egg, we don't say I do people vote for. Nobody one way they will carry shoulder for us, tell us saying party structure bring and come.
Wow. We 42 minutes into the conversation, we've not started, and people want to ask you questions. So what we're going to do is I will let people in about, let's say, 15 minutes. Already there's a question on the comment section I wanted to maybe address before we continue, otherwise I'll forget about it. Someone wants to know if you regret supporting Buhari.
Absolutely not. Before let the person hold on. Absolutely not. I do not. See, let me tell you something. For those who don't know, maybe they need to go to my 2015 Twitter handle and go and read the comment. I was never Buhari's friend. And I've always said, I don't need to like you to vote for you. I'll look at what is on ground. What are the things that need to happen? Jonathan was a failure. Not only Jonathan was a failure, well, Jonathan was a disaster. And I think a lot of Nigerians, over the time, they keep romanticizing Jonathan. In no time, they will start romanticizing Buhari because Tinubu is failing more than Buhari. Let me tell people, I did this challenge and I said to people, tell me one thing that Buhari did that Jonathan did not do. Tell me one. And I'll start by giving them example. Some people will say that, oh, Jonathan killed protesters. And Buhari killed NSAS protesters. Guess what? Jonathan killed Occupy Nigerian protesters. He sent police to them. People were killed for protesting that the fuel subsidy was removed and the fuel price was increased. Buhari sent in this thing. Was it DSS? No, it was DSS went to attack National Assembly when this person was acting president, Osibanjo. Guess what? In 2014, Jonathan sent police to the National Assembly. They attacked the National Assembly. They locked the National Assembly. They tear gas a sitting House of Reps speaker, Aminu Tambua. In the case of when it happened during when Osibanjo was the acting president, he actually now he sacked the DSS chief. In 2013, because I see a journalist that comes to say that he was able to return to Nigeria in 2013. And so because of that, Jonathan is the best thing after jollof rice. In 2013, you are a journalist, Mr. Rudolph. If I'm wrong, please, let everything I'm saying, let them be fact-checking it. Me, I don't say anything without facts. In 2013, 4 these day journalists were arrested by Jonathan because they wrote an editorial on him. That wasn't good. Even this person, what's his name now? The man that was in labor, Doyo Okupe, came out to, to write about how what they did was right and all of that. That's it. I think it was in 2014 also. Soldiers were sent to go and pack to attack newspaper stands, vendors, and pack away all the newspapers and destroy it. In the democracy that people died for. Jonathan wanted to turn our head backward. Some people are sitting there telling me that, a life was good during Jonathan. It was good for you. It wasn't good for the people that were killed. When on the 14th of April 2014, the same day that Chibok Girls were abducted later, there was a bomb blast at Nyanya. Dozens, scores of people died. Jonathan went there, visited the office. From there, he went to Kano, and then he did what he was dancing. February 2014, before then, there was killing, the killing. Children in school were slaughtered. As in, I know of a girl, Unmi, whose brother was slaughtered in front of her eyes. Yet, Jonathan did not say a word about that until a year after, in 2015, when Bring Back Our Girls movement, commemorated that anniversary, that particular day. 48 children were killed, 40 school boys. So a terrorist came in to their what do you call it now? Into their school while they were at the assembly and blew his and killed 48. Jonathan did not say when he went on that day to go and do his declaration. 2,000 people were killed January 2015 in Baga. Jonathan did not say a word. I think the same day or a day after, Charlie Hebdo happened, where the 2 or 3 people were killed in France. Jonathan wrote a statement to them. Even Malema of South Africa had to now write, and he called Jonathan the most irresponsible president. How your own people were killed. I could go on and on. Immigration. How many people were killed when they did that job immigration? The people were telling him to start. Is it Abba Moro? He refused to do that. People were being killed. Jonathan said it was a fugitive. He didn't care. He didn't do anything. And then people are coming to the. Hey, by the way, I even forgot this one. You people know what's that? Our former Minister of Information, Laye Mohammed. Laye Mohammed was arrested for loitering. Laye Mohammed was arrested by DSS. Merely Olga, please fact check everything. No, don't believe what I'm saying. I want somebody to come out and say, Aisha, you are a liar. We checked it and what you are saying is wrong. Because I've said, until I'm dead, I will not allow anybody to whitewash Jonathan. Jonathan was the worst thing that happened to Nigeria. Nobody wanted Buhari. Even me here, 2014, 14, go and check my tweets. I said nobody will vote for Buhari because that's why they wanted to make him the presidential. I said for what? After what happened, the role he played in the 2011 election, riots and all of that. But Jonathan was so bad, his incompetence and failure made Buhari that was not an option to become an option to people. They voted for Jonathan that he was someone without shoe. Yes, he became this. I saw all 2 hours yesterday. They've been insulting me on Twitter. They are trying to whitewash. She say, they are suffering now more. Okay, don't worry. Tinubu will show you more suffering so that you will not begin to praise Buhari and say he was a good thing. But before I finish, let me talk about this other one. You see this person, what's his name now? Nasir El-Rufai. He was arrested in Anambra State by Jonathan administration. They used DSS to arrest him. My then sitting governor, I'm from Edo State, Adams Oshomole was the sitting governor. His helicopter, they stopped it from flying. They said others from above. They were going to, is it Ekiti or was it, I can't remember which of the election, either Ekiti or Osun, one of them in 2014. EFCC opposition, sorry, what's it called? The APC, the then opposition party, their offices were raided by DSS many times, saying that one thing or the other. Their members were arrested. Governors that were going into either Ekiti or Osun, I can't remember precisely, it's almost 10 years now, they were stopped. What's his name? Amechi, Erufayo, they were prevented from entering that state. It was Jonathan that carried, I say, around 40,000 soldiers to go to Ekiti. That's how we started militarization of election. I keep telling them it was Jonathan that started the militarization of election. To go and use it and make sure that people don't vote the way they are supposed to be. And then people sit down today and they are talking about Jonathan. Like, which Jonathan? Because it didn't affect you. People were dying. Our soldiers had to be running away from terrorists. They entered and ran into Cameroon. They were crying. They said equipment were not being given to them. They were sharing money like no man's business. Corruption was ongoing. And people sit down and they are. See, let me tell you something, Rudolph. If today is March 28, 2015, Aisha Yesufu, I will still not vote for Jonathan. Simple as ABC.
All right. We will get people to join us in 10 minutes, but let me just ask you this question. When Peter B was here, he talked about the harassment he's been receiving, things like his phone is being tapped everywhere. He didn't mention specifically about most of them, but have you been receiving any kind of harassment from the government because of your role in Labour Party, the election, not Labour Party?
Me, they've always harassed me from 2014, so there's nothing new. It's just Mr. Peter Obi that will say, welcome to the club. But on a very serious note, Mr. Peter Obi has been going through so much, and he doesn't talk about them. And for me, it's not in my place to talk about anything that he hasn't spoken about. But I can tell you that many people will not understand. He's one person who is very strong, mentally and emotionally. Everything that can be used to break him down, they've really tried it, and it's crazy. It's crazy, but he get coconut head. So that's just what I would say. And it's not phased. It's not phased. They use everything. Is it family? Is it friends? Is it trying to? If Mr. Peter Obi is going anywhere in the country, it's a problem to them. He's traveling is a problem. Whether they think that he's just going to go away and disappear. Now still in election. When I read them out, the guy don't say anything. He's continuing with his business. Yeah, they are the ones who are afraid. And I think more and more is the fact that they are seeing how his popularity is growing more than ever. There are a lot of people who know that Peter Obi was the most competent candidate, but they felt that, without the structure, so because of that, they chose rather to vote for PDP. And now they are saying that, okay, this man can do it. So all of them, they are really afraid of all of this. But in my own case, I've always gone through that, even before joining Labour Party. So my joining Labour Party really has nothing to do with it, but more of my vocal stand. Because I don't send any government. Even Mr. Peter Obi did here. So if he enter government, when he enter government, begin they do anyhow. We go drag on like small jet. We know they fear anybody. And I even said it today. Like I said to people, I said, look, for me, all I want is who is it that will give Nigeria the best at any election. 2011, I refused to vote for Jonathan. I refused to vote for Buhari. I voted for what's his name now? What's this man's name? That is who is the one they call NSC?
Oh, sure.
Oh, no, NSC.
Which one?
No. The chiefs, what's the national security? Nuhu Ribadu.
Oh, Nuhu Ribadu.
Nuhu Ribadu. He was the one in ASP. I can't even remember the name of it. But in short, let me tell you a small story. The first time I voted was in 1993. I voted for MKO Abiola. So when that election was cancelled, it pained me. Because 1993, I think I was 19 years old. And I was so excited. Now I can vote. I can decide who becomes the president of Nigeria, blah, 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 blah. We stayed on the queue, everything. They now cancelled the election. So I vowed that I will never vote again in Nigeria. So 1999, I refused to vote. 2003, I refused to vote. 2007, I refused to vote. 2011, Nuhu Ribadu was not. I said, because of Nuhu Ribadu. And he had done so much in EFCC. He was such a courageous man, all of that. I said, yes, now we'll get someone that really can work. And I was campaigning for him. I didn't know him other than his work, of course, as EFCC chairman and all of that. I was campaigning. People wanted to vote for Jonathan. People wanted to vote for Brian. I said, none of them. These people, at the end of the day, of course, he didn't win. So I've never voted based on whether somebody will win. I always look at who is it that I think can be best for Nigeria. If today Nuhu Ribadu is voting, oh my God forbid, me we campaign against him. I will not, if never, I will not vote for him. That's one thing for sure. For me, it's not about any, it's about who do I think is the best for Nigeria. And with the 2023 election, it was Peter Obi. And I will start there and I will give that best that is supposed to be. I'm not one that I will never support failure. So even if Mr. Peter Obi gets into office and he begins to do anyhow, I will not be one to vote for him. I will even campaign against him. That's what it's all about Nigeria. There, I know Mr. Peter Obi is someone who really loves Nigeria. He's someone who cares. He's someone who feels the pain of the people. He's not someone who is looking for what to eat or some power. He just feels, and for me, that's the biggest thing I'm looking for in anyone, which is empathy. And let me just quickly add this one on the issue of Buhari, to say that a lot of people, oh, we know who Buhari. You say, look, let me tell you something. Buhari is with someone who delegates. In 1984, he delegated to what's his name, Idiago. Even when he was PTA chairman, he never take with this thing. It's someone else. So when Osibanjo came in, for me, 2015 election was all about Osibanjo. When I saw Osibanjo, I was like, and the things that they say he had done in Lagos, you know, and all of that, all of those judicial reforms he had done, I was like, oh wow, okay, so now we have a competent person, and then he'll be able to take the reign. Why why Buhari will be there chilling and looking pretty in his in his starch babariga and kaftan. But unfortunately, he delegated to, you know, the wrong set of people, those his CPC people and whatever. And then we now had Osibanjo. I don't know what he was doing there. For me, I don't have issues with Buhari, because for me, as Alcosa, Buhari has never really been the same. It was Osibanjo that I have issues with, because Osibanjo was the reason why a lot of, for me particularly, I've never hidden it, voted for APC ticket. Osibanjo, if people have forgotten, was the one who started the campaign in December 2014. He started the APC campaign, the presidential campaign. He was on a meeting with people outside of camp. He was doing that common sense revolution. He was going to Molwe. And I was like, wow, okay, now we're seeing a difference. And then if people that I know, some people are their own is mischief, go back to January 2015 and see where me, Aisha, was saying, where is Buhari? I will say, where is Buhari? Osibanjo is out there. And I'll say, Buhari is showing arrogance of somebody that feels that he has already won the election. He's not doing the things, you know, that he should be doing. Even when his people were saying he shouldn't go for debate, I was saying, no, that's the kind of arrogance we don't want to see in government. Me, as far as I'm concerned, and I even did a tweet that said, Nigeria deserves better than Buhari and Jonathan in 2014.
Okay. So the Obedient movement, where would they be? What would they do in 2027? What are they preparing for?
I'm not one to speak for Obedient movement, so I can't come here and say I'm speaking for Obedient movement. So I will just talk about what I expected, what I hope it becomes. I see a lot of people, you know, who go around, oh, they are the leaders of Obedient movement. It's all bullshit. Sorry, don't mind my French. Don't mind my language, whatever. It's all nonsense. There's nobody who is an Obedient movement leader. It's something that it doesn't have the kind of horizontal, vertical leadership, traditional leadership, where, oh, there's one person who is the commander-in-chief is telling. No, it's something that has horizontal leadership. So there are people who are leaders on different sector and different side, and then they are coalescing together to form one body. That's what it has been. And so as we go on, and so of course there are a lot of people who are thinking of rallying or putting all of that together, coming together. Well, it's fine and good. But for me, one of the things I keep saying and I was having an argument with someone. I said, look, the real obedient people, we don't even know them. Forget those of us that are known, that are on social media. They are there in the villages and in hinterlands, who are carrying this whole Peter Obi matter on their head. And I always said, those are the real, you know, when they were doing, what is this thing that they call, opportunity, threats, what's that thing? SWOT, when you're doing SWOT analysis, yes. I said they are the real strength of the movement. One, they are mostly unknown, people don't know them. So people don't know to go and bribe them or to go and get them to the other camp. They are all there, all working, and they are passionate. They are not waiting for anybody to pay them. They are carrying the matter on their own head. And I've always said that those of us that are even known as the Obidients, whatever, we are the ones that are sort of like either threats to the movement, because they can easily buy you out. They can easily bring some money. It's not everybody that can stay away, from money and stuff like that. So for me, what I hope to see is, first of all, people keeping on hope alive. You understand? Keep that hope. Don't allow yourself to say, they rigged the election, so I will go away. Buhari said for 12 years to come and give us disastrous leadership. This Tinubu that rigged the election, he has been planning this since when? Some people say for 20 years. They call him master strategy. We don't see strategy. Now nonsense we see now rubbish. So if you think that you will self-sabotage yourself, or you will self-defeat yourself to say that, because they rig election, I will no longer participate. When you in 20 years, you will come and participate, and you will be older then, you have more responsibilities and more problems to deal with. So what I would want is for them to stay on. The way Peter Obi has stayed on, if there's anybody that they stole their election, it's that Peter Obi. I saw people when we collected money, when donations that they did, when people would say, oh, they billions, Aisha Yesufu 8 billion, they donated billions. I just looking at them like, mommy, it's not they do anything. Say they glow. If they start me finish, I go take a like battery, I go rub body. Man, I go even look. You say you self, not the way people they talk. I say no, they matter to me because I know it's not the truth. I waited until when we now came to do the to give the statement of account to show, even in that account that we did, 800 million came from Mr. Peter Obi, because those were the part of the money we put together that was supposed to be used to pay agents. And agents, when they do that, they can't say agent, they swap name. They wanted me to be sending money to people. I say more, send money. You will not see it, not on my watch. So this is somebody, and Peter Obi used his money. Those campaigns that you saw, those things, and he put a lot. And yeah, his election was free. It's not paying. It's you because you did some campaign, you went to vote. That's what is paying you. So first of all, I want people to stay on, have coconut head. No retreat, no surrender. Giving up will never be an option. And then the next thing, let us begin to form ourselves into polling unit agents. Every polling unit, we should have at least 2-3 people that will stand as polling unit agents, so that when Mr. Peter Obi, if they run again, we are there to be polling unit agents. And let that Obedient movement be like that, political force that people will reckon with. And hopefully, see what happens. For me, Labour Party, I see Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, he is interested in staying in Labour Party. He's not thinking of moving. I saw, media, they were doing all sorts of permutations. Say, the one I know, even like with whatever conversation where he wants to say there. But for me, the thing is that if Labour Party are interested in opening up the party to young people, I want to see where young people will run. I want to see where people that don't have money, where they can run for election. If Labour Party doesn't have that, then if it's another party that comes out, fine and good. If it's to start a new party, fine and good. These are some of the things that will be on the table, because you need to have a political voice. You need to have a political force. But what I would say that they shouldn't give up is to begin to look at this thing, and also begin to look at the only thing is also money. What is it that is being done? I would expect by now, if we can have a situation whereby 1 million people, whether obedient, whether citizens, coming together every month to donate 1,000 naira, guess what that would be? That would be 1 billion naira every month. In 12 months, that would be 12 billion. In 4 months, that would be 48 billion. You can use that to do a lot of election. You can use that to send people to National Assembly, to be senators, to be House of Rep member, to be House of Assembly member, to be councillors, whatever it is. Because at the end of the day, politics is very expensive. You need money for it. And if we allow people to be using their own money, when they get there, they will chop money. It's no longer politics, it's business. So get all of these things, get the money. And then the only other thing that these politicians have is violence. How do we mitigate the violence? That's the question on the table. That's the question that has to be answered. All these agbero now where they suffer, the money where in a shop where they do what do they call a violence? You see, as now the politician don't leave, so you will let them know, because this is the time. You see now some people come to me, Aisha, I need money for this. I said the money we collect do the election. When you shop on now, it's supposed to last you for 4 days. If you collect sachet of what do they call a spaghetti, almost boil am for 4 years. I no send. Some people are like, you know, say if you get God, I say if God no cost you, say you no help yourself, God no go cost me because I no help you. Because we must do tough love. People must understand the relationship between governors and their lives. People must understand that they cannot vote anyhow and expect that good things would happen. So even in mitigating that violence, let's begin to reach out to all of these agueros that they use, whatever, for them to understand that relationship so that they would not easily be used again as a weapon to promote violence. But for me, I'm really happy with the way how enlightened Nigerian citizens are, and even the Obidient movement with their coconut hair. They know they agree. You do anyhow, you see anyhow. They show them for that social media. It sweet me now. I don't need to do a lot of things. I'm so relaxed. It's before that I need to fight a lot of battles on social media. Now I've just been looking at them. Oh yeah, there are enlightened citizens that are doing it, and that's what I want to see also. My goal is to be able to push for a lot of people to get into political positions and be doing the right thing so that I can just go home and be chilling with my baby boy.
All right. There are still so many questions, but we have to let our people to be involved in this. Let me bring, when I bring you in, please go straight and ask your question, no commentary, so that we can get a lot of people. I know that it's difficult for our people, but we will try again as we do every Sunday here. All right. Mazi Prince, you're first. Yeah.
Did you actually say no commentary? Really? Because Aisha deserves accolades. You know, that's all I really owe her. I don't have much question to ask, but good morning first, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, Aisha. I know you guys should be in your afternoon.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Yes, good evening. Yeah. My question goes this way. What would you tell your grandkids? Because I believe you're a grandmother now, right? Am I right?
No, I'm not.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, looking towards that. Okay. Okay, what would you tell the, you know, the young ones right now in terms of politics? That's all I just want to ask. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to take three at the same time, or you want to answer?
Yeah, I think that would be better. Yeah.
Okay. Ikola Lioness.
Hello, Aisha Yesufu. Good to see you. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I think you've answered a bit of my question, but this is my thought. You have actually said the move forward is enlightenment of the people, such that they could know what to do in the next elections. Because at the end of the day, I don't really blame those who maybe voted in the man we have now. Because if you don't get 25% of a vote, it's very hard for you to be rigged in anyway. So some people really voted him in. So how do we ensure that people are enlightened rather than penalizing them for their ignorance, such that there should be a roadmap where anyone who wants to get involved in this enlightenment program can easily tap into, like you have said, groups where people donate money towards a cause. But if these things are not structured, it's like it's that it becomes the analogy of everybody in the office waiting for someone to clean the table, and everybody thinking someone is going to clean the table. Nobody cleans the table. So that has to be a game plan, a play, which the Labour Party or whatever party you choose to be in really put a structure down, because that's the structure that we're talking about. So to look forward to the future.
All right, thank you, Ikola. Prince Nick. Meet yourself, Prince. All right.
Good evening, Aisha Yesufu.
Good evening.
I want to thank you for your advocacy for a new and better Nigeria.
Thank
And
you.
my question goes: do you have any plans to run for office? And if
Mhm.
not, how do you intend to encourage and mentor youth to run for office from local government to House of Assembly across the 36 states?
All right.
Also, what are your plans and strategies going forward to engage the diaspora people in trying to achieve that?
Mm.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Just trying to write the last question down.
Okay.
Okay, the first question I got, I think, is what would you tell the young ones in terms of politics? I don't have grandchildren, and so me having grandchildren would depend on my kids, if they want kids or not. I'm not that person who is looking for grandchildren. Like, oh, I need you to give me. No, it's your business. If you want to have children, I will love them. If whatever choice that they make, I'm very okay with that. So, and I always tell my mates who are always pushing their children for grandchildren, I say, look, if you want a child, go and adopt. Stop pushing another person and being on their case anyways. But I'm old enough to be a grandparent, that's for sure. What would I tell the young ones in terms of politics? What I'm going to tell the young ones in terms of politics is that politics is everything. Every aspect of our lives is governed by politics. And we were very foolish when we believed the people who told us that politics is dirty. And we thought that it was a good thing. It was us being such good citizens and being I don't even know, having integrity by refusing to participate in politics. And what we ended up doing was that we allowed charlatans to take over our political space and then see where the country is. Everything is about governance. And I also say to people, because you see a lot of people who really want to serve, who want to do politics, because of the keynote where they say politics is dirty, they find their way in advocacy and activism. I always say to them, politics and activism are the same. It is for the greater good of the people. It is the method that is different. Where people who are in advocacy and activism, point out the problem, people who are in politics are supposed to solve the problem. So it's so for the greater good. It's only in this part of the world where we have people who get into politics for selfish reasons. So what I would say to them, first of all, that politics is a good thing. Every one of us has to participate in it. And most importantly is the fact that we need to have a critical mass of people involved in it for some of us to be able to take our minds off for it. So everybody needs to put that focus, because it is through politics that people who govern us come from. And the governance affects every of our life. The business you're doing, policies can make or mar that business. The educational system, our security, our everything, it's in the hands of the people who are governing it. And if politics is the way to go, they should go into it. And then the second thing, so that's to tell them about interest, about participating in it. The second thing also is to let them know that, look, when you want to go in for politics, ensure that you have integrity. I know integrity is very expensive. It's very costly. It costs you a lot of things in Nigeria, but that's the way to go. Otherwise, you will be in the politics of slavery, where you have to do whatever it is that your godfather or godmother is asking you to do. But if you have that politics, ensure that you're doing the right thing, not because people are watching, because it's the right thing to do. You ensure that you hold yourself to higher standards than you hold any other person. You ensure you get education, get knowledge, do the right thing. All of these things are very important when it comes to politics. And also to know that failing is not failure is not falling down, it's staying down. The first time, I say a lot of people who try to run for office the first time, they lose, and then they are giving up. Are you okay? So because you decide you wanted to run, then people must vote you. And they didn't vote you, and go there and run again now. And so that's why we also must make sure that people who are running for offices are not using their private money. If they are using their private money, when they go there, they have to recoup it. It's no longer politics, it's now business. They have to recoup that. So also to tell them, you have to be tenacious. Just keep going, keep doing it, keep doing the right thing. Have people, get that knowledge, have people skills, know how to relate with people, and make sure that you know that you're going there to serve. Politics is not the place to make money. If you want to make money, go into business. It's a place to serve. I think those are some of the things that I'm going to say for those young ones who are thinking about politics. Then going back to the next question is that, yes, okay, yeah, I totally agree with you. There are people who voted for Tinubu, know that about it, but the thing is that they were not in the majority. And like you rightly said, before you are even able to read, there must be a certain number that would have voted you to enable you to read. That's what we have right now. And you say, how do we ensure people are enlightened without necessarily punish them? Well, the thing is that it's tough love. There's something they call tough love. You know, sometimes when you are telling a child, hey, stop it, this thing will burn you, that fire will burn you, you're always taking away from the big fire. And then sometimes you have a candle that is lit, and you actually see the child still going to that candle. What do you do? There are certain times you just allow the candle, because you know the candle is not going to kill the child anyways, it's going to burn their hand, right? So when they touch it, oh, it burns their hand. Now they've learned, sometimes that's the tough love. They've learned that lesson that says, oh, that thing is, then they will now realize, okay, that's why they don't want me to touch that big one. So sometimes there is tough love. One of the worst things that we've done in Nigeria is the fact that, and I was reading about this, somebody sent me something that Chinua Achebe said this thing, that charity is the opium of the rich. I read it today, I'm like, wow, that's so apt. You know when they say religion is the opium of the masses, right? Charity. There's this thing that charity does to people who have means. They feel good. They feel they are, at the end of the day, are they really helping? Are we really helping? No, we are contributing to the problem, because what we've simply done is that we have turned ourselves into we play government and God. We have Messiah syndrome, Messiah complex. We want to be the ones helping people. Oh God, you know how many people's children, how many school fees I'm paying? I'm paying so school fees. More. I said I don't want to help anybody again. I want people to not need my help. Because when people are in the same situation, they won't need my help. They will have good healthcare system, they will have good educational system, public system, and so they can take, that's where government comes in. But what we try to do is that we play stopgap for the failure of government. We are subsidizing the failure of government. This Nigerian government say they don't want to subsidize fuel, they don't want to subsidize electricity, but we are subsidizing their failure. We are paying for people's school fees, we are paying for people's healthcare. They will never understand bad governance. They will never. So when you're talking about, they don't know, because they don't know that there's relationship between governance and their life. So we need to allow people know there's relationship between governance and their lives. So in that way, they begin to know, okay, so the people going into office, how do we get them? There are people who are always surprised that when they run for office, that some people don't vote for them. After all what I've done for the community, I've been paying school fees for so number of people. I saw someone who was in I think it was the Labour Party, Bayelsa State Labour Party gubernatorial candidate, who said that if there was a woman that he has been paying her child school fees, that the woman voted for another candidate after they gave her money. I said, why not? She won't vote for you because you are to her, you are a philanthropist. And she doesn't want you to become a politician, because politicians, when they get into office, they don't help the people. So in their mindset, politicians don't help. So they will rather vote the politician that doesn't help. I will not vote for it, so that you keep helping them. So there's a place where, and I even say that to Nigerians in diaspora. Look, and I think that's the question also that comes to Nigerians in diaspora. Like, look, I'm sorry to say this, for those of you that are in diaspora, the most foolish set of Nigerians are Nigerians in diaspora. And I will repeat it again. Maybe somebody will say that Aisha did. Maybe I did. You heard me right. I said the most foolish set of Nigerians are Nigerians in diaspora. You contribute about 4 to 5% of the GDP of Nigeria. Without your billions that come into Nigeria, wallahi, Nigeria for don't fall your for ground. Yet you have zero political power. They don't allow you to vote, but they need your money. Even during Buhari, Mayfele was saying that, be sending in money. They would give. There was one thing they were doing, whether that kalo they did. If you send in something, they will give you so naira, because they need your money. Go and check when diaspora remittance fell down, how it affected Nigeria. But yet, see what happens. All the time you stay there, we have citizens here who, some of them don't vote, they don't make demands. Even when you are telling them to vote, they say, no, this and that, but they are always calling you to ask you for money. And with a sense of entitlement. I saw a tweet that a lady did the other day. She said, was it yesterday before yesterday? I think she did that tweet. that someone asked her for money. So she sent the person 10K. 2 hours later, the person updated, UK people and 10K, sha. Yeah. Because you've enabled people. People now have a sense of entitlement when they're asking for money. They won't understand that relationship between their lives because we don't allow them to feel it. Now, when somebody goes, somebody came to me, which day was it? They said they're looking for, I said, go and meet. And they said to people, they share money now. Go meet and collect 50K. No, collect your 50K. Another one, oh, they can't pay school fees. I'm like, oh, go and meet. Oh, they said they gave student loan. Because we've allowed citizens to sit down and watch their billions being spent anyhow. And then we sit down, we are killing ourselves to take care of them. Now, we no longer do that. In 2019, I did a tweet. January 1st, 2019, I said, I will no longer be stopgap for people that refuse to hold their government accountable. If you don't hold your government accountable, enjoy whatever you see. So if we must get to that place of tough love, and then for people to begin to see relationship between governors and their lives, and get to that. For Nigerians in diaspora, I've said this before. You guys have money. Before the 2023 election, I said 2 people were going to be the game changers: the youth and Nigerians in diaspora, and they were. You have a lot of money. What stops you from putting that money together? Pull it together. Begin to send people to Nigeria that will be your representatives. From all the states in Nigeria, there's no place that they don't have a sizable number of Nigerians in diaspora there. Send them to go to the houses there. Is it state houses of assembly? There are some people who have retired. Maybe they are not doing that. They can come and serve. Put money together, rally money. You see this, let me tell you, campaign, there's nothing in it. You've seen the 2023 election open our eyes. These politicians don't know anything about campaign. Send these people in, have the representatives that will be in state houses of assembly, that will be in at the National Assembly, will be in Senate, and also, what do you call it now? House of Representatives. So that when they are talking about the diaspora issue, they'll be talking about your issues there. We saw a situation whereby, I think it was the 9th, is this the 10th assembly? It was the 9th assembly or something like that, where there was a case that some Nigerians in diaspora had brought into the house to talk about the killings in Benue State. And then the then deputy speaker of the House of Representatives said that, they cannot hear this thing because they are not Nigerians living in Nigeria. How can they be talking about Nigeria issue? But meanwhile, their dollars, Nigeria is collecting their dollars, their pounds, their euro, their whatever. No, you need to begin to have that power. By now, it should be an issue. The Nigerians in diaspora should be able to vote because they are affected by the nonsense that is going on in Nigeria. Every Nigerian in diaspora, I'm sure you get more people are calling you now to demand for money than they used to before because of the problems that are in there. So these are some of the things that needs to be done in terms of ensuring that you're becoming part of the political space. How are you also getting people that we get into the legislative arm of government? I know a lot of us are fixated with the executive arm of government. And as you go on for me, let me just quickly, before I round up on this, Rudolph, to say the legislative arm of government is the bedrock of democracy. They have oversight function, they make laws, they hold executive accountable, they ratify treaties. Even when they do all these political appointments, they are the ones that have to, I can't remember the word that they say now, have to, what's that word they use? When they go to Senate, they have to certify that they accepted or whatever, because otherwise to do an appointment, and so for some position, if the National Assembly, you said?
No, you're right. I think you're talking about they have to approve, or they have to.
Yeah, there's one word they use. I always forget that word. I don't know why. Old age, anyways. So, but you see, so with all of this, that tells you the power. The legislative arm of government is actually more powerful than the executive. And for all the 3 arms of government, the executive is the weakest. The only thing is that they have money. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, they get longer throats. It's the money that is controlling them. The legislative arm of government can shut down a government. There's nothing you do that it's supposed to pass through them. They make laws, they do all of that. So if we're able to get more people to get in there, people that are patriotic, people that are not hungry, people that have second jobs. In this politics, we must have people with second jobs that be the ones going to politics. Because what we have right now are people who politics is their only business. So they all have a sense of means of livelihood out of politics, and it's really been, a major problem. So I think I will just stop for now here. But you know what will happen, Rudolph? Please just give me like 30 seconds, I need to go and pick up
No,
water.
let's take a break. Let's take a break, okay?
Okay.
We'll come back and then
She didn't answer all my questions.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, what's the other question?
The other one is I said, would you be interested
Oh,
in
yeah,
running
so
for
I'm so
office?
sorry about that. Yes. I think, do you have, okay, yeah, do I have any plans to run for office? By 2031, that's when I want to make that decision. Absolutely, if there's any place I would serve, it would be me running for office. But currently, right now, I don't have that plan. Because for me, I want to focus on getting more people. I don't just want to focus on Aisha Yesufu. I want to focus on getting more people into that political spaces. And I don't want the place where I'm running for office. I have a lot of people who say to me, even this, we said, oh, run to be a Edo State deputy governor, run to be this, that. For now, it's not something that I'm doing. From 2021, I made up my mind, I'm going to give myself 10 years in terms of growth, in terms of, just working on myself. If I now want to run, by 2031, definitely by 2031, I can do that. But yes, it's on the table. I can run for office. But one thing that I've always said, I will never do, and I'm repeating here, appointment, I know they do that too. Whether to be minister, to be clinical, and God forbid, I know if you do yes to anybody. I've never worked for anybody. I've always been a businesswoman. But I think running for office here is something, but it's not something that I'm thinking about doing right now. But it's what for me, I want to do. I want to be more involved in party politics. You understand? Because that's where we have the biggest problem. I want to be involved in that, even if it's the leadership of a party or whatever, so that we have a party where we are ensuring that people with competence, character, capacity are the ones who are getting the ticket of the office, not the one that some people can come and pay money and get their way in. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Aisha. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll continue this question and answer session. All right.
So how many minutes break is it?
5 minutes or more. If you take
okay, fantastic. Thank you. Oh.
Asim wenye mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max. Ibia bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni biazugo mma olaga do ni biazugo akwa nwa mwilo chi o biko rapuzo kona bazia onyo mazoro biko abamba watare dasari Ibia unye ni gana mo Ulaga doni biazigo Mo ulaga doni biazigo Abamba wilo chino Bigora fuzoro Ona wazi Mazi weko mamwe Odogu no kwere sunenka Onyo maniga dele mo Mazini biazigo Ibu go with the melody You got to go where you're for Odogu na chala noka Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni biazigo no, Olaga doni biazigo. Amama wilo chilo, bigora fuzoro, ana bazi. Say, onya mazoro no, amama mazoro no, sorry. Ibia muya no kwana mo ofube naru Olaga doni biazugo Nazaboy Olaga doni biazugo Abamba wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Odogu kenero bikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Oligwe kwelo Ike jobo bebe bege Hey, you want? Ebu kampune kene Omogo ninso Chukwe mekalumo Ike chukwu negaje Esi nwanne mekene Ila puli fenini neme webia Kago sili na nyina gibu nwanne wisdom negaje Kanyegi maiki koko banya beku Isili maxi obu netiri egwa Malokwa malo ni mego mi fojo Wesigi nwanne mi foku ni cholo na ngeme Wisdom onu mekenege Bama iyo iyo bigo lapo Nabase Zoro, 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 zoro Deduru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
The 16th century Hausa warrior Queen Amina ever reincarnated, she probably did so in Aisha Yesufu. For a woman who does not want to be labeled, Aisha Yesufu's passionate advocacy for social justice started early in 1991. She was denied admission into the Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, on a gender basis. Her tenacity has earned her more than just the title of activist. She has won hearts and put her name on the list of Nigerians who have walked the talk about their advocacy and passion for a better Nigeria. When she turned 40 in 2013, Aisha made a pledge to herself, which she reiterated in this video.
8 years ago on this day, when I turned 40, I made a solemn promise to myself that I will give the next 40 years of my life, if God so give me another 40 years, to Nigeria.
Fate did not waste time demanding she redeemed her pledge when Boko Haram struck the quiet town of Chibok the following year and took away 276 of their daughters from their school hostels. True to her pledge, she co-convened the Bring Back Our Girls BBOG, an advocacy group that drew international attention to calls on the government to do right by the kidnapped girls. The BBOG movement drew so much attention that the captors of the girls released this video mocking the calls for the girls' release.
Bring back our girls. Oh, bring back our army. Bring back our army. Jonathan, girl, Christian, bring back our army.
That would become one of the many times this passionate social crusader and public speaker would hold the world's attention. But who is this woman? In Odumeje's voice, how does she form? Aisha was born in Kano on the 12th of December 1973 to Muslim parents who originally hail from Agbede in Edo State. Also known as Aisha Yesufu, people often wondered how the child of Edo parents, born and raised in the north, came to bear an Igbo name. Always one to be affected by the plight of others, Aisha adopted the name Somtochukwu to honor the late Somtochukwu Ibianusi, a 10-year-old boy whom the Nigerian military killed during a protest at the demolition of the Eke Uku market in Imo State during the tenure of Governor Rochas Okorocha. She took to her Twitter, now X handle, to mourn the boy, and she made a post in 2019 where she vowed to add Somtochukwu to her name. And as her Wikipedia profile shows, she did. She was initially admitted to Usman Danfodio University in 1992, but after the school closed, she enrolled at Ahmadu Bello University to study medicine. Aisha was forced to abandon medicine when Ahmadu Bello University was closed following the killing of a professor in 1994. She enrolled at Bayero University, Kano, and graduated with honors in 1999. She bagged a master's degree in pharmaceutical microbiology from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Aisha has this to say about how she met and married her husband, Aliu Osigwe Yesufu, in 1998. My husband can say this, and honestly, I wouldn't be bothered. I did see him, I fell in love with him, and went after him. And it took 8 months for him to come around. 8 months later, we were married. So it was a 16-month project. From December 13th, 1996 to April 17th, 1998. I was 23 and he was 35 when we met. I do tease him that "Naso for me is better thing," it to say no shooting shot. Also, whenever I tease him about taking long in making decisions, he's quick to remind me that that's why I met him single. The couple has 2 children, Amir and Alia, and celebrated their 25th marriage anniversary in April 2023. Upon graduation, however, this microbiologist hung her coat and went into business. Her passion for financial freedom and literacy led her to establish Citizens Hub, a non-profit advocacy group working for financial literacy and increased participation of women and youth in politics.
Being financially independent, that was the main topic of last month. So last month we talked about financial independence and how to go about it. A financially independent woman is a very attractive woman.
In October 2020, during the EndSARS protest, Aisha again broke the internet with an iconic picture of her defiantly standing between protesters and the police.
Death is not when you no longer breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. For me, death is when you are afraid to speak the truth.
The protests lasted for days and drew media outrage when protesters were shot at by men of the Nigerian army on the night of the 20th of October, injuring many and killing some. So haunted was she by the events of that day that she got emotional while on stage at the Labour Party rally in Lagos and called for a 1-minute silence to honor the Lekki massacre victims.
I'm going to beg you, let's have silence. Let's have silence. 1 minute of silence for all those that paid the ultimate price during EndSARS.
She was instrumental to the Obidients campaign team, serving as spokesperson during the election campaigns. From one city to the other, Aisha mounted stages at Labour Party rallies where she energized and entertained the crowd of supporters with her impassioned speeches and impressive dance skills. Her involvement in the last elections raised questions about her hitherto claims of not being a politician. She explains in this video.
On the issue of why did I go into partisan politics, I've always been, even right from 2015, and that was right in 2015 I supported Muhammadu Buhari. And I remember when I decided to support him, a lot of people that were in his camp were quite happy, but that didn't stop me from holding me accountable.
Following the declaration of results from the last elections and the legal tussles that followed, Aisha participated, sometimes appearing in court to stand in solidarity with the Obi team. When allegations of mismanagement of election funds were made against members of the Obidients campaign team and the Labour Party, she gave a detailed account of the funds she oversaw during the campaign.
I know there have been reports out there that there were billions of naira that were raised. Some even said hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, we hope we'll see those monies, and if there are people out there that can help us track those monies, we would want to see them. But what we received specifically was this particular amount, 500, and let me repeat it once again, 595 million naira, 976,000 naira, 994 naira.
Keeping to her mantra of saying it as it is, Aisha has continued her self-professed duty of being an active citizen. She takes no prisoners when she dissects trending issues and news on her YouTube channel. And for that, we can say her mother was right, because, truly, in her courts, no one wins.
For me, like as right now, there are things that the way I would react on issues 10 years ago, I can't do it now. Because now it's no longer the Aisha Yesufu that was before 2014, that was just my normal, ordinary citizen doing my thing. All now that, there's a bit of influence attached to you, recognition. So you have to be careful.
What the military missed for not letting her join and be a field marshal, the Nigerian populace gained in having her as the people's field marshal.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for hanging in here. Aisha, welcome back. And so we are having a conversation with Aisha Yesufu, and she has been giving us her take on the last election, the Chibok Girls, and everything in between. So let's now go to Eagles Air. Eagles Air, you're joining us from India, if I'm correct. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I hope people can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Okay. Rudolph Okonkwo, God bless you for this program. Aisha Somtochukwu Yusuf, God will continue to bless you for the things that you are doing for Nigeria. And since I'm backstage, I've been hearing you talking about people in diaspora. So my question is coming from the people in diaspora. That's where I want to ask my own question. Popularly known, I know that a good advisor to P2B, the Labour Party presidential candidate. Now, I want to ask you this question. As an advisor to P2B, what is the international policy structure for people in diaspora? What I mean, international policy structure people have for people in diaspora. For instance, a lot of things is happening to people in diaspora, especially here in India. I can tell you from my heart that some people have stayed in the 6 years imprisonment because of visa, expiration of visa. They are staying in prison 6 months, more than 6 months. Some people are in the protection camp more than 4 years, 5 years. They are wasting that place, and nobody to speak for them. Even Nigerian embassy, when you go to them and report to them, they will tell you one story or the other, and they end that place. So a lot of people are passing through hell here in India. Some people say have died as a result of police brutality. They will beat to death. I have 1 or 2 or 3 pictures on video concerning what happened. So what is the international policy to defend people in diaspora, so that we know where we are going to follow and back people up in terms of 2027 election that is coming? Because you said that the people in diaspora and the youth of Nigeria have a strong base to make sure things work out. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Eagles Air. X0, you're next.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, Aisha.
Yeah,
good evening. Sorry, there's noise here on my background here, but I just want to ask a question, and Mr. Rudolph, you can put me at the background so I can watch. Yes, I was so, would I say, disappointed in the Labour Party when they were sharing jeeps, to members of the legislature. You just spoke about the legislators being very powerful people, more powerful than the executive. But yet, the Labour Party members of the House of Representatives did not say anything when they were sharing jeeps. And that leads to my question. We have people who manufacture cars. Okay, we say they're not manufacturing the steel, but they're still making those cars in this country. Nobody spoke up for them. The Labour Party members of the House didn't say, instead of giving us these Jeeps from foreign brands, give us the ones made by Nigerians. Nothing of that nature. And we saw recently that some Labour Party members in Edo State decamped to PDP. I was so disappointed. Please, what is your take on this issue of sharing Jeeps? And then the state which Labour Party won has not yet come out publicly. This is Abia State. Though they are doing fantastically well, they have not yet come out publicly to say, okay, from now henceforth, all government cars in our state should be made in Nigeria. Please, this is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aisha, before I call the next person, maybe you can add this to the question that Exera just asked. Someone on the comment section wanted to know about the lawmakers. Why did they collect Ababio's money to pass the budget? Labour Party's lawmakers. I know you are not a spokesman for the Labour Party, but you can weigh in on that. All right.
Hello, Rudolph. Thanks for having me. And hi, Aisha. It's a pleasure to be making your acquaintance this afternoon.
Hello. Thank you.
Just a little joke. I beg you, come show us how they can measure coconut head. I want to know how they can measure that coconut head.
You don't agree for anybody. That's what they say. Not agree for they do anyhow, they see anyhow. Anyhow they want to. If they want me with this stuff, if they want me with this.
All right. So yeah. So last I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, we had Mr. Obi in our forum here, and it was a wonderful time. Before he came, I've been speaking out on a particular subject, and I want to continue speaking up on that because it's very important. It's the issue of the Labour Party National Assembly members and the structure issue. Remember, like you rightly said in your initial intros, you talk about how Nigerians kept, dissing Labour Party and Peter Obi as not having structure to win the election. But we know that with so-called official results, at least let's use that one, that those numbers totally broke that argument. However, we're going towards 2027. And my view has been that Mr. Obi needs to, have a control of the party. He said he doesn't have a control of the party when he spoke to us last time. And one of my advocacy has been that if he does not control a party, he should go and form his own and have a control. The numbers will follow him to that place. So added to what Kulata asked, Ikolala asked, and then what Mexero spoke about, what's your view on this question? And then what's your view on the performance of the Labour Party legislators? Because many of us are disappointed. People might say it's not true, but we know that a lot of people won their seats in part to their affiliation to Labour Party and Mr. Peter Obi. No matter how anybody argue it, we know this. So if Obi does not control the party, don't you think it's a disservice and it will come down to haunt him should he stay in Labour Party for 2027? And if so, shouldn't he leave and go and start now preparing that structure so that the structure will not be an issue?
Okay. Thank you so much. I think I can go now, right?
Yes.
You know, when I hear them saying good of Foucault, I'm like, what are they talking about? Means the doctor damages. I know. I'm like, Rudolph, we shall be Rudolph again. That's like a normal name for someone who is extra, that kind of a thing. But anyway, thank you so much for this question. So the first caller, the first person who asked the question, I don't know whether I'm in a position. I don't think I have the knowledge to be able to answer you the way you ought to be answered. So when you were talking, the first time I'm like, oh my goodness, I was thinking of Peter Obi's manifesto. Where is that part that we read? But honestly, I'm not in a position to be able to answer that very well. But I will just give you my own thoughts on some of those things to say that one of the reasons why Nigerians are treated so shabbily outside is because of the country that we have. So the better governed we are, and the better that the life of the Nigerian citizen matters to the Nigerian government, the better we'll be treated in any part of the world. It's just like when you talk about an American citizen. There's a reason why when in other countries, even those countries that are running mad, when they hear this person is an American citizen, there's a different way they care. They treat that person, because they know, of course, there's a nation behind that person. No matter how the person will worry, American government will stand with their own people. So I'm going to apologize. I'm not able to answer your question. I can't remember what is foreign policy about, and foreign policy is not my strength at all. I know little or nothing about it. I'm always learning. Even when they're having conversation on social media, I never participate. All I do is to learn as much as I can. But one of the things I do know is that with a better governed country, we will have a better, what do you call it now, passport. Right now, I think our passport is amongst the lowest, even in Africa. I think we're the last 5, if I'm not mistaken. And so that also translates to how much, you're treated, your own citizens are treated out of the country. And so those are the things I know that, I know he has his own foreign policy, but I'm not in a position to be able to tell you the way it is. And the stories of India, it's really something that has really been heartbreaking. A lot of people have talked about it. I've had people who have reached out to me on some of those issues, and constantly the things that are going on. But I think is that place where every Nigerian life must matter, and we must ensure that our citizens are being treated equally. Mr. Peter Obi talks about that a whole lot, but unfortunately, I'm not able to convey his message to you, because it's not something that I'm very strong at. So I will come back to the issue of Labour Party. When I see people who say they are disappointed in the Labour Party National Assembly members, I'm just like this. Did you choose them before? Why you? I get you are disappointed, but why are you disappointed? You didn't choose them. They are accidental National Assembly members. They got in there by virtue of their what do you call it now? Closeness. They were a Labour Party. There was a Mr. Peter Obi, and people felt that, okay, let's vote everyone. We really didn't put them there. We don't even know what their characters are, what they're, some of them, their antecedents, what they are, how they are, whatever. We don't know that. So why are you so disappointed, as if you did something? Why are you taking ownership of, I don't know, because if I'm disappointed in somebody, is like, I'm taking ownership of your failure. We didn't. If next time they get in there, that's where you now say that, okay, yes, the onus is now on us for rewarding failure. So, and I think that's the first thing, because I see a lot of people who are trying to put the power, after all, I will vote. After all, the National Assembly members that got in there, see the way they are behaving. So maybe if we have voted Peter Obi, if Peter Obi had got in, no, they're two different things. These are people who, first of all, their competence, character, and capacity were not checked. You just woke up and you saw them as Labour Party candidates. And so because of the fact that you knew Mr. Peter Obi, you were going to vote for him, you knew his antecedent, you wanted to vote for him, you extended that courtesy to other people. And yes, I totally agree with you. They've been absolutely disappointing. They have been. So that's where the issue of competence, character, patriotism comes into it. If you're talking about, when they're talking about, the dollar is going high. I saw when the Senate president came out, I was talking about that, people, I think it was the one, people that are paying school fees, people that are doing I'm like, really? When you people, it wasn't the one, I can't remember whether it was the Senate president now or the CBN governor, one of those, in a way, APC of this illegitimate government, one of them were talking about that. And I'm thinking, what about the cars that were bought by the National Assembly members? Is that not dollars they were spending elsewhere? And what they simply do is that with those cars that they have bought, they have exported employment and imported unemployment into Nigeria, because they created jobs for another economy without creating jobs for their own self. If they had used that money in Innoson or the other car, the one, I think we have our 3 or 4 Peugeot and all of that in Nigeria, that would have helped the economy in a way. But the thing also is, why in the first place are we even buying cars for National Assembly members? If you don't have car, trek. If you can't enter public transport, if you don't have cars from where you are coming, this is the kind of corruption that we should be talking against. We've been talking against this for the last, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 8 years or so. That every of them, they come, they buy these cars, and there are people who have been I'm sure there are people who have been there since 1999 as National Assembly members, and they still keep collecting cars. Every time they keep on changing their cars. Meanwhile, how much is minimum wage? So at this moment, honestly, so the thing is to look at and look at it from the angle of these people, were they the ones who were actually these people, were we the ones who actually brought them in? It's just accidental. By their virtue of their closeness, they were the beneficiaries of the collective anger of the people, and also beneficiaries of people's support for Mr. Peter Obi. And then they got into office, and they're doing all the things they're doing without actually thinking really of the people's people's welfare. And I think one thing we must never do, let's not take on, especially the supporters of Peter Obi or those who voted for Labour Party last election, don't take on their failure as yours. You understand? If it was Peter Obi that went in and he's failing, that's a different thing, because you saw him, he was the one you wanted. These ones are just accidental, this thing. But that notwithstanding, it's when it comes to the next election, you can't recall, you more or less cannot recall legislative members in Nigeria with the laws that we have. It's almost near impossible, because you need 50% of the registered voters, and I can tell you most of those registered voters are fictional. So how do you even get 50%? And one of the things that for me I've been agitating for over the years is that we need to have a new law that says 50% of the number that voted you in. So if you went to the National Assembly or State House of Assembly with 300,000 votes, we should need 150,000 votes to recall you back. They shouldn't tell us that we should go and look for 50% of 2 million or either 1 million that is registered there, because that's not it. The people, those are not the people that voted you to go in there. So that's one thing. In the case of Abia State government also, and I think Abia State government has really been has patronized Innocent very well. They've done that, and I know there was a time where they put out that they were buying, whether they were buying some cars, they had orders for some cars abroad, and there was an outrage. You understand? There was an uproar on social media. We all called them out. Like, what was that? What does that mean? You have a company there, and they did come to explain that, oh no, because of course the company, they needed this cars on time, and Innocent couldn't supply. Though we were like, oh, those are not excuses. Just do whatever you need to do. But I think Abia State has really been doing well, and even the Governor Alex Oti, the car that he drives is actually the Innocent. His official car is the Innocent car that he drives about. They're in their own way. They can only maybe pass a law for the Abia State government to say that they will only use made in Nigeria car. Even if you say it's not manufactured in Nigeria, even if it's assembly, let it be it was assembled in Nigeria, it's still creating job in a way. So these are laws they can, but they cannot pass a law that now that covers the whole country or the whole government or something like that. They can only do something that is related to them, and I think that would be a law that would really be good. The same way that the State House of Assembly has been able to pass that no more pension should be paid to any politician, any governor or deputy governor. I mean, this is also something that they can do to ensure that, you know, monies are kept within the country. But for me, it's for us not to also give legitimacy to people who constantly use monies to just constantly keep buying vehicles year in, year out. A vehicle lasts for like 20 years, 30 years. It's not something that you just keep changing anyhow. So what happened to the last vehicles that were used by the last administration? What we've had in some states is that when these governors are going away, they pack all the cars. Those are not their private properties. Those are properties for the state. And so there should be a place where whatever governors, vehicles, whatever, should be used, you know, subsequently. Let them fix them, let them repair them, let them maintain them. Vehicles can run for 20 years. It's not something, most of the chokumba that we use here in Nigeria, they're already 10 years old, 20 years old. So we must have that judicious, you know, use of our public funds. Then I think the question that came in from the message is that why did they collect Akpabio's money to pass budget? I knew there was a time when Akpabio said he was sending money to them when they now had to correct him, and he was saying that, oh, his message to their whatever. I don't know whether there's a factual this thing that monies were sent to senators or National Assembly members or whatever, but whatever shenanigan that is going on in the National Assembly, whether we know them or not, whether we have the facts or we don't have the facts, Labour Party members have been part and parcel of it, and it's really disappointing. And I see a lot of people who keep saying that, oh, you know, what can they do? They can't do anything. No, you can do something. You can take a stand. That's why you were voted for. People took a stand, and that's why they voted for Labour Party. So they have no excuse other than the usual greed. Of course, a good number of them were going there for their own whatever. Some of them went to Labour Party because either they couldn't get ticket from the other parties or they tried or one thing or the other. So it was not really about going into to serve the people. And I think as we go on and as we continue to go on with our democracies, to always ensure who are the people who haven't done the right thing. Labour Party, if your Labour Party senator hasn't done the right thing, well, don't vote for them again next time, so that we go to a situation whereby people understand we must never reward failure, no matter how tantalizing it is. You must never, no matter whether you know the person, you don't know the person, you voted for the person before. Voting is not a life sentence. So if somebody hasn't done very well, just move on to another person. And that way, to send a message to whoever it is that is coming again, for them to understand that, look, hey, politics is not, governance is not about you just going there and doing anyhow. It's about you actually serving the people. And if you don't serve the people very well, definitely the people will take the action into their own hands and they will vote you out. Okay, I think that's the question. Then the other one is Mr. Peter Obi at Labour Party, and also talked about the National Assembly. So Labour Party, control of the party. So I will tell you this thing. I used to be in the same, I used to have the same opinion. I was having the same position like you did. And I remember lots of times I would say to Mr. Peter, look, a lot of people, if you can't control the party, then how are you going to control Nigeria? How are you going to govern Nigeria if you don't have this thing? Then, so he would talk, he would explain, you know, and then I had like a paradigm shift where I was thinking, you know, this is what we fight against, but we want to still continue to use it in the sense that a party, there should be internal democracy in a party. A lot of people come in and they use this their power, just like what we see in PDP. What PDP have been suffering from now. You know, they enjoy the, what's his name now? This guy, the one that is doing boy in Abuja. What's his name?
Wike.
Wike, yes, Wike. You know, they enjoyed Wike's money. You know, that time that PDP was all over the place after, is it 2019 or before 2019 or something like that? You know, Wike's money was enjoyable. Now the thing don't hook them for throat. The guys say, after I don't spend my money here, I'm going to control this. So, but it's the same thing also we are asking for when we keep telling Mr. Peter Obi that he should control the party, you know, take hold of the party, because at the end of the day, where then is the internal democracy? So it took me a lot of time, because I felt like what I wanted, if you see all my action, because that's why when people ask me, when all of this whole drama about a neck, they had what did they have, that thing that they were voting, the convention or whatever, I was just, my mind, I was tuned off. I say I was tuned off because for me, I like to put my energy where I can see something that is working. The first thing about Labour Party, when that election was over, was we're going to sit down. This whole party by now should have like 10 million registered members. Let's begin to get people in, you know, do your convention, starting from the World Congresses, move it on, get people that will get this party working, revamp it, do a whole lot of things. And then the party people are holding on to this thing as if it's one thing or the other. I'm like, what's going on here? And they still can't see it. And so there's something that they call the law of the lead, right? And the law of the lead says you can't grow something beyond the mindset of the leader. So the leadership of the party, of the Labour Party, is still thinking small. They're not seeing this big, amazing, you know, opportunity that they have to be the biggest party in Africa. So it's very hard trying to get them to the place where they're she. So they are still holding on to that small position that they held before, where people, if they don't get, maybe they don't get tickets in one party, they come to them, and then something they are getting whatever. That's where they're still fixated on. And so in the case of Mr. Peter Obi, like some of the explanation he said, look, he's a party member, he's not a member of NEC. If you look at the constitution really of the party, he doesn't have that much, except if you want a situation whereby, like what is being done in other parties, bring in money, just throw away everybody, remove what do you call it, a democracy, remove internal democracy, and just do your thing. Then at the end of the day, what they have, we now become the people that we are fighting just for us, because it's the easy way out, right? It's the easy way out to get the things that you need to do. So for me, it took a long time, honestly. I'm like, okay, let's begin to see. I see your point. Let's work on this. But I totally agree with you. And for me, the question I've been asking myself, a long time, does it have to be Mr. Peter Obi that will start a new party? So that's the question I want us to leave all here with. Let's ponder on that. Because we keep saying, okay, Mr. Peter Obi, you get two heads. That means one head you get. And having another party, if Labour Party is turning out to be that party that is, welcoming of the people who want to go in, the welcoming of, what happens to, maybe other people should just start the party. Of course, you can say that, a party, any new party that is starting, of course, you're not thinking of running for presidency now. You don't have this. You can still make him your consensus, candidate, if that's what needs to happen. But like, I totally agree. These are some of the conversations that we need to have. But in terms of Mr. Peter Obi, what he wants, and even like the Edo family, there were a lot of people who said, you need to put your stamp, you need to do this, you need to, but he always insists on, let how do I put it? Let justice be done. Let things be done the right way. That's what he's always after. That internal democracy. Let the will of the people be, rather than one person who has so much power, controlling everything. That's what we've had with other parties. And look how badly it has gone for Nigeria. It hasn't really worked for Nigeria. So let's not also look for a way where we are looking for one person that will control the whole party. Let's not look for that internal democracy that continues to use people with competence, character, and capacity that will take the people. I don't know whether I've answered your question, but if I haven't, if I finish this thing, you can always let me know. But I think for me, I've gotten to that stage where it's easier. I can tell you something. It's easier for Mr. Peter Obi to take over the party. It makes everybody's work easier. Take over the party, have a hold of office, just do all of that thing that people do. Like we saw Wike literally hijacked a party and took hold of a party and did this. But how has that worked out for this thing, for PDP? And is that what we also want to see with Peter Obi and also Labour Party? Because at the end of the day, also, if you're doing things the same way others are doing it, what moral justification do you have to say that you're different, when in essence you're not really different? So that's some of the things that even I can tell you, it took me a long time, because I was on this man's head every day. I did on the neck, like, no, say me, my wahala for outside, you know, it's wahala where they do for person face to face. It's hard for me, but he kept explaining. I got to a place, I'm like, okay, I see your own point of view. There's also, I think you also talked about the performance of Labour Party in National Assembly, where their performance, like I said, it really hasn't been what it should be. But at the end of the day, I'm not taking responsibility for their performance, because really, these are people who were like accidental in a way. They only were beneficiaries of their proximity to Labour Party. If I vote anyone that I vote for again, that's the person I'm going to take responsibility for. I think what we must also do, someone asked me a question earlier before we went on break, am I thinking about running for office? Honestly, my goal now is to get Nigerians to run for office. Honestly, that's my goal. Get people with competence, character, capacity, and whatever it is, run for office, get into National Assembly, whatever it is. Let's get people that will do the right thing, so that, we will have time. We will have that good governance that we are yearning for. Right now, we haven't gotten it. And unfortunately, with the Labour Party members that had come in, they haven't really shown the way that they should shine. And it's quite unfortunate, really. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We've done 2 hours. We agreed on 90 minutes, so we're over the time. But if
we are.
Yeah, it depends on you, Aisha. If you want to continue, I will say those who are in.
Do a round up. I actually fasted today, so I've not really broken my fast, and I have 6 kilometers to walk this night, whether I like it or not. So.
All right, so we will just go straight to your question. Those who are in the studio, and then we will round up. All right, go ahead, Wale.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. And Aisha, you are really, not incarcerated. Sorry, if my incarcerated or whatever. Would rather come back. Yeah.
Man, I thought I would say big English abuse person. A person don't know what they talk. Now, you know, say some of us. Now, school we go on that tree.
Thank you. Let me. Really appreciate your time honoring this.
Thank you.
My concern is always how Nigeria is going to be rescued, despite the fact that when you would have voted, they are women. Women always be enemy of women. I don't know why we've brought women into this program, and we could see how they have a very good vision, passionate about what they want to do, but women are always the one that will bring them down, despite the fact that they know that. Anyway, that is on one side. We're trying to rescue Nigeria. We are Nigerians. But sometimes I used to think that, do Nigerians really want to be rescued? It's like you're trying to rescue slaves, and slaves don't even know that they are slaves. They are complacent, they are okay, but then they can complain under their roof without doing anything. My last question now is...
Well, I would say one question because we're out of time. And
we try to raise an individual, not the city. God forbid bad thing. If Mr. Peter B got called to glory tomorrow, would have. Sorry,
I didn't get your last part. With what?
If Mr. Peter Obi, God forbid, may God give him long life in good health. If he pine tomorrow, who do we look up to? Who do we run to say we want to? Because I feel like we're just building an individual.
All right. Well, thank you. We got it. KJ.
Okay. Dr. Damages, thank you so much. Sister, I don't follow you no be today.
Hey, well, thank you, bros.
And I totally, in fact, you are a true Nigerian. You stood for the people. You've done so many great things, and we're just happy listening to you. And God bless you and keep you, and make sure that you see that new Nigeria you're looking forward to.
Amen. Okay. Not like Dr. Damage is best for us. We don't eye us now. Don't give us side eye. Say no comments. Question straight. Not like slap us for hell.
Exactly.
No, I have just one question for you, and I'm not going to dwell in politics. I'm going to be on the side of the Nigerian people. And because I'm asking you this question because your voice is well heard and taken, your comments are well taken, into consideration by government and non-government people. So I'm going to ask you this. Now, in Nigeria, you find out that the Nigerian people, when they are traveling outside of Nigeria, they go to the embassy, and most times when they pay a very high price for the visa. Now, my question is this. In other clients, when you pay such amounts and your visa is not granted, you are refunded part of your money. Why is it not practicable or done in Nigeria that if you pay 200,000 naira for your visa and they find out that they cannot give you a visa, why do they not take their administrative costs out and refund the rest of the money to the Nigerian people? My question will lean on the fact that is that nobody is discussing this issue with these embassies or what? Because before Onyema did what he did, we were told that, it was the cost of coming to Nigeria was so much. And now we have all the costs falling down. Why can't we have a person who can sit in place and discuss on behalf of the Nigerian people, since we're a nation, and say this is not fair to the Nigerian people? And I'm asking you that because, like I said, your question will go a long way because your voice is
No,
heard
no,
around.
no, I don't get the question. I know I made Dr. Damage his best.
No, it's not me. It's about you. It's your time. We stay here for 8 hours. So, so it's your time that we're worried about. Okija, Anes.
The People's Queen, welcome to our platform.
Thank you. My husband was speaking of Africa, so let me be killing myself.
Dr. Damages, thank God you came back from hell. My question is this, Aisha. It's like, two questions in one. What is wrong with Nigerians fighting for Nigerians? I mean, fighting for people who fight for them. And I mean, you've said a lot of things, P2B, how, and the man in Bayelsa that gave money. And it's similar to this, something Wole asked. You see Nigerians, okay, like when they do those, what do they call that thing they do every year? They vote, Big Brother Nigeria, and they go out and they vote for people, something will not consign them. They will just put their money, Then when people that felt aggrieved, they were waiting for P2B to come to, ask them to come out instead of them, come out organically, just come out, do whatever they want to do. They want P2B to do that, say, oh, come out. Even if P2B asks them, because I'm asking this question because I've been involved in politics, I've tried to help, but I had bad experience, not because of the structures or whatever, but the people, the way what they demand from you and what they do. Okay, now you see someone like Showore. He came to Nigeria, left his family, and for how many years, the system was just, he was in prison for some time. Nigerians didn't come out to this man Showore, we need to fight for him. They have to release him. Nothing. It just, sometimes, a few people, his friends, they would just come and do demonstration, and then, and nothing else. He suffered for how many years, and then he just came back to his family this year. So, I mean, why is it Nigerians are not? I mean, I don't know. Mohbad died, and they were all over the place. I don't know, but they were not doing that for themselves. That's it scares me.
All right, thank you. All right, Aisha. So you answered the 3 questions, and then we take the last 2.
Okay. So let me start with the first of the questions that came here. They say most of the people that vote are women. Women are the enemies of women. I totally don't agree with that. No, I don't. And I will tell you this. This is a lie that is told. Women are actually women's friends. They are the ones who help each other. Most times when people look at women and say that, oh, a woman has come out to vote, that, why are women not voting for them? I laugh. Is there any man in Nigeria that has ever been told that if they vote a certain way, they will be divorced? I can tell you a lot of women have been told that. Women are controlled. They are told what to do. Some, if you dare not even have another candidate other than what your husband has asked you to. We saw a situation whereby Buhari, when they were voting 2019 election, he was actually looking at his wife DC to ensure what she voted. That's how bad. Because remember, she had said that if he doesn't do it, she will not vote for him. She had done all of those. He actually checked to ensure. So when we talk about this thing, women, there's most times, and I think, and I don't begrudge any man, because sometimes there's something that comes from is when a privilege, from a position of privilege, when there are certain things you don't understand. So I will explain to a lot of us here to say that a lot of women, like I go out, I don't see, like my contemporary, I don't see people saying to them, oh, thank God your wife allowed you to do this. Dr. Damages, has anybody ever said to you, oh, thank God your wife is allowing you to do what you do?
I had that. I stay too long on this show, 8 hours. Your wife must be somebody wonderful to allow you to.
Oh, okay. So you feel your wife on somebody, but nobody has said that your wife allowing you to do what you do. There's a woman, if you were a woman, you will get that constantly. And I can tell you, for example, you see, people travel with Mr. Peter Obi when he's doing certain things. When it's a man, You never hear anybody say that, oh, Peter Obi might be sleeping with that person, or the person might want to snatch it. But if it's a woman, you hear it. I want us to, as we are here, I want us to open our eyes to some of the things that women go through, right? You hardly see a woman get into a position and they say that, a man, he slept his way there. It's a woman. So when we talk about political power has nothing to do with your number. It also has something to do with your education and your financial power. So even some vote, you can't vote if you're not educated, if you don't know. There are places in this country where people will say to someone that, I will not give you permission to go out on election day to go and vote. Women are told not to go out and vote. These are some of the things that women have to deal with. So I think it's not complete when people just assume that, because women have higher number and then the woman is running, then automatically that woman should be voted. If she's not voted, that women are women's enemies. That's wrong. And I will tell you something. There is something they always used to tell us that, what's this woman's name? I think it's Sarah, right? Madam Sarah, that she ran for office and nobody voted for her. She got 0 votes. For many years, they told us that women hate women. But Madam Sarah did not spend 100 million naira. Pastor, what's his name? What's that? That makes it?
Bakare.
Pastor Bakare, how much did you spend to buy form, APC form? It's not 100 million naira.
Mm-hmm.
Did he get any votes?
No.
Did anybody say men are men's enemy because he didn't get votes? There is another person also. There are other amongst them also. There was that one that said he's from. He even had to put his wife and say that his mother. His mother was doing this thing that gave birth to him. The mother, he caused his mama for state. He no get any vote, and he spent 100 million naira.
Sorry, Aisha, that's not what I mean.
No, that's what you go ahead.
What I mean is, people like you, I see you as a woman all over Nigeria. I see you as someone whose voice is very, how dare. I'm thinking that why women are not coming to support you. I wish I could see like 5 or 10 women or even 50.
No, so it's still the same. It's still the same thing. I'm getting there. Why would they support me?
Want a better Nigeria.
No, but there are also a lot of men that want better Nigeria. Okay, Showore was running. Showore wanted a better Nigeria. Why didn't men vote for him? Does that mean men hate men? We are talking the same thing, but you might not look at it from that angle. We are saying the same thing. I haven't even run for any office. And honestly, if I run for office today, I don't win. I'm not going to prove the woman card. I'm not going to say it's because I'm a woman, I didn't win or anything. I'm going to go back and look at what could I have done. You understand? But the thing is that, like somebody like Showore is popular. Showore has run for office. He hasn't won, but does that mean men hate men? I know you didn't look. You are not looking at it from that point. I'm just opening your eyes to say this is what normally happens. So most times, what happens is that as women, we are lumped into one place and even sometimes as if it's one homogeneous group. No, it isn't. That's why sometimes when a woman does something, they will tell you, like some people will say, after all, they've given women position. See these women, they have stolen this money, that woman, and I'm saying to that, for every day, Ziani, there are thousands of the Suki. If the Suki has not stopped a man from occupying an office, it shouldn't stop a woman from occupying that. It might not be something you looked at. And I'll give you an example. There was a time when in 2018, Dr. Obidients Ezekwesili was running for office. So of course there were a lot of people who come, she cannot even, this one, blah, blah, blah. So there was a friend of mine who said that he doesn't see why are they always making it about gender women, that nobody has ever stopped any woman from running for office. So he doesn't. So I called him and I said, as you are, you really don't have that much experience. You don't have the BC. But if you are running for office today, will anybody tell you that no man can be a president in Nigeria? He said no. I said, so that's your privilege. But as a woman, they will tell you, no matter how, Dr. Obidients Ezekwesili was vice president, World Bank. If you are talking of policies, that woman, she's amazing. And I'll personally tell you today, if Dr. Obidients Ezekwesili and Peter Obi are running for office, Aisha Yesufu, now Dr. Obidients Ezekwesili the support. That woman's strong. And she carry Nigerian matter for her. But you know what? People will say to her, a woman can never be president. I've been told that as a Muslim woman from Edo State, I can never be governor. I'm from Edo State, I'm a Muslim. But somebody looks at me and says, you can never be governor because of my gender, not even with, if you remove my gender, even because of my religion. So these are certain things, you know, so that's why I talk about privileges. Sometimes we don't get them, we don't see what they are, but that's actually what. So women, honestly, I can tell you, you'll be shocked at very educated women who are told what to do. They can't have their own voice. They can't vote for another person. They can't, even though you sure they won't tell them that they go and say that you're not going anywhere. Do you know who is the man of the house? You know, so those are some of the things that women have to deal with. And I totally understand, and I totally get what you're saying. I'm just trying to give you an inkling of what the whole thing is about. I totally understand where you are coming from, where it has to be, you know, this gender. And don't forget tradition. A lot of tradition and religion has been put in such a way that, oh, women can't be rulers. Women cannot lead, not rulers, leaders. Women cannot be leaders. Women cannot be this. But, and then you see some people, like I would give you an example. Let me just break it down for you. I shared a video. There was a program that my husband was at during someone's 70th birthday. And so my husband did something. The video was out there. And what my husband was trying to say was that, look, men have power, that normally men are built with power, with strength, that strength is not meant for you to be pummeling. I'm trying to use his exact words now, pummel your wife or your children, but to protect, you know, your wife and children. And then he talked about, you know, that sometimes that men should allow their women rights, so that he has seen situations whereby some people feel that, oh, if their women are rising, wives are rising too much, that they will no longer respect them. And then my husband said that respect is earned, it's not commanded. And you know, guess what? Somebody in the comment section, because I put it on my Twitter handle, he comes to say that, oh, your husband must be a mumu man. That irrespective, no matter what, you must respect the man. If you like him, you can add to the respect. So you see, for some people, that's their mindset. And I can tell you because I was at that program when my husband did that, there was a guy that came to meet my husband that what my husband said touched him, because his wife was working in an oil company in this Nigeria. Imagine the salary of oil company. He wasn't working. His job wasn't that good. I think he was earning like 30 or 40K when they got married, that he forced his wife to resign. And that they because of course financially they had to suffer in that, but that was him coming to actually tell my husband that he went through that physically and saw the effect of that thing. So what I'm trying to say to you, but anyway, what he doesn't realize, the mumu husbands, now then they enjoy you, now then they get premium love. They give them premium love. That's why I want to say there before somebody they hear where. Because if woman want to deal with you, go deal with you. It's better you calm down, let her respect you and see her boss. Not be saying you go to feel say you won't get that respect by force. But I'm just trying to tell you to see what it is that women have to deal with. And I'll give you an example. There was a time when you have this cooking issue. Fumi Yanda, I think, it's not Fumi Yanda. Who is it now? Because I have problem with names. I'm not very good at names. Betty Rabo. Yes, Betty Rabo. Betty Rabo is, I think, 67. She just celebrated her 67th birthday. She has been married for over 40 years. Little children that have never gotten married, that have not yet gotten married, in their 20s and 30s, cursed that woman out. Because she said, during one time there was argument on Twitter, and she said, any man that is deserving, you will cook for him, you will do anything for him. And they said to her, how dare she say, no, she said any husband that is, how dare she say husband that is deserving, that anybody, as long as they are husband, they are deserving. So there's a lot of things that women go through. Sometimes we don't. So that's why I'm just trying to bring this up. But I totally understand where your point is coming from. And I tell you, the same people that will see me today, when I say I want to run for office, that's why they will not come. They will abuse my papa and mama teeth. I totally get where you're coming from. It's irrespective of gender. And I think in the questions that have been asked, I will answer that as we go on for some of us to see. Then you ask the question, do Nigerians really want to be rescued? No, they don't. No that and no peace. Me, Aisha Yesufu, I tell them, I no longer cry more than the bereaved. I cry with the bereaved. If the bereaved no one cry, all of us go they laugh, they eat bomo. Because let me tell you something. There's something about Nigerians and their pity parties. They love it. They love to be able to say that, now we the suffer pass. So that's why you will see them celebrating people's. I said today all over on Twitter. I think at one time I saw Aisha trending. I didn't open it, but I'm sure it was my Aisha that was trending because they were trying to whitewash Jonathan. And I said, no, you can't whitewash Jonathan. Jonathan was a failure. The fact that Buhari failed more than Jonathan doesn't mean Jonathan was not a failure. And the fact that Tinubu is failing more than Buhari doesn't mean that Buhari was not a failure. But guess what? Nigerians will defend failures so that they will feel good. Because if they don't do that, how can they hold their pity parties? You know, one of the things that I no longer do, I don't tolerate Nigeria sitting down and doing that. How the country is back, cut me out. I'm not going to sit down and listen with you. I'm not going to gist with you because do something about it. You know, there are some people who deliberately, they don't get jobs. Because if they get jobs, they don't get as much money as when they were jobless. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen people who do that? They ask around. Because, you know, when they don't have job, people pity them more. So, and then they keep giving them. When they have job, they say, but you are working, a guy. Are you not working? So there are some who deliberately don't do that. So that's the situation Nigerians are. They love their pity parties. They love to come and complain and talk about how they... Well,
I'm looking for that charger for.
Sorry.
iPhone charger.
No, it's not here.
I think I can iPad.
Okay, iPad charger. I don't think it's here. Sorry, please. It's my main guy, my baby boy that is interrupting us. Anyway, let me come back. So they love their pity parties, right? And then guess what? They don't want to do anything about it. So they want to be praying. You see, the biggest problem we have in Nigeria, religious leaders, or I call them religious rulers. You see those people, until Nigerians are able to collect their power from their hand, voila, we know we'll get sense. The religious rulers and the political rulers are in the same WhatsApp group. So what they do is that they have a symbiotic relationship. The religious rulers, they need bad governance to be able to sell cheap miracle. So if I go to a U.S. embassy, now before I go to U.S. embassy, I will go either to my malam or my pastor or my dibia or my babala or my boka, right? I tell them to pray for me, to do this, so they pray for me when I go, and then I will get the visa. I will come and do testimony. How that pastor can pray very well. How that malam. What about the countries of people that don't need visa to go to U.S.? Do they have two heads? So when somebody will finish school, they will carry their NYC certificate. They say to go and meet these people to pray for them. They'll be telling you they sell cheap miracles. So what they need to do, but the more government gives bad governance, the more they come to them. So that's the reason why I think a few months ago I said to people, listen, Hisba is going to activate itself. It's going to be doing more things, arresting people, doing all sorts of things. Because why? They need to show that they are religiously working. So that when people are talking about suffering, they say, it's because of the Islam they are doing for you. The thing we have, and let me just break it down a little bit. In the southern part of the country, Christianity is dominant. In the northern part of the country, Islam is dominant. I'm from the south, so I'm a minority from the southern part of the country. In the Christian world in Nigeria, do you know what they do? They tell you that look for your own miracle. Don't hold government accountable. That's how they enslave the ones that believe in the Christian faith. Look for your own miracle. Why are you bothered about government? Come and sow your seed. Use your first salary to sow the seed. You will get this money, you get that money. Yeah. In the Islamic part of Nigeria, so what they say to you is that don't bother about what is happening right now. Don't bother about the bad governance. Just focus on hereafter, so that when you go to the hereafter, you will enter paradise and enjoy. So that's why they will say to you, protest is haram. And don't protest, those people are whatever. So you see, what they've done is that these people have connived together to keep the people down. So Nigerians are, until they free themselves from that. And then what we now have is that those in politics, through the religious leaders, they are able to suppress the people so that there's no uprising. And another thing is that, don't forget, the first set of dictators that Nigerians came across were actually their parents. Parents oppress their children from speaking. How dare you speak? You are a stubborn child. We were called the stubborn child. We collect beating, no be small. These are coconut head. They beat us. You know, they call you a stubborn child. You can't say anything. Your parents are talking. You dare not even question. You dare not ask for this thing, explanation, or anything. They will call you all sorts of this. So we got used to that. And then elders also did that to us, our teachers, our everything. So when we became adults, we simply replaced our government, our parents, teachers with government. So now don't talk when government is talking. That's why when you are, even when you are making demands on government, somebody will come and tell you that, don't you know that the president is as old as is old enough to be your grandfather? And I'm saying, who voted him to be grandfather? If he wants to be grandfather, he should stay in the village. When we come, we go dobale, we go kneel down, we go greet him. Bale, well done. But you cannot be occupying using our money in Aso Villa and tell us to treat him like grandfather when you are failing on that. So these are some of the things, you know, that Nigerians have had to go through. So if you tell me, do Nigerians know they don't want to be rescued? Another thing also is that, why would they be rescued when you are there to pay their children's school fees? When you are there to send money for them for feeding? When you are there to take care of them when they are sick? When you are there to give them money to do their wife's naming ceremony? You are their government now. So which rescue? So it's you that we come to. And that's why for me, I say we need to get to that place where we are doing tough love. People must understand relationship between governors and their lives. You see someone, we not, maybe, I always use this example that you see a woman who has maybe a parent who is selling ice fish. Maybe the husband is doing vulcanizer job. They've struggled so much. They've sent their daughter or their son to school. They've graduated. Their children are graduated. No job. And then the pastor or the man will tell them that it is their village people that have tied down their jobs. We tell them that it is enemies. It is principalities and powers. It's not lie. Meanwhile, it is the fact that the economy is contracting. That's why their children don't have jobs. Businesses are leaving Nigeria. There is bad governance, but they will never tell you that. They will not tell you to come and be sowing seed that it's enemies that are worrying you. You know who the enemy is. So these are some of the people. These are some of the problems that we've had over the time. So on the issue of okay, if Peter Obi dies tomorrow, very valid question. You know, I think when people are trying to, okay, no, God forbid, I say I'm not wishing, go die, all of us go die. So these are things that we have to be prepared for. You understand? Even Peter Obi himself, he said there was a program that he did. I think it was it some months ago in Abuja when he did that first thank you something in Abuja, and he said, if I die today, there will be hundreds of people, thousands of people that will take over. You know, there's something that Peter Obi did there that a lot of us are not understanding it. It's the fact that he has given people hope. His audacity has emboldened a lot of people. People that ordinarily would have said that, we can't do this thing can never happen. Now they are thinking, yes, they can. For Peter Obi to come out of that whole PDP and said, I'm going to do this on my own. If I fail, I fail. Whatever. That was audacious. And that thing has all equally motivated a lot of people. And so there are so many people who are already doing things. And Peter Obi has opened people's eyes to this whole politics. People are not saying that the politics not be as we think of. Before, all of us were thinking it was one big magic. Now they're saying, so there are more people who are coming up. But I totally agree with what you're saying, which is what we always want to do. We always want to project everything on one person. Because, you know, one of the things with us, Nigeria, which comes to that place where you talk about, Nigerians usually don't want to do too much work. So they are looking for one person that, okay, if we this person, let him just go and be doing it, then we can go and sleep. Even though I keep there, you can't sleep. I'm a bit of be enter office today. Now then your eye go open. If he cough, you go ask her which kind of cough he cough. Now expensive cough, I been a cheap cough. I been when he cough, waiting for from inside. But if people don't understand that the price, who was it? There's an American former president who said the price for democracy is eternal vigilance. You can't vote someone into office and go away and not do that. That's how when we are holding Alessoti accountable, some people are coming, you can who will be? As long as you are there, you have to be held accountable. So I totally understand. I totally agree with what you're saying. It should not be something that is invested in one person. It should be, there's a totality of a generation that is being awakened to the point where they understand that governance affects their life. And it's very important for every one of us to focus on that governance. And that's why recently I sent a message to Peter and I said, look, the thing that we need to, and which is what he also is also focused on, that we need to build an army of people in office. Who are the people that are going to occupy state houses of assembly? Who are the people that are going to go to as councillors, local government chairmen? What do you call it now? This National Assembly? Even if it's government, we need to start working on that. I think that's what Wole is talking about. You can't just leave something and say it's one person. No, we have to have people who are there, so that nothing is invested in one. And that's why I love the way the Obedient movement is. And I think, Rudolph, when I spoke to you earlier, when we were talking earlier, when I talked about the father, some people, I said, I'm not going to come here and tell you I'm speaking on behalf of the Obedient movement. There's no leader, there's no this. I know there are a lot of people who want that. I said, no, that's the worst kind of leadership you're looking for, this vertical leadership. So when you take one out, then the whole movement becomes nothing. But what we have is an horizontal, it's not the traditional vertical leadership, it's horizontal leadership, where people are emboldened on different sides. So if you're taking one out, there are 1 million others that are very strong. And so that's already happening. And there are a lot of people who, because of their participation in the Obedient movement, are already thinking about running for offices. So we must encourage that. And that's where I talk about, we must come look for a place where we put our monies where our votes are. We must look for a place where we are donating, so that people don't need to say they must have money before they run for office. You see where Mr. Peter Obi is, that one light and life, he was not a billionaire, he wouldn't have done it. Forget that thing. Yeah, people were raising money, forget it. If he was not a billionaire with his deep pocket, he would not feel dual. So he was able to, so we must get to a place whereby we can have people who have the passion to serve, who want to serve, and then they can run for office, and then we should have a platform where we are able to fund their election. When they get in there, they know we are the ones that put them there. If they run, man, next time we will not vote for them. So these are also some of the things, you know, that definitely we need to have happening in our country. So if what's the other thing? Okay, the other question of visa money, right? Why is visa money not refunded to Nigeria? Demand and supply. That's it. It at the end of the day, it's all economic. Especially that UK that will be forming there. This meanwhile they need our money to be surviving. Those visa that they will tell you they are not giving you, and it's all about demand and supply. There are a lot of Nigerians that want to leave the country. Some of these other places, they don't have as much, so they can afford to say, okay, even if they are not refunded, they will say we will not go. Or maybe they have a lot of countries that they can go to without visa. Most of us don't have a lot of countries we can go to without visa. So they don't even, so a good number of them don't need this visa, they can travel whatever. So until we get to a place where we are building, our country, where our country is strong enough, where people know that Nigerians are not looking for anywhere else to go, they are very much more than okay in their country, we will even get visa free this into this place. A lot of African countries are getting visa free this into many countries that we can't even go to. So that's where our focus is on. And I can tell you that this has not been as much priority because there are so many battles we are facing. I want to carry visa matter where they say na person wey chop food benefit na dey travel. Meanwhile, some people, they don't even have good quality education. I'm not saying that it's not a fight to be done. You understand? It's a fight to be done. And then most of the people that the fight affects, they can actually afford the visa. And they are not ready to come out. And there are not many people who are not going to take that on. But it's also something that people can take on. It's a fight that people can take on. But I can tell you at the end of the day, it's really about demand and supply. How many Nigerians are going out? How many Nigerians want to go there? In short, if you see how much Nigerians are paying for people to do visa for them, you'll be shocked. Some people are calling millions for all these agents. Forget how much they pay for visa fee. Go and see what they call agents who help you to package the whatever. If you see some of the monies they are calling it, they will tell you that some of them, they are into millions. To get you a tourist visa or visitor's visa, they are calling. So why are people paying that much? Because there's a need for it. So that's why sometimes these are some of the things that happens. But of course, by the time we begin to have a country that actually works for us, we won't have as much need to travel abroad, other than people going. And even when you travel abroad, they know definitely you are coming back to your country. The other time I applied for a Canadian visa, and they denied me. They said that they don't think I'm going to come back. Meanwhile, Canadian embassy in Nigeria are following me on Twitter, but they don't think I'm going to come back. But that if I think I'm going to come back, that I should rather say your father died. They look at a person where one week code beat up. I just saw that mommy when my husband they connect visa, they go there all the time. The next thing they laugh. I just threw away the thing. I just laughed over it and I threw away the thing.
Aisha, I'm so sorry, but on the flip side, if you have a US visa, you can go to Canada for 1 month and back to US. So you don't even need that Canadian visa since you already have a US visa. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. If you have a US visa, all you need to do, you fly to the US. From the US, you can visit Canada for 1 month and back to the US. So you are not flying from Nigeria straight to Canada, but from the US to Canada, back to US to wherever you are going. You can do that with US and Mexico.
Do you know? Oh my goodness! I didn't.
So you go pay me for that one. You go pay me for that one.
I'm supposed to pay you. You see what they talk about knowledge, eh? That person if person don't know something, the person go die. You know, as I'm saying to you, because I did the Reagan Faster Fellowship in 2023. That was March. I was supposed to do it in 2022 October. Because of the disappointment of this election, I deferred it. I wrote to them, I said, I cannot come here and be doing fellowship on democracy when the real democracy is happening in my country because someone has just emerged. So they graciously allowed me to push it. So as soon as the election was over, I think March 1st, I traveled to the US. I was there for 5 months. At one time, they were like, okay, I should travel to US, Canada and all. I started filling the form again. I was seeing them asking me all my siblings' address. Oh my, to wait the form. I didn't feel like I didn't know I could go. To honest, I didn't know. I would have done that. And even recently, my friend has been disturbing me to come and visit her because I'm supposed to be in Cancun for a birthday party and all of that. I'm like, I can't go. So, okay, thank you. So that means I can go. It means 1 week is even enough. Who wants to stay there for good? But you see what I'm trying to say is that this is how we get treated. They just tell you that, oh, you can't get this visa because they think you are not coming back. I'm like, what's in Canada that I'll not come back? France also denied me visa, myself and my children. I think that was like 2008 or something like that. I just threw it away. In 2022, it was the French government that invited me, 2022, 2023, that invited me to come to the same France. I said, oh, now first deny me, now still can't call me back again. But what I'm just trying to say is that we actually need to get to a place where we have a country. Nigeria shouldn't be seeking for visa to a lot of places. So that's, for me, I will put my energy on that. But it's something that many of us might not even know, that you refund or whatever, but it's something that if people feel really bad about it, they can always take it up. And it just takes one person to start it. And the beautiful thing about today is that we have social media. You can start a hashtag. Like this question, you can literally start it on social media. Some people will pick it up. Like even IELTS, like I think there were some, is it Canadian University, where some people were saying, oh, why are we paying IELTS? Why are people doing this exam? Why are people doing this? Well, we English, like English in Nigeria, we learn in English and some of that. I think some people have gotten that, some universities to stop accepting that. So those are some of the things, that can also happen. Then Oh, okay, yeah. I talked about demand and supply. Then what is wrong with Nigeria fighting for people who fight for them? You know, people don't like change. Nigerians, so the first thing is this. Nigerians are used to being treated badly. We've been treated badly all our lives. We've been told we shouldn't have a voice. I always say to people, if you want to see democracy, if you want to see human rights, start it from your family. How democratic are you in your family? Do you just make decision and tell everybody you've made decision? Or do you involve your children in your decision making? Even though you are the one that has the final say, right? But do you involve your children? Do you really allow their voices? So for me, those were part of the things I was very mindful of. We're very mindful in our house. We make decisions together. We call, okay, this is it, and we allow people's voices to be, even our children's voices. I remember when my daughter was, 9 years old? And let me share this story with you. In 2011, I was taking my son to school. So I branched at an ATM to withdraw some money. Somehow, we got late. And ordinarily, the drive from the school to our house to the school was like 5 minutes. So the boarding school my son was in. And the school was a very strict school. 8 p.m., if you get there 8 p.m., you will not be allowed in. So we got to a place, and it was, if we go through that way, it's going to be a one-way. And but we will get, it was at night, so there was nobody there. So no police, nothing. If we go through that one way, we'll be able to get to the gate before it will make it. So I slowed down, and I had myself, it was myself, my son, and my daughter. I think my daughter was 9, my son was about 11 or 12. My daughter was 9 going to 10. And so I said to them, okay, guys, this is it. If I go through this one way, because we try to do the right thing. I always try to do it with my kids, even seat belt, everything. I always say to people, I'm bringing on my children, not based on Nigerian standard, but international standard, so that wherever they go in, they will be good citizens. And I said to them, this is a problem. If we go the long way, we are going to miss the 8 p.m. deadline. But if we go this way, and my daughter said, no, mommy, it's wrong. It's one way. We can't go there. It's wrong. I said, fine. Yeah, you're right. And that was it. And I traveled the long way. And I got, and like Adri said, when we got there, they had already closed. There was a car in front of us. The car came down. They were arguing with the driver. That school, no send though. At that school, it's a school in Abuja. The vice president's child was a classmate with my daughter. All of these, them, Erufai, all these ministers, governors, blah, 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 they are all in that school. But the school discipline is their topmost. I remember a time that I went into the office of the registrar, and I saw a letter that had come from a state, the office of the first lady of a particular state, asking for her child to be withdrawn because her child was given this suspension or something for doing something, and they withdrew. They sent the child away. So those were no sent. Their rules are their rules. So I knew, as soon as I got there, we saw it. I turned back. I took my kids home. And the following morning, I woke up early to wake my son for him to get ready, so that because he has to now go as a day student, then I will now drop his things. And by the time I woke up, my son was already awake and dressed. This is someone that in the morning, for him to wake up, it takes a lot of time. Why am I sharing this story? 2 things happened that day. My daughter knew that she has a voice, and her voice is valid. And she can stop something that is wrong, because I was going to do something that was wrong. But I knew I could have entered that road without talking to my kids. But I've always told my kids to do the right thing. It doesn't matter. And I always say that even if everybody is doing it, doesn't make it right. And I can't just enter that road, because I'm listening, then I'm sending mixed signals to them. I asked their permission, and my daughter knew she could say, no, mommy, what you're doing is going to be wrong, and you shouldn't do it. And I listened. And my son learned that there's consequences for certain behavior. If you go late to your school, you will not be allowed in. And the next day, he stood up, he woke up early and got himself dressed. So how democratic are we in our houses? That's the first thing I ask people. How do we allow people to have voices? How do we allow children to have voices? Do we allow or do we shut them down and use the parent card? I have never used, and by the grace of God, I will never use the parent card on my children. I've never said to my children, I brought you to this, God forbid. Like earlier on, when somebody said that, oh, are you a grandmother? There was a statement I made. I said, it's my children's choice. It's not mine. I'm not going to be on there. I'm not one of those people that, oh, I need you to give me crap. No. It's your life. It's your choice. I respect it. I am your parent. I'm not your owner. So Nigerians are used to being shut down, being told. So they have gotten used. And don't forget that a good number of us were militarized. We grew up with military. I was 10 years old when Buhari did military coup. I'm not very familiar. I knew Shagari's era towards the end where he was taken out. So most of us are used to being militarized, being treated badly. So that's what they're used to. So when they see anybody who is treating them well, Nigerians are suspicious. When they see anybody who is taking them as human beings, Nigerians are suspicious. And you cannot blame them because there's a lot of people that have gotten in and they failed them. That's why now, even when I see people who say, oh, she's doing it because she wants popularity, she's doing it because she wants appointment, she's doing it because she wants money, I don't feel bad. Because they have seen so many cases that is justifiable for them to say that's the reason why people are doing it. So that's why, so there's always suspicious. And then another thing is that Nigeria is in an abusive relationship with Nigeria. So anybody that is trying to save them, they are suspicious and angry. Have you ever seen people in abusive relationship, whether women or men? Because there are men who are in abusive relationship, who their wives, they deal with them. There are women who are in abusive. If you are close to one, and you ever try to take them, you see how they react to them. You will not become the enemy. So that's what is happening in Nigeria too. So that's why when you see people are trying to fight for them, they are fighting the people who are fighting for them because they have been brainwashed. And like Stephen Biko said, the greatest weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. So they've used religion. They've used a lot of things. Things have been weaponized. Poverty has been weaponized. A lot of people can't think. A lot of people don't even know they have rights. Poor people don't know they have rights. They don't. They are busy struggling to see how they can put food on their table. The last thing they are thinking about is their rights. Any day that they are able to put food on their table, that's their activism. Illiteracy is being weaponized in Nigeria. Many people don't even know that they have rights or governance or what policy. So there are people who are using that. So of course, that's some of the reasons, that happen. And then another thing also is the fact that they also have people who are taking care of what government has failed. All of you that you are here now, you are subsidizing for government's failure. Yeah, we are all subsidizing government's failure. And the government will be making math and say that, oh, they will remove subsidy for this. I'm always in support for removal of subsidy on petrol. Even 2022, that was the reason why I was never part of Occupy Nigeria. Then I used to have trailers. I've been a transporter before. I used to have trailers. I used to run from the north to the south. I think I started that business around 2007 or 2008. And diesel was not subsidized. Diesel is the commercial fuel. It's the one that big vehicles use. It's the one that is used in industries and all of that. And I'm like, why if you're not subsidizing fuel, why are you diesel? Why are you subsidizing petrol, which is more or less used by the smaller this thing? But you see today, what we now have is that people, all the failure of government, people are subsidizing it. And most of the people then, even that did the Occupy Nigeria, what they kept saying was that even if government removes the subsidy, they will be stealing it through corruption. I was saying fight the corruption, but of course we're seeing it now. That's what is happening in Nigeria right now. But to come back to the core of the issue is that you subsidize for government. So many people have no inclination to fight for good governance because they know they can always come to you to beg for money. Abroad, for those Nigerians who are in diaspora, have you seen how many people you see go and knock on another person's door and say, I'm hungry, or I have not paid my children's school fees? The person you look at, are you crazy? You've done your children's school fee. Am I your government? So people are holding their government accountable there because they have no other person to hold accountable. We don't hold our government accountable here because we have other people to hold accountable. So that's part of the things, that has always been going on. So thank you. If I've missed any question, let me know.
No, thank you. So I don't know how much time you have. This is wonderful. I want to.
No, I think think I'll give you the last set of questions because I need to go and eat and I need to go and work. So
Okay.
so it's not so it doesn't come too late. Yeah.
Okay, I'll propose that another time we'll invite you to talk about social issues. I really like how you analyze these issues more than politics because I think it's very important. All right, so let's go to Paul. I think you're next. Yeah, Paul, go ahead.
Okay. So it's rather unfortunate that you missed this one. Assuming you're a Christian who for contribute for sorry, you're a Muslim. No offering for you.
Do you know? No, on a very light note, do you know? I've been taught so many times that I should be a pastor. Like, oh, you make a good pastor. There is even this senator in this U.S. senator. Is it Shirley something? When she came to Nigeria, she was like, "Oh, you're not a pastor. You need to be a pastor and all of that." So no, I don't hear that one plenty times. No, Allah.
Okay. So let me greet you like as we greet back in the days when we were together up there. Aisha, whether you like it or not, the good God will bless you. Whether you like it or not. Yeah. So thank you. You are doing a very great job. But Aisha, I want to ask this question, and it's been bothering me because the last election, I felt bad. To some extent, I don't want to believe the results that they give every one of us from APC, PDP, and even though the Labour Party. Because what we get from the Buhari's era, when they talk about this number of votes, Buhari, 8 million votes. Now we started calling Peter Obi with his 6 million votes. I don't want to believe those numbers. I just feel that it's numbers that they give us. And why I don't want to believe it, because there's no fact to it. You see, one of the ways when they do election, I live in the US, when they do election from poll, we started knowing the way the election will go. Then when the election started, what makes them call a state that you won the state, even when the election is still on, it is from the situation room. You know, Peter Obi has been a banker. If my mother put a 5 naira in Warri, they'll probably see it from their control room, maybe in headquarters somewhere in Victoria Island in Lagos. If somebody buy Coke in Lagos, there's a way that money will find its way all the way to Atlanta in America, you know. So this is the thing. So I am asking, what are you guys doing to work on strongly your situation room where you can timestamp every places they vote? You can have a good timestamp where you'll be releasing your stuff and every other thing. So we'll be seeing it in real time where you won from your own situation room, not what they are telling us when they will disagree again. Because it's very, very important. The 50 states in America, we are seeing them from their own situation room. There is no general thing where you say, oh, we have this INEC. So what are you guys doing with your situation room? I think it's going to bring more transparent and accountability. Then you also mentioned on the soft side, you also talk about going to Cancun. I know Cancun is the Mexico thing. Your US visa can also take you to Mexico without having a visa to Mexico as well, like Canada.
All right.
Thank you.
Paul, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's quickly go to Kando.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Madam Aisha. I don't really have a question. I am just grateful for people like you out there. I come from a lineage of strong women that are also very respectful to their husbands, like you would not believe. So I understand where you come from. I hope the biggest takeaway from this meeting today will be the numerous number of young men and women, especially women, who will be able to see this and understand the passion, the drive, the belief in empowering people. You know, when you spoke about, excuse me, when you spoke earlier about we in the abroad that are facilitating bad government, I truly understand it. And I haven't recently been on the ground in Nigeria myself. I've been one of those people that used to pay for people's school fees and what have you. But what I've come to understand is that there are a lot of people on the ground that don't even know what to do. They're totally lost. So when you're able to actually sit people down and say, okay, what do you have a passion for? Because I believe when people find something that they're passionate about, it tends not to become a job any longer. They're happy to wake up to go to it. So I support the notion that you have about not giving handout to people, but finding what they can do and pouring into that so that they themselves be able to fend for themselves. Because like I always say, what if I get hit by Kekelemu tomorrow? Then there's no more money coming to you. So I believe in putting people in position that no matter how little, you will be surprised how many people actually have a job on the ground that are making 40,000, 30,000 a month. And when you can sit them down and say, look, yeah, I'll pour into this and I will supervise it, not just pour into, but I will encourage you. I will hold your hand, be your backbone, and we can do this together. And how much that you can start seeing changes in people's lives. It's truly remarkable. So I commend your stand, your many stands. You, like I said, you're a woman like sisters that I have that are very, very strong people, but they don't take their husbands for a joke for 1 second. So people should understand, especially the young women out there, that you can be a mother, you can be a wife, and still have a voice. It's not being disrespectful, and being able to, you know, show leadership by example. That story of you not taking the wrong way. It almost happened to me. Well, it almost happened to me a number of times in Lagos. People are like, "Oh, take the BT. The driving is gonna." I'm like, "No, no, no. I will get out of this car and leave you by yourself because I'm not gonna be begging any police officer say, oh God, no, I don't know how to do that." So being able to show, especially children, when my children were growing up, I used to say, if you go to a store and you give the cashier $10 and the cashier hands you back $90, especially when you have your children with you and you think you have won something. No, you're not creating children that are going to Penn State. You're going to state, you are creating children that will go to state Penn because that's what you're teaching them. You're teaching them immorality, and it is good to get away with things. So from every fiber of my being, I thank the person that I believe that you are. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. James, you have the last question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you are hearing me.
Yeah.
Are you hearing me? Good. I just want to draw your attention to something, and that is politicians take undue advantage of you and me because we are not critical enough. Whenever it is time for electionary campaign, they don't give us their manifestos. If you ask them, where's your manifesto? They tell you, oh, go to the internet, you see it there. They don't give us any concrete promise. And this is the reason why I'm saying this. Take Bola Tinubu, for example. When they took over the government, they messed up the economy through this so-called exchange rate. They did not do their groundwork before they took over government. And the value of the naira depreciated considerably. Now, if a politician is canvassing for votes, he should give us a blueprint. I always cite education as an example. If you want to provide education for the people, you should know the number of children you want to cater for in each political constituency in the country. The erasers they will use, the pencils they will use, the pens they will use, textbooks, teachers, desk, chalk, salaries for each political constituency. That is the work of the political party because you want to govern the country. All the parties have got offices in all the constituencies in the country. What are they doing? What is their research and development department doing? Now, if it is agriculture, like take Bender, for example, former Bender state where I come from. The what's it called? Plantain they produce in Ovia local government, what is the volume every year? The cassava they produce, what is the volume every year? The meat they eat, where does it come from? The potatoes and what have you, they don't have any figure to fall back on. Take Peter Obi, for example. He's talking about from consumption to production. Where is your blueprint? What industries do you want to produce? Set up. Where will the expertise come from? If we don't have enough qualified manpower, which universities do you want to send people to? How much will it cost? All these things should be broken down in 5 pieces. This is one thing political parties are not doing in Nigeria, to the best of my knowledge. It's only Obafemi Awolowo who has done such a thing during his action group, a UPN era, which I benefited from tremendously. Please take this into account in your discussions with political leaders. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Aisha, yes. Up to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. James, for that. Yeah, so I'm going to go back to the first question that was asked in the series, whether it's question or comment, I can't remember, but it's basically talking about the situation room and what are the things that we're doing. I totally agree with you in terms of situation rooms are very important, and like you did say, even in like in the United States, many of us didn't even know how much they did those counting until the last election between Biden and Trump, and we say, all that what we used to see, they would just say, oh, election has been done. Meanwhile, counting, what was still going on. One of the things also is that media play a lot of role in those countries. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we don't have as much, and so some of them are able to call in all of these results. They have situation room set up. It's one of the things, like when I did my fellowship, the PASEC fellowship, those are one of the parts of the for me recommendation that I put forward, in the fact that we need to have, and as I was thinking, I was just thinking about, there's a particular name they call it, I can't remember what it is. Just like what we have the IREF, we need to have situation like that for citizens, where we are calling in results. And civil organizations, civil society organizations play a huge role in this. We need to have a Nigerian situation room. I don't know what happened to it. There, of course, maybe the issue of funding and all that, because this is really very expensive. And you're talking about billions of naira to be able to do this. So usually organizations come out to do this instead of more of individuals in trying to get all the results coming in from every part of the country. But I totally agree with you. It's something that has to be worked upon, something that we really need to make it a priority, which we've already done. And it has to also do with the issue of polling unit agents. We need those polling unit agents in every of the polling units that we have in Nigeria. We have close to 200,000 polling units, and even if you're paying the polling unit agents 10,000 naira, which is the smallest of the smallest of the smallest. I remember when Mr. Peter Obi, that was the budget we had set aside, 10,000 naira, and Labour Party had about 113 something thousand polling unit agents. We had to set around 1.4 billion polling unit agent. That's just for polling unit agent coming from someone's pocket. So, and if you're going to do this for a long time, you need quite a lot of resources to be able to do it. And elections are very expensive in Nigeria. It has nothing to, it's not even about, oh, you are bribing people, or you are using it to buy delegates, or you are using it to buy no, just the normal things that are done. It's expensive. If you're going to give polling unit agents 20,000 naira, of course, they're working on that day to help them with food that they're going to eat, transportation, and all of that. If it's 20,000 naira, you already looking at almost 4 billion naira alone for polling unit agents. And don't forget, I think the cap we have for election spending is about 5 billion for presidential election. So these are some of the things that one has to grapple with. But I totally agree that it's something that we need to focus on. We're already looking at that anyways, because it's one of the things where we were badly affected in the last election. Part of the things where we have, and I know there are a lot of people who are not happy with me, even in the party and all of that, because we got to a place where we realized that there was a lot of swapping. There was a lot of names that weren't the names that we're supposed to have as a polling unit agents, and they were all of these trying to do things in the normal way they were done before. I was the person who was put in charge of the payment of polling unit agents, and Lord have mercy, that election day was crazy. Just sitting down and I'm getting, you're supposed to transfer 300 million to this, 50 million to that, 100. I'm like, how? Where? No, that's how they are doing. You know, in election, you cannot ask questions. I'm like, We cannot ask questions where they're like, no, but this is technology. We're going to pay them directly. We're going to pay the people who are no. There was even a meeting we were at, and someone said to me, Aisha, how did you think you were going to stay in Abuja and you'll be overseeing the polling unit agents that are in Sokoto somewhere? Or I said, through the phone now. We all had their phone numbers. Have you forgotten that it was the names and the phone? And they say, but some of them cannot read and write. And they say, if they can't read and write, how are they our polling unit agents? Excuse me? So it was a talk that day. My phone call they keep us if I don't die. I thought my husband come and say, this whole police, let them not come and say it's because of you that Peter Obi did not win the election. This I said no. I said because what I realized was people just wanted this money to be sent to them and that's it. I said no, we're gonna pay them directly. How are you going to pay them? That's how, because we have all the names. And I'll give you, let me digress a little bit. When we did the so let me tell you, it was crazy. So we had this election, right? We had a particular organization that said they had put together 40,000 polling unit agents that had gone for this thing. We should send money to them. So we're going to attend 10,000 naira. That's 400 million naira. I said, Mom, I'm not, how? I said, how did you set up agent without first of all, okay, you set up polling unit agent. You didn't make way that you were going to pay them. You didn't discuss with the candidate to know whether it's going to pay them. You have the money to pay them. You just sit down and you just tell me you have 40 and you should just send me 400 million. I said, that's not on my word. Me, I'm a market woman. I've never done contract with business. I have no intention. I'm not even interested. I don't have the strength. I'm a market woman. Everyone covered. They work hard for them. So money they miss, so I don't use it anyhow. So we got to a place at the end of the day, Appeal was now like, okay, no problem. Okay, let's wait and say that, okay, you know what? Bring the results that you collected. You know what they said to me? Oh, they didn't make arrangement to collect results. You made arrangement to collect money. They didn't make arrangement to collect. I said, sorry, not on my watch. You people see that? Some of them they say that my hand touched past Peter Obi. That's what they use to abuse me. Because I really refuse to. Honestly, it's crazy how people think they can just use somebody's money anyhow. So on that year, I totally agree. We need to get work on that polling unit agents and everything. Get all of that together because it's crazy. If you whatever rot that you think there is in our political system, it's worse. Let me look at Mr. James. It's worse than what you think about. It's bad, and that's what I'm saying to people. We need to get people with second jobs into politics because it's crazy. For some people, I think they've taken it as an entrepreneurship that every 4 years they make so much humongous amount of money, and that's what they're waiting for. And it's not just a Labour Party, it's all the parties. People just doing all sorts of things. And what they're looking for, let candidate come, they eat up people's money and they get to have collect so much money and all of that. So if we really want good governance, we must to get to a point where that is no longer an issue. So yes, for me, it's part of the things that we really need to also begin to work with. Even if it's not the candidate himself, we as people should begin to find a way where we are putting these things together, so that when results are coming, INEC should also know that there is a counter result that is out there. So it makes it more difficult for the person to come and manipulate or rig election and do all of that. Yeah, the second, this was not really a question, but for me, when it comes to my husband, it's something that I'm very open with. I mean, my husband, he's my mentor, he's my teacher, he's my number one you know, when they say cheerleader, he's one that I got married when I was in level 3. Yeah, I got married when I was in level 3, and I had our son when I was in level 4. I went to NYC with my son. I'm a very intelligent person, but actually, and also a very lazy person. So I really don't even bother about it. Even when I was in school of medicine, what's my own? If I don't read, if I shall read walking into an exam, if there's no CA, I can be sure of my A. So I'm a very lazy person. So when I came to ABU, I left. When I came to BUK after I left ABU, I realized that E was fast. You know, in medical, this is C, D is fail. C is the least fast. So I didn't know that other students, for them, E was fast. So when I came to BUK, I saw that people, E was, I was like, why are you reading? E is fast now. So what's the big deal about this thing? But it was my husband, you know, when we started courting, he was the one like, oh, you need to get second class upper and all of that. Me, that I used to get my E's and D's, and I started reading and I started getting my A's. I actually came out with that second class upper. But he's one person who even in 1998 had said to me, I need to have my own money. I need to be financially independent so you'll be able to have more of your voice. So he's someone who always makes life extremely easy for me, someone who is very loving. And so for me, I respect my husband absolutely. High level, tops, nothing about it. And he's someone that he doesn't try to like stop me from doing something, or oh no, you can't do this or whatever, use his power or whatever. But he knows that if there's anything I want, he gives it to me, and I'm very mindful of that. So, and I don't take that for granted. And if there are certain things I know, even my husband is not like, I know he doesn't really like it. Even if he doesn't say it, I wouldn't do it. I always say to people, like the other day, even with I think we are supposed to, when Peter Obi did his Twitter session, there was a team with him. You know, sometimes you're like sitting down, some of the questions, some of the things that he needs to, you know, talk about, or some things he had missed out. And they were like, it was gonna be at night. I'm like, nah, I'm going in. It's like, yeah, I know, because we all know that I don't go out at night or anything. It's something that my husband really doesn't like. Even he himself is always at home before 8 and all of that. And I don't do that. And everybody knows that that's part of the rule. I just don't joke about it. So for me, yes, I have an amazing human being who loves me, and I don't take him for granted. And absolutely, I respect him. He's someone who has really been my backbone. And when people are talking about, I'm that crazy one, he's the one that I get 6-footer for house. So what the person want to do? I know say if I come to fight, he will stand there for me, you know, that kind of thing. But that's it anyway. Then there's something you said about facilitating over here in Nigeria, facilitating the bad governance. No, Nigerians in diasporas are not facilitating bad governance. They are facilitating our mumu-ishness. They are the ones giving us a living environment to continue to be mumus and allow people to be giving us bad governance without doing anything about it. And I love the fact where you talk about putting people in a position. I've gotten to a place in life that, you see, that thing about individually giving money, voila, I think I've reduced it to like less than 5%. I would rather work on a project that benefits community rather than, because for me, you help people, you help them to set up businesses, you help them to do things. They still go back to where they were. They still either they are reckless with it or they don't just do anyhow. So let the community have something that they can use, rather than just having people just be there, just doing anyhow. Then the other thing on the kids, yes, when it comes to doing the right thing has to be done, and I think that's where a lot of us we miss out so many things. And I'll give some quick example, not because I'm trying to say that I'm a saint or something. No, not at all. I'm a crazy human being. But it's that the right thing that needs to be done needs to be done. In the year 2000, I was doing my NYC, and I got paid. I think about with 8,000 naira something. 3 times they made payment to me over my normal allowance, and I think the total money was about 8,000. And at that time, 8,000 was quite some money in the year 2000. And when I wanted to return that money, I got so much beef from my fellow coppers and even the people who were working at NYC. It was almost as if I was the enemy. Oh, how can you be so foolish? Yeah, now it's not your money paid extra. Enjoy. It was People's Bank, the Fox People's Bank. I said no. I had to return that money. And even at the NYC, this thing, I insisted. It was later on in life I was thinking, okay, maybe there was something they were doing. Maybe they have people they were paying extra money into and collecting it, but I don't know what it was. Maybe that was why they were beefing me. Because but at the end of the day, anytime I think about it, I always think about if I had eaten that money, that's now 24 years ago, I won't have the moral justification to speak on issues. I won't be able to speak on issues. I won't be able to speak about somebody's corruption. And so for me, it's always about, doing the right thing. Doing the right thing matters to me. You can beat me for anything, even as a child. But that right, I will say it as it is, and I will do what it is that needs to be done. So when you talk about that, going into places one way and they're having to beg police and I hate that thing, and not the small thing. So for me, I never see sometimes, there was something you mentioned, which was that when you are at a place with your children, what lessons are you teaching your children? And there's one thing I always say to parents. For example, there were times that my kids were in boarding school in Nigeria, right? And then there are certain things that are called contrabands that you can't come with. So when you are coming in, they will search your box, and then you find out that parents are helping their children to hide certain things and whatever. And I always say to them, you see this child that you are teaching to hide things and take contraband into the boarding school, you are also teaching them how they are going to hide things from you. You're also teaching them how they are going to disobey your own rules and regulations that you will set down, because that's what happened. But if something is wrong, if the school says they can't bring that, means they can't bring it, and my kids know that. Sorry, this is the law. This is what the school says, because we all go through the school program. Those rules and regulations they give you. I go through it with my kids. Oh, the inches of the hair. See what the school law says. It says also. So I think for my son's body, it was whether 1 inch or 2 inches, I can't remember now. Go through that, because it means that you need to be consistent in what you tell your children, and kids learn by example. What you do, not necessarily what you say. So those little things that you think that they are not paying attention, they are actually paying attention. And if you keep not doing the right thing, at the end of the day, you also are going to be affected. But when you do the right thing and you're also ready to be held accountable, and they can come and say, okay, mommy, why did you do that? You didn't, you too, you were wrong. Apologize, accept, and do that. And at the end of the day, we'll have more healthy society, and children who understand their rights, who will be vocal, who they will not make bad governance on them. And that's why I think this old generation of politicians have not realized that there are new citizens, the Gen Zs, that are our children, that we that were oppressed, we refuse to allow them to also be oppressed, and we've given them wings to fly. So they're still using the method they used to treat us with their parents, and they're using that on them, and that's definitely not going to work. And I'm going to round up today to say that there's this tweet I read some time ago that really made sense to me, which was that the greatest activism that we can do as human beings is to give society, great children. If you have children, bring them up to be great members of the society. And I think that's really very important. And it's also important for Nigerians to understand that we don't have any country other than our country, and we must do everything to make Nigeria a great country. The countries that we admire, it was citizens that came together and decided that enough was enough, that they were going to work for their country. And one of the things I also say to a lot of Nigerians in diaspora, especially those, there are some who have this attitude of, oh, we have a second passport, so whatever is happening with you people. I always say to them, there's a difference between a Nigerian Canadian and a British Canadian, because a Nigerian Canadian, when they see you there, they feel that You are there because you have to be there. The British Canadian, they will say, oh, you're there because you want to be there. So it helps everybody, whether we are in Nigeria and Nigerians that are in diaspora, and Nigerians that have second passport, for Nigeria to be great, because it gives you, more bragging power for you to know that the country you're coming from, you're not just like handouts, but you're a great, amazing country. And we really do have a great, amazing country that we all can be proud of, country that, we're so great, we're so blessed, we're so talented, we're audacious, we're amazing, we do so well. And it's only bad that we've allowed ourselves to be pulled down by bad leadership who use religion and tribalism to separate us. Before I round up, I will say to everyone, I always say, before you think about all the things that separate us, that I'm Esako, you are Igbo, or you are Yoruba, or you are Hausa, you are Kanuri or Nupe, let's think about the fact that we are united by bad governance, we are united by bad roads, we are united by bad quality public education. And I always say the greatest injustice in Nigeria is that access to good quality education is dependent on the economic status of one's family. We are united by lack of employment. We are united by so many things, lack of 24/7 electricity, lack of, good hospitals, lack of, services that we can call emergency services. So if we unite on these things that unite us and solve them, then I'll be able to look at Rudolph Okoko and say, guy, be like say you be Igbo, I be a Sako now. Waiting now. But until then, we don't get the luxury to be disunited. Thank you so much for having me.
But Aisha, we are not united on the electricity. That we have band A and band B.
They say band A, they are giving 20 hours electricity. Everybody say we don't see 20 hours. So now they be debanding the bands.
All right, Aisha, thank you so much for being with us today. It's been wonderful. 3 hours and a half. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And hopefully,
Doctor, you need to commit her when she's coming again. We need her time to time like this.
Yeah, because there are a lot of things to discuss, and we appreciate your wisdom in all this. All right, so we take a break. When we come back, we review what we had today, and we will. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. Dr. Damage is known. If you call me, I know if talk
his
no.
network television debut. This is his most recent album right here.
Thank you so much.
It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I am not gonna fool around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ó ti ṣànù kọ́. Ayé la bá fi sílẹ̀. Ọ̀nà èyí yọ.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging in here. Sorry for a lot of people who could not get the opportunity to ask a question. It wasn't my fault. We agreed on 90 minutes. I pushed it to 3 hours, 30 minutes. Hi, I've seen new faces here. Nice to see everybody. Yeah. So who are the people who are mad? There's somebody who was writing me, was really angry that he wanted to ask a question about accountability. Sometimes I make some judgment calls that may not be wrong, they may be right or may be wrong, but I felt that we had a video in the profile of her. We had a video of her talking about how she accounted for the money she controlled. We had P2B on the show saying that she accounted for the money she controlled during the campaign. So I didn't think that question about that she did not account for the money was very urgent. Just like for everybody to know, you can't control the guests in terms of how they answer questions. Sometimes, you will wish that they will answer questions. I always say to them, 2 minutes will be enough for any question, but sometimes it's not. All right, let's do a review of what happened. Thank you all for joining. We start with forefathers. And let's start from there.
Greetings, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the people on the panel, to the chat, and to the viewers. I think she basically did well, and most people asked her conciliatory questions. There's some element of that. That's why I speak the truth, was feeling like they didn't ask her some pertinent or challenging questions. But I'm not sure there is that much. That's why I didn't ask much question, because there was not that much to ask, because I agree with most of our positions. The only area I felt like I would like to have a discussion with her, not to just ask a question, was about the idea of democracy in the home and stuff like that, and the implications. And I felt like there was a little bit of the way her take on it was a little bit simplistic to an extent. But she did say that she didn't know much about foreign policy and that area. I really think it's important that any of our major politicians in Nigeria should have an awareness in such areas. And if she's listening, it's something that because she's very great at home already. She sounds like every other Nigerian. So she's already part of us. So I would recommend she keeps an eye on that arena because it affects a lot what is going on within our environment. I guess that's how I will leave it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I just want to take this moment to thank Nana O. I've seen some of your support to this program. I've not had a chance to meet you. I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you, just like everybody else. But most of the time it's when I'm not here that I see I'm informed that you support this program. We thank you for that. All right, let's see. Paul, let me skip you. Let me go to people who didn't have the chance to ask questions first, then we'll come back. Austin, you're next.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I think for me, she was apt. She was very okay. I really appreciate the part of the home, Sometimes some of us, we may have had the opportunity to talk to my father. I always said, whenever I want to talk, I like talking to my father because he reasons sometimes like a boy. He puts himself in your shoes and try to make you feel belong. So that's one part I've always liked, which I think I grab from it. And also being a mother and doing what she does and being able to really exhort the husband. In fact, I even decided to come in when the husband came around and said, and she was at least hailing the husband, and you saw the rapport between them. So it gives some of us hope who are married, or some of us who want to marry or have married, that we can make it in both sides, in the professional setting and also at home, to make things get better.
All right, thank you, Austin. Ton.
Okay. Hi. Good day, everybody. It was a good session, but I'm just going to direct this again. I'm not trying to be toxic. I mean, from what everything she said, I'm not even surprised. See, good upbringing, being polite has not gone out of fashion. When you tell people to do the correct thing, they will start abusing you and start this thing. Dr. Damages, this is for you. Is it fair for you to bring guests here? And that is why, if I'm a guest, to be quite honest, if you invite me to this program, I'll go back and look at the past broadcast and all that. I'll look at the comment section because there's this thing saying that the comment section doesn't matter what people say, you should just ignore them. That is not right. And you have moderators. Chim was sitting there. You were just looking. You can't do everything yourself. I even called out Chim. I said, bro, do your work. How can somebody say that how can somebody make such statement? If they make such statement, direct such statement to you, you will not be happy that she's empty-headed, just like your principal. I even forwarded a direct message to forefathers. Forefathers ignored me, and yet forefathers will have the temerity to put people in the background. Forefathers, you should stop that. You should just stop that, and that is why people attack you. Stop smiling sheepishly at me. I'm telling you the truth. You should stop that. Do your work as a moderator. Dr. Rudolph cannot do everything. If people are insulting your guests and all that, it is your responsibility to tell them to stop it. And if they don't stop, put them on timeout. Is it that hard? It is upbringing. And that is the crux of all what we are talking about today. Without good upbringing and all that, that is why you have irresponsible people like will come here and defend the indefensible. It is not right.
All right.
Apart from that, the session was great. Thank you.
Thank you, Tone. Let me just say, Tone, next time when you find something and you reach the moderators and they didn't respond, send it to me. And then you can also call me even though we're live. So that sometimes people send me messages, I don't get to see them because of other things I'm doing. But you call me, we'll eventually get to that.
Okay,
all right?
Yeah, I understand, Dr. Rudolph. One thing is that you're doing your best. I know that you can't be everywhere at this. I think it's only fair for them to look at this thing and help you out. We are all working as a team and all that. Let's just ensure that the right thing is done. Even forefathers himself, he gets worked up when people insult him. Why is our guest being insulted and all that? You just threw away. Even I pointed, I said, bro, do your work. All you just need to do, I called the person out, he's there. Chim, I called him out for one reason or the other. Maybe his device doesn't allow him to see comment section. I can't tell.
Say this, Tone. It's not everybody that is, when they are here, it doesn't mean they join the accounts where they have that privileges. So somebody might be here without having that privilege. Like Chima, I don't know what account he used to join. Maybe his personal account or the one that gives him the privilege to be a moderator. But like I said, if you reach out to moderators, or three, whoever is around, reach out to me, and if I don't respond, call me. We'll eventually get to that. But thank you.
All right.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Great job, Dr. Love. A very good job for the panelists and all that has transpired today. It's very well. For me, I was on the road, as you could see. At some point, I had to make a U-turn to come back to the studio so I could put out a question or two. Order notwithstanding, great job, Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Damages. The previous week, you had brought us some great people who spoke to us here, including Stella Damas. You brought us Moye, you brought us Tito B. I mean, if I keep naming all the people that you brought us, that's a good job. Just not to throw myself off the court, I will say this. That's not in defense of the moderators or anything, but they say if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. When you come out to the public space, somebody will say your mama, your papa, your everything, they'll throw it at you. Our guests have the capacity. If you like, call them whatever you want to call them. And I understand we can do everything possible to try to ameliorate for people to not insult. And when you see them, you flag them. You see them, you flag them. We can do so much. So my question that if I had the opportunity of speaking with Aisha, is on Edo politics. And this question has been asked before. The question that was asked Peter Obi when he was here was, are there any persons that you would not function with in the politics? And Peter Obi pretty much answered that question accordingly. By virtue of the fact that we're talking about Edo politics, where she by default hails from, there were some people in Edo who I see happen to have become a governorship candidate for one quacky party or another down in the same Edo State. To me, Aisha did a great job, particularly coming from the perspective of, from the angle of integrity, coming from the angle of, the person who was asking that question about did she account for, I was like, did you listen to this lady, to our guest? Did you listen to our guest for you to even ask that question? The guest had given you her life history, who she is. And I'm not saying that she's an angel, as we all put it, but she put it out there, and you can see integrity first class, right, in the face of Aisha Yesufu. I wanted to ask her a question in terms of when I said her personal chi is really at work. And I think some of us understand what our personal chi means. Because I wanted to link it to Obidients Melafia when he was up and some of us were following. And I wanted to also bring it to bear in terms of the question that I had asked Dele Ferrotumi in this forum before about being able to weave a basket around people like Omoye, people like Stella Damas, and there are great ones. And I also wanted to land it on the fact that with the character and the competence of the person of Aisha, whom we have seen today, I link them back to people like Fela's mother, the great activists who did their part during their time. And I also wanted to ask her what she could have done in terms of the same question I asked Omoye the last time, what she could have done for those people who sold their refrigerators, those people who sold their telephones, and the hope was dashed. And I also wanted to land it up with all this said and done.
Remember, you had one question.
Yes, but I put all my questions so that she could have been able to answer those questions in terms of the local politics, because we are sponsoring people in the localities. We sponsor people in Benue. We sponsor people in what you call it, in Delta State. We sponsor people. By that, I'm talking about Foundation Democracy Initiative.com. I wanted to know, in the present scheme of things, what can Aisha, in her position as a social entrepreneur, do to bring back? There is a constituency, whether we like it or not, there is a constituency that have fallen back to the backdrop, say, you know what, enough is enough. After all, they will switch off the beavers if they will use beavers again. There is that constituency who gave it all during this last time. What can she do in order to see to it that those people are encouraged? And of course, I believe in her local politics. All politics is local. So, Dr. Damages, I don't have too much to say because there is quite a lot to do. I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Damages, for continuing to steer this ship. And I see that Uncle James, or senior citizen James, like me, had come back, despite the fact at some point she has stormed out as a result of our behavior, or the behavior of some of our people here. So I pray that we all, when we have this genuine, and I mean, she is genuine. That's my own position. I don't know what else anybody else is thinking. She's genuine. When we have these people here, let's do the best we can to see if we can bring out that vineyard, that same fire that she has carried on. Let's see what we can do to blend it into our position here. And that's all I have to say. And Dr. Damages, now what's his name of that? So the guy that you guys did something with yesterday, right? Showore. I guess we're gonna have to have him back here.
He's coming in May.
Okay, we will be prepared for him. But at the same time, Peter Obi was in Ibuku yesterday. And I think I had informed you that we as Igbo Basics, we were there. Our people were particularly also with him. So we are still doing some things in the background, even though we are not up front here beating our drums. In the end, we'll go back to practicing bushcraft, which is what I'm getting ready for that.
All right. Thank you so much, Igbo Basics.
Oh, Dr. Damages. Zarulaya could not make it to what you call it, Okwadike's burial for some reason or the other, even though that Okwadike was the person who commissioned Zodiac Studios. His name is there as the person who did it. So we need to talk in the background to see what we can do so that when those kind of situations arise, we are able to make sure that they are there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And well done, all the panelists. Show. Continue the good job.
All right.
Thank you. And Mr. Paul, I wait for you in New Jersey. Tom, I'll see you soon.
I was in New Jersey 2 weeks ago, and I asked Doctor, they do anything? I was in Jersey. I was in Lindy.
But
all right, guys.
Next to your place.
You guys can talk after. So let's welcome B Marwa. I don't think I've seen you on. Maybe when I'm not here. Welcome to the show. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good evening.
I don't know if you are listening to me very well. This is my first time anyway.
Oh, okay.
And I do listen to you guys.
We can hear you.
I watch everything with you guys. Mr. Paul, it's like he's in the aviation sector. I understand. And it's like he's also, maybe he has a background in the military. So I connected always. And in fact, each time you begin to talk, I always what you said. Next thing I'll be a history.
Okay, your connection is not very clear. Do you have earpiece? Maybe you can just talk straight. Remove the earpiece and talk. Use the computer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just come up to kind of support our sister. Somebody said we don't support women, you know. So I tend to support her. You know, I support her. We to support things that women are not being supported. We support women actually. You know, so I come up just to kind of support her so that the woman also came on board. So I try to love him all this time, but Mr. Damage,
Oh, that's
and that's all I can say.
all right. Thank you. The line is bad. We didn't get everything you said, but I really appreciate you joining us. If you want, you can reconnect. Maybe the line will be better so that we can hear you. But I'm guessing that you've been watching and you know some of the characters we have on the screen. And that's what I found out yesterday when I went out there. People really, really know you guys well. and yeah. But thank you so much. We appreciate it. Odi.
Hi, good day, everybody.
Hi.
Dr. Damages. Well, thank you for bringing Aisha Yesufu. She's one of my sources of news in Nigeria. I was very disappointed I couldn't ask her, a question. There's too much fake news, but usually when I go to a YouTube channel, I'm able to extract, because she verifies her, news before she puts it out. I'm gonna say this. I know there are some people who are, itching to come and attack her. Look, like Igbo Bezi said, you can't, if you're going to come out to the community to put yourself out there, you have to have a tough skin, right? I do agree with Tone that, yeah, you should ask good, but we're not here to play. We're here to build a good country. And the idea that people for political agenda or for whatever, some misgivings, will just come to deliberately just bring people down, you can't accuse someone of, being corrupt without any evidence for me. And which is not fair. I watched some of the show yesterday. I know some people were ready to just attack her. I just say, for me, the litmus test is very simple. And this one thing I liked about Aisha, she talked about Obi as a Kweseli. And she said, look, if Obi is on the same ballot with Peter, I'm going to choose Obi because, she knows her stuff. She has put out things already that I know that I love. She supported Nuhu Ribadu. She supported Buhari. And this is a lady who sees the world the way I see it personally, is black and white. You see, there are people many times on this panel who are all, with us looking for a good government, a new Nigeria. But you see, many of these guys are romanticizing the idea of how great Tinubu is a politician, how if you want to study, how to be a politician, you have to go and read Tinubu book. Are you serious? So I know that for sure that I'm not this. I have no party in what these guys are talking about. I'm not of the same school of thought. If the idea to become, sorry, if the idea of becoming, a great politician is to rig your way in and then start stealing and corruption and nepotism is your idea of someone being, then I don't want to be a part of that. But, going to my question that I was going to ask, I disagree with her on one point about being in partisan politics. She says she's not a member of Labour Party. I understand that keeps her clean. But, one thing I advise people or have been saying is you can't really make a change if you're outside the game, right? For someone like her, she's already very big in Nigeria. Everybody, she's the only one who is calling Tinubu illegitimate, and nobody has arrested her. I'll tell you, if any of us, have that platform and call Tinubu illegitimate, if you go to any day you get to Abuja, they will pick you up, But she's in Abuja there calling the man illegitimate, and no one does anything to this woman. But this woman, imagine if she joined Labour Party, she could be a NEC member. She'll be there to make change. If she doesn't like, then she can move to any other party. Because let's say we build this new party, and Obi doesn't succeed with Labour Party, and there has to be a new party, or INEC brings, then who is going to be the board member? Who's going to be part of the next? Because if you don't get involved, how can you effect a change that you want to effect? She talks about people, building new generation of people who are going to run. But if people like her are not part of the executives of the party, people are not going to have the confidence to run. If people like her get into these parties, when they are doing meeting, if they see Aisha in the board member, if they go to do next meeting, and Aisha is there, everybody will be careful what they are doing, because the woman will go outside and say what you people did. So this is why, and I really, really disagree with her on that point. And I know she evolves and she's dynamic. I hope that one day she will understand, the idea that she's already in there. She has to be in there fully. She can't be halfway, and that's my, take on this. And it's nice to see you, panelists.
All right, thank you. Is Spike the Roof? I hope I'm calling it right. Is Spike the Roof? Welcome to the show. I don't think I've met you, but thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah. So I said a few people were kind of pissed that I asked in the comment section the question about what the question I wanted to ask her was about the accusations of misappropriation of funds. That was one of the questions I had actually. Of course, you're entitled to only one question, like you said, but I had like three questions. Like if wishes were horses and I could ask those questions, that was the three questions. So, and Igbo Basics is saying, well, why should I ask that? Maybe he didn't know it was me personally, of course, but why should you ask that if you know her life history and if you know her background? Well, you might know her background and you might know her life history, but I am not privy to that. And even if I was, based on what she told me, I am not interested. What I'm more interested in, of course, like any well-thinking and well-meaning person, will be the facts on the ground. So that does not take away anything. You're entitled to your own opinion, just like I am with mine. I have every right to say, well, there were these rumors that we heard that were all over social media, and we want an explanation to it. I don't think there's anything wrong with me asking that. Now, in addition to that, I wanted to know her opinion or her position. A big problem in Nigerian politics is voter manipulation. And one of the grouses a lot of the polity, especially supporters of the Labour Party, made was that the elections were rigged in the Southwest and the core North. But personally, hypocritically, they never talk about the parts where Labour Party was a stronghold, where his base, his core base, which of course we know was the southeast, or if we want to say the eastern part of the country. And I wanted to know her position. Did she think voter manipulation occurred in that area? And if it did, how does she think that should have been dealt with, especially since Mr. Obi challenged the results of the election? And one of the reasons he gave to the presidential electoral tribunal was that it was rigged. And then finally, I wanted to ask her about the future of Labour Party with regards to the next presidential election. As we all know, Peter Obi ran on account of the fact that he was supposedly younger. Well, not supposedly, he was factually younger than the other two big candidates. But ironically, and I think it was kind of asinine, Nigerians try to clothe him in the toga of being a youth, even though he's obviously in his 60s. So I wanted to ask, in the next election, Mr. Peter Obi is going to be 70, almost 70 years old.
No, I think 64, I believe. 65, maybe. Yeah.
Well, 65 is closer to 70 than 25 years old. You would agree. So he will be almost 70 years old. So if we're going with that premise and we had this youth thing going for him in this last elections, then what are the chances of the youth, not only in Labour Party, but in the Nigerian political sphere as a whole? And these were just questions I just wanted to put to her.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Next time, if you come in on time, you will ask any question you want. The thing is, I just wanted to make sure at that point when we are short of time, I was looking at questions that people were posting on the comment section and everywhere else. If it was something that is totally new, I could have found a way to put it out there, you know. So, but thank you. We appreciate you. Olumide, you're next.
Thank you, Rodolph. Respect to everybody else on the panel. For me, I don't really, I mean, everybody's questions kind of gave me an insight into what I would have loved to ask. So I only have some takeaways. Like one, she's a very, very candid woman. She seems to be very honest, straightforward, and I mean, few of those characters are not too many in Nigeria's politics. Also, my own another takeaway is the fact that she's not a member of any political party, she says, and I don't think anybody should be forcing her if she's not ready to really be a member. At least she's actively involved in politics in one way or the other and trying to make change, which is very important. You don't really have to occupy any office or whatsoever. She's playing her own little role that she can be in that part of the society. But my own fear is just that in their preparation for 2027 and in looking forward to 2027, I don't think, I am not optimistic of any change whatsoever, because I don't see how they are able to make, I mean, it's not just her, but where those who are working with her and everybody else working with her in that place, how do they make the elections free and fair? You understand? I mean, I speak to Craft's point. You know, it's not really for her to come and answer if we don't know, as a matter of fact, if which of the political parties cheated the most. The only person who can give you an answer to that, who can answer that, is the electoral body, and they haven't come out with all the results. You know, that is why we're saying, I mean, to Paul's point, you can't really say anybody's cost 6 million, 8 million, or 10 million. That's fake data. Even the European Union told you guys it was crap. When somebody from the Western world is dealing with you guys, they deal with data. They don't play around. Even when they give you money, when there are non-governmental organizations in this part of the world give you money, they want to see the data you are working with. They want to, once you don't meet that standard, they cut your phone. So data, they deal with data. That is what they deal with here. They deal with data. And when your data is crap, and then you guys think data is a joke, data is used to plan for development, to allocate resources, and then you guys trivialize it. I mean, you should be called I speak the crap, not I speak the truth.
All right, thank you, Olumide. The noise was coming from Olumide. I wanted to stop him, but I said, let me just not. I was thinking this democracy that Aisha said should start from the home. Is Olumide practicing that? Do they know that Olumide is talking to what Kulata calls CNN? Do they people making noise? Anyway. All right. Well, I'll come now to people who...
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think she has really done well, and I give her credit for being a woman that is championing a lot of front out there. When I see someone like her, apart from Omoye and who other women, I think when I see a woman like that, responsible, have family, still have their brain intact, it makes me wonder, like, we men, do we, I mean, she answered a lot of things when it comes to how men, the beast in Nigeria, ruining the country. And we tend to be, I wouldn't say complacent in a way, because when I look at it, I feel like our Nigerians actually want to be freed. And she answered it perfectly that Nigerians just want to be enslaved. Because there are so many things that you would think whatever the looters is should be gone by now. Like this Jayabelo thing we are hearing now. It will just go under the carpet again, like just like the budget padding and off the mic and all those stuff. Nigerians are not ready. Sometimes when we talk, I feel like maybe do we really want Nigeria to be rescued? The answer is capital no. Because the people you want to rescue, they're not even ready. If they have the chance, they want to bring you down. They love their oppressor. So I don't know. People like Shure, Aisha, what they do, I don't know how they get the energy, how they do it. Someone like me, I would probably wake up one day and think, you know what? Forget it. But maybe there is hope. Maybe that's why I'm still keeping the hope up and see maybe one or two or three or few people who really can change the country. I can put my own little support, contribute my own quota. But like she rightly said, charity begins at home. If you train your own home, politics is at every single one of us is at our home. How do we practice it? We all saw how our husband, how she relate with our kids and everything. How many of us actually doing that? How many of us actually called our brother who is a local government and is reaping money because he's giving us me too money here and there? We can't tell him that, hey guy, what you're doing is wrong. Rather, we joined them and we said Nigeria is not good. It will never be good. As much as indirectly, directly, we are part of it, forget it. She's doing her own bit. What are we doing? That's the question we should ask ourselves. And she said it. We diaspora, we are even worse.
All right.
That's
Thank you. Thank you, Wally. Paul.
Yeah, Doctor, I'll just follow from what Wally said, and that if I want to base it on percentage, it's so alarming because we are really great accomplice to some of those things. You know, like Francis Bacon said, he said, "Blessed is the man that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed." I know our religious people hate that quote, but it's just like that when it comes to siblings, family, good friends, and everything. Their ideology is far apart. But guess what? We feed the cancer because at the end of the day, we are so ashamed not to send that money, even when they are completely astray from what we want them to do, how things can work for them. And everything. I have a siblings who is begging me every day to travel, and I wanted to help. But guess what? I said, go do a passport. 9 months now, they cannot do passport. But guess what? If they do that passport, if there's no visa on that passport for 1 month, I'm a wicked person. See how I work? 9 months, I've sent them money, they can't get passport. So we feed these things, and it's so alarming. I understand another part that she said that I learned from that our parents are dictators, some of the things our parents do. I would lie to you, in my own culture, I saw my mother serve my father's food, sit that there, and we the kids will wait for my father to eat. I will eat the remaining one. My father, as the head of the home, will eat the head of the fish, the tail of the fish, all the big bit. And I so much pray when I become father, I'll eat like that, only for me to land myself in the West. And I'm eating, my daughter will just come see the plate on my plate and just take it. Just imagine. And I didn't do that with my father. They'll beat the living hell out of me. So maybe it's just Western life, I don't know. But truth be told, it brings a lot of connection to me and my family. That stay like a dog waiting for the remnants that my father will eat. See, my father eats. If my father is so much hungry, nothing for me. But if my father lifts up, that's when I will eat. And some of us grow with that mindset, thinking that that's how it's supposed to work. You know, it's not supposed to. So I think I learned a lot from her, from those aspects. She really did well. And I still stand on my ground with the situation room, how they can perfect some of those things with timestamps so that you can have your own facts. Because you go to court with facts. If I go to Walmart, if a judge go to Walmart and somebody commit a crime, if they bring that crime to the judge court with no evidence, the judge will still throw the case out because the judge is waiting for evidence so that they can prosecute that person, even when he is there. But it cannot be a judge and a jury in his own court. It doesn't work like that. So it's time for us to start putting things together and everything. So that is one part that I really want to emphasize more that they can do, and the better it will be for every one of us as a people. We all love Nigeria. That's why we are here. If not, we have 1 million things to do with our Netflix, our YouTube, and we are just here doing all these things that we are doing. I don't know, but she did well, truth be told.
All right, thank you. Chim.
Yeah, thanks, Rudolph, for the opportunity. So before I respond to my views on Aisha, let me just.
Chim, I'm so sorry, please. I'm so sorry. Talking about the tone, you guys, the board of directors and everything. Doctor, you might want to try another strategy. Maybe those that don't follow you can't make comments. Because I think people who don't follow you are the one that make some of these flimsy things and everything. You might want to rearrange your thing that if people don't follow you, they can't make comments on life thing and everything, because people who don't follow you.
Most of the people, I think we set it up such that you have to subscribe to the channel to make comments. So I think most people are subscribed. Yeah, I think so. I will check again, but I think that was how it was set up.
Okay. All right. So, but I'm not against. Sorry, we evolve every day. After all, Peter Obi said he will not control Labour Party, so I don't know why we want to control people on a platform like this. Yes. I love Peter Obi, but I'm not a sycophant. Incidentally, I'm not. I'm not one of those people who, because you ascribe or support someone. I voted Buhari, just like Aisha, but from day one, I started telling people this guy is a disaster. The moment he made that 97%, 5%, which didn't even add up mathematically. The moment he said that, I said, no, this guy is a disaster. And from that day till the day the guy left, I did support him. So I'm not one of those who come to support people. Now, to Tone, I think I'm not trying to make any excuse. Like Rudolph has rightly said, I didn't join in. I came back from church and we just wanted to come in straight into the conversation. So I joined when you were interviewing her initially. So I didn't go through the original process, but that's one. Then two is, Tone, you need to define what your purpose is when you come to the program. Do you come to learn? Do you come to contribute? If that's what you come to contribute, then forget those other people. I'm not saying by my comment that people staying on that section to abuse people is right. But the other thing we should, which is why those of us are open and have nothing to hide. If I had anything to hide, if you go and look at my account, it's my face. It's not an emoji. I don't have an emoji. It's my face that you see. Every platform, Facebook, Twitter, everywhere, it's my face that you're going to see. I don't hide. People say, oh, I said, I have nothing to hide. I have nothing. My colleagues, sometimes I feel that people who know me, who know who I am, are on this section making some snipe, because sometimes you can see the comment people make, they're almost as real as somebody who knows who you are. So, but I'm not bothered because I have nothing to hide. I go to my room and I sleep at night. I've not stolen anybody's money. I haven't done anything wrong. I will make my comments. Those who want to come to the comment section and you know, how do you say it, wash their dirty linens or say things that literally show who they are, the gutterness in them, it's up to them. It's up to them. So I've stopped going there to worry. I only banter with people who are friendly there. I occasionally go there and I banter with people and I leave. But I can't come here every day and start fighting people who are making dirty comments. I just can't do that. I just wanted to get that out of the table. Aisha did a fantastic job as usual. And people might feel because we all share this empathy and sympathy for Labour Party, that's why we're praising her. No, I have battered Peter Obi here, like you rightly know, Rudolph. But that being said, when you see somebody who is consistent like a Northern Star, she is. She has nothing to hide. She knows where her trusts and her, support base is. Like somebody rightly said, for her to even go back as talking about Obi, that if Obi was to run for president today, that she will literally support him, it gives you an inkling of the kind of values, the kind of what she's looking for in a Nigeria of tomorrow, the dream Nigeria we're all hoping that, you know, if God keeps us alive, that we will be able to see. So personally, she also is the first person, since I started talking about this Labour Party and, you know, structure and, taking the reins of the party, as it were. I'm not advocating dictatorship. People need to understand I'm abhorrent to dictatorship. But what I am saying is I'm trying to be real. There's ideal and there is reality or practicality. Sometimes many of us so-called good people will dwell in the realm of idealism. And that's why those who seem to be real seem to be leading the world, because they know how to manipulate human. But those who are good and know, listen, you know what, if I continue to dwell in the realm of idealism, I will not bequeath the good I want to bequeath to the world. And I have gone into the realm of politics. Need to be real. You can't say you are a part of a party, or you want to be the leader of that party, or you're the front position of that party, and you're saying you want to play good man. In Nigeria, there is, in fact, my faith tells me that there is time for everything. There's a time to beat, there's a time to cry, there's a time to die, there's a time to be angry with people. You can't come every day and, my brother, leave it. No, life doesn't work that way. So, and that's where someone like me, that's where I stand. I'm not saying a Peter Obi should go and become a dictator, snatch the system and do. No, that's not what I'm saying. But there's a reality of controlling the. Imagine if somebody like Aisha Yesufu, who understands where her principal wants to go, is the chairman of the party. I want to just picture that. You can see that good bequeaths good, and then it will cascade down. But when the man who is a presidential candidate has a different view from the man who is a chairman who has an ulterior perspective of where he wants to go, there's going to be confusion. You don't control the party and you can't make an impact. And we need to be able to understand it. And so far, based on her response, she's the only person who has come close to giving me something I can say, you know what, let me rest the matter for now and forget about it. Do you understand? So that being said, I think it was a fantastic, outing. She literally just gave her perspective, and I was particularly thrilled when she said she couldn't have an answer for his international relations policy, because one, that is not her forte. She hasn't probably read it very well. She's been more involved in other things that, and so she doesn't have a deeper understanding. Those are the kind of people I love to hear from, people who are candid, honest, and when you don't know something, you say you don't know. Not somebody who comes in and tries to bamboozle us with things you have read from YouTube, or some things you've read from Google and all those things. I love it when somebody, if you don't know something, just say, I don't know that thing, and then you move on. But all in all, it was a fantastic outing. She's somebody I would love to see come back again later on, maybe for some other discussion or topics to ask her and all those things. And even it showed in her family life. You can both be an activist and still have a functional family. So the whole, in fact, her appearing here has put a sword on this whole feminist thing, where people think that for you to be a successful lady, it means you cannot have a home. You can chew gum and run at the same time, and she exemplifies it. She's a very good example for anybody who wants to, be woman or lady, or even men who want to be in politics. She's a fantastic example, and I personally would even love to learn from her one or two things. That's why I asked her that joking question: how do you measure a coconut head, and all that. So, but I'll leave it at that. I think it was a fantastic outing, all in all.
Thank you, Chim. Where do we go? Eagles Air.
Again, I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes.
All right. Rudolph, God will bless you for this program that you created, and God will bless every one of us in Bandel who have been giving our best to make sure that we build a nation. There's two things that I learned in this our discussion with Aisha Yesufu. What are the things that we learn he talked about
Igwe,
we in
thank you for
diaspora.
your prayers. For my own is Yoruba Nation.
All right. So he said she make mention of people in diaspora have a lot of things to do to make sure that we change the narrative of Nigeria election and electing our leadership. That if we in diaspora can be able to gather together, organize ourselves, and look into our contribution towards the economy of Nigeria, we know that we have a voice, and that is true. What is that voice? There are certain things we need to organize ourselves, because charity begins at home. We that in this panel will be able to organize ourselves. Say, okay, right now, see the way things are going. In which way are we going to contribute? In which way are we going to organize ourselves? In which way are we going to make a difference to make sure that the right person will become the Senate, or right person will become a president or local government, even your governor, as Edo State they're planning for their governor. What are we going to do to make sure that we put the right person? Because when the right person is already there, then we are started making a serious contribution to change life. Now she talk about if people gather once every month, up to 1,000 people, up to 100,000 people gather once in every month, and say, okay, we are contributing 1,000 every month to make sure that we push some people who are supposed to be there to make a difference. In fact, that the 1,000 is not too big, it's not too small. But if we connect, you said that we make a lot of money and have a lot of great people that need to be there. Because one, for you to make a difference, you need to make a step. And I believe that before you build a house, you must make a step. You must calculate yourself. You must know the kind of structure that you need. You must know the kind of thing that you need to make sure that you give yourself a good house. So staying together with Aisha Yesufu to ask some questions, give me a clear knowledge of the things supposed to be handled. Give me a clear knowledge what you're supposed to do. Not only talking and talking. In the problem of Nigeria, we are good in talking and talking, but we are not good in doing. So in which area we need to do something to start doing, not only talking, to make sure we change some narrative and some useless policy that are created on their own to feed themselves back, not to take effect in every masses or every Nigerians. So this night, I'm very happy for the kind of discussion and what we have in view. Personally, people in the comment section, as I'm joining this program, I don't see anything in comment section, because I don't want to see, so that I will not be provoked in my spirit. So that's one thing that I always avoid. Thank you, Rudolph, that he did not join us from the hell. So I know that everything will work fine. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Pastor Electricity. And
yeah, Rudolph, good evening. Good evening, or the morning, afternoon, evening. Rudolph, yesterday I really did not understand the hell issue until forefather now. They now said, Pastor told you to go to hell. You know, when you were. So I said, oh, so this was what Rudolph was trying to tell me. But anyway, welcome back from hell. So did you see Pastor today?
You know, it's a long place. I thought it's nearby. It's very far.
Okay, good. Pastor is a madman, so just leave him where he is.
Oh, there were people who were they were trying to find out where is he. I don't know. But I'll reach out to him sometime tonight.
Anyway, I didn't listen to Aisha Yesufu, so there's nothing like it. But I was listening to you, sir, Mr. Igbo Basic, and you've repeated this the second or the third time in respect to those who contributed or who sold fridge or so personal property to support the election. I need clarification on that first. I really do not understand what you're trying to say in that regard before I can weigh in on that. I really do not understand where
because I was involved. Quote, I think that's from Ojukwu, Admiral Ojukwu. And we were working in the background, and frankly speaking, literally, I'm not saying figuratively, people in Nigeria, and I was in touch with some of them, who actually sold their belongings, refrigerators, anything of value, they sold it because they believed in the obedient movement. And they threw in everything that they had because they believed in the new Nigeria that we were all looking forward to. After this whole thing went down, the way it went down, by virtue of the, what do you call it, the beavers being switched off, and the presidential, some people actually, they felt so disappointed. They know the truth of what happened. They felt disappointed. And that constituency exists as I'm speaking to you, including people like me. They exist. That is going to be tough for you to try to bring them back into the flow of what you call the next new Nigeria. And don't forget, some of us have been around in this new Nigerian thing for a very, very long time. And we've seen all the wayo.
Thank you, sir. Do you not think that is a sacrifice, a personal sacrifice they made, and should they be rewarded back? Because in my opinion, I don't think, I mean, they should, anybody should take that responsibility to say, okay, because of the way things went, we have to reward you back, or you're free. While it is acknowledged or appreciated, because all of us sitting down here, we are making one sacrifice or the other. We are spending time. Rudolph is making sacrifice. I don't think it will come up one day and say, pay me for the sacrifice it's making. The moderators also are making, in my opinion, I don't think that is proper, because it's a sacrifice, like the statement made by the former one-time president. Think of what you can do for your country, not what your country can do for you. So the sacrifice is appreciated, but I don't think people should seek a reward for it. That is where I am, because if that's the case, everybody sacrifice something. Everybody sacrifice one thing or the, that means they're going to return my flight ticket back for me.
Electricity, they are not looking for you to reward them. They are not looking for you to reward them. They've calculated themselves. They've backed away. They've gone back into their fishing, their hunting, whatever they do for a living. What they are looking forward to is people like you, people like me, to sit them back, just like Omoye answered some part of that question. I know she went with, oh, we can try to replace their refrigerators, their school fees and stuff like that. That's not what those people are looking for. Those are genuine people in Nigeria. And for them to be left as if, okay, it didn't happen, they're kind of just like, you know what, don't even bother me next time. They exist as we speak. So we need to find a way to reach them, personally, those whom we know, to reach them so that they can reach others to say, yes, we made a sacrifice, it would have been better, but we are still being encouraged to realize that the light at the end of the tunnel, they say, it's another train. We don't want the one that be another beavers pull down.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Austin, Austin, go ahead.
Okay, now, generally, I want to start from this direction. Aisha made one very important thing. Sometimes, in a way, you talk to people when you don't see their faces. It's a big problem. And sometimes, people are used to, when you talk to them, they feel you are shouting. They may not even see your facial expression, but they may feel you are shouting.
Yeah.
Because that is how they have been trained, that everybody shouts. But that's not true. I'm talking because I remember I will talk to myself personally. I make a comment. Somebody asked a question about a strategy for 2027. And I just replied by saying that, look, that this woman is not an LP chieftain.
Mm-hmm.
So she cannot give you the insight of 2027. And the person took it personal. Come on, you should look at people's faces before you even know. Because as I said, You people, long distance relationship are very difficult. I may be saying something and you may think it's an attack. No, it's just an input in my own perspective. So sometimes I don't know. It doesn't mean that you should always take things personal. Come on, we are all adults. We are matured. We can take things, at least if you say something. That's why I love Aisha. I used to see her programs. Because everywhere they say she go, they laugh at you. Actually, you saw that she could even shout, "Hey, whoa," and they think they make you vex more, and it doesn't make sense. So please try to take things easy. Second thing is that I will talk based on I'm very close to my, even though they say, well, I like science, I will be Reverend Father. When the Reverend Father dies, nobody has the right to announce that he's dead except the bishop of that diocese. That is, it means that if you want to get something, let's say I'm running for the president of Nigeria, you only take what I say as the facts, not what my supporters say. Peter Obi never run on a case that he's a young president. I've never heard him say that. I don't know. Somebody can tell me. Did he ever say he was young?
No.
He just said that he wants to change consumption to production, and he said, I have never been a thief, that I am not a thief. So let us hold that word he said. That is what he said, not what his people said. That's the second thing I wanted to talk about. Then there was one thing we also mentioned about this issue of us in diaspora helping those in Nigeria. The truth is that life is not all about money. It's not always money. I am a teacher and I prefer human capital development more than the money I give you. That is why I told my students that I prefer the value of a gift, the love behind a gift, than the gift itself. You may give me $1 with so much love and attention. I can remember there was one lady when I was in year 1, she failed mathematics. The next time she was going to write it the course again, she begged me to teach her. I taught the girl and she made it and passed and had a B. The girl came back after 1 year to give me credit card for 100 naira. And I appreciated it more than any other thing. And the love was much. I will appreciate that credit for 100 naira than a car. So I believe that it is rightly possible that we can start from here and start looking at our words and our friends to start advising them for the 2027. People learn me. People have, like me, as I said, I'll talk based on my own conviction. If I finish one day, I sit down, I ask myself, what have you done well? What are the things you have done poorly? Because I'm Augustine, my patron will say, an unreflected life is not worth living. If you don't waste at the end of the day, if you don't think about your life, it means you just wasted one full day. So in that case, they have been stock taking of the 2023 elections. Everybody knows. People know what happened. Okay, this is where we failed. And to be honest with you, as Aisha said, the problem for me, from what she said, if I'm asked to analyze, the problem is from the polling agents. Just think of you having up to about 140 something thousand, as I said, polling agents. It will cost up to 4 billion. So it therefore means we as a person, we need to learn to make sacrifices on that day to be even polling agents for the Labour Party without pay. That is what I'm trying to say. That is where we need to come in. The human beings are important.
It's one day.
So that is the point. We should start looking at who will be the polling agents on that day, even without pay. Okay, bring food from your house for flask. Come that day, consider us and maybe polling agent, and nothing will happen. I've said this because me, I've always voted. In my polling booth, I have gone there. I remember the time we voted for Obidients. I went there to vote, for Soludo. I went there to vote. And the other parties gave me money. I told them, I'm going to go collect. They vex. I said, guys, let me go vote where I wanted. And I voted for Soludo, even though for me, I think he has failed me woefully. He has failed woefully. But yes, I voted for him. So my point is that we should try as much as possible. Let us start finding our brothers and sisters who will go there to vote in 2027. Those who are a little bit educated, I beg, you're on ground. Can you be a polling agent or can you be this? We find the people who at least they cannot be corrupted. If we are 80% successful, things will work better. Life is not all about money. When the time comes when elections start and they say, okay, we are opening up our bank to civil, then we can donate anything we have, just throw it into the bank and everything will be fine. If you ask me, everything will be fine. So that is just what I think about all these things. That's what I think. And as I said, sometimes when people give their input, they will not feel say that they insult you. No, it may just be a normal suggestion or a normal input, as we say.
Thank you, Austin. I got stuck when you said you love science, and that was why you couldn't become a Reverend Father. I quickly Googled because I know there were so many Reverend Fathers who were great scientists. And I was wondering, did you just tell us the truth or you were?
Okay, that's the point. Now, the point is that, to be honest with you, when I finished my primary school basic education and I got into government bilingual high school to do sciences, I had two options. Okay, like I've said it in this platform, I was not born in Nigeria. I was born in Cameroon. If you finish your basic education, there are two ways. It's either you go to the Bishop Rogan College in Boya and become a Reverend Father and graduate into major seminary, or you choose the normal public school and maybe do your thing. But when you finish a normal public school and do your thing, you still have the advantage to go to a major seminary at Bambili. That was another thing. So it therefore means when I chose the normal way to go into sciences, the chances of making it to major seminary in Bambili became very slim. That's their own way of doing it. You need to go to Bishop Rogan College. When you finish Bishop Rogan College, which is a minor seminary, you will now go to higher seminary in Bambili. And that is how it works. So you just need to make that choice. Even when I reached my fourth year, I was the best student in literature, but the best student in chemistry. So I had to make a choice, choose one. It's either you choose literature and become an art student, or you choose chemistry and become a science. And you need to make the choice. I said, okay, let's go with the sciences. So that is how it works. And there are some times where it's now that I finished my undergraduate, I graduated from biochemistry. And somebody told me that you can still be a Reverend Father and still go. But that time it was late.
What made it late?
I mean, that spirit of let's do the job, don't pass. That kind of love we did, don't pass. That's okay.
All right, I'm just pulling your leg. I know. Thank you so much. Alaba, you're next.
Yeah, thank you all very much. I was listening in the background to Aisha, a very formidable lady. God bless her. She's a great lady. I was just too busy. I couldn't join in to ask a question. And I think the panel did a good job in asking her all the vital good questions that were needed. God continue to bless somebody like that. To be honest with you, we need 100,000 Aisha in that country. Well, if we can get 500,000, it will help us. Women are the pillar of a society, particularly strong women, brilliant women, intelligent women, and smart women. Those are the cradle of a society. We need people like her. I just have nothing but praises for her. However, in the whole of Aisha's speech, Gulata, you are a complete nuisance saying they should skip Alaba. Can you imagine that nonsense? Why am I even responding to Gulata?
That's the question you should have asked yourself.
I asked myself. One thing she did mention that most of us are not paying attention to is the process. She said on election day, it was hell. Our phone were buzzing like crazy. They had to send money to people to man the station. My people, these are the key factors you all should pay attention to in the Nigerian problem, in the Nigerian crisis, on why electioneering will never work or get us to where we are going. They had to send 10,000 to people. And when they sent them that money, they had to tell them that you only send us money to stay there. You didn't send us money for results. So maybe money for results is an additional 10,000. These are the key aspects of Nigerian politics that all of us are missing out. And that's what will continue to bring people like Tinubu as winners any day. If you can get to your bullion van, you're going to win election. Because those are the rules of engagement currently in that country. My uncle once wrote a book about it, called it Savagery in Politics. You understand? These are the key issue we are missing. Look, second point she made that is very vital to this Nigerian issue and the change we're looking forward to in future is the diaspora influence. And I keep hammering on it. The diaspora influence will be the strongest thing that can change Nigeria. But the diaspora has to be organized. And secondly, is the issue of the media. Everybody just take a pause for one moment and think about it. If the people, the Labour Party or the politicians were sending money to man their station on election day, if they were all journalists, they don't have to be registered journalists. They could be amateur journalists just with their cell phone, with a central coalition center reporting from every district, every unit, and bringing out a daylight event of what is happening, all coordinated by the people in the diaspora, by a very powerful diaspora media. The madness that goes on in Nigeria would not occur. You would checkmate this madness. I think that's the most important aspect of our speech that most of us missing out on. Particularly those of us who want good results, good election, good. You are missing the fact that the people have been monetized. They have, what is it? They have, what's that word? They have weaponized poverty. And until you have a counter to a weaponized poverty, you are battling against the weapon. So let's say, for example, on election day, while the likes of Aisha were sending me 10,000 to man my station in Kwaganoga or some remote area of Nigeria. And one of the boys of Tinubu comes and said, never mind those Obi boys, I'll give you 50,000. Just give me you just say the number that I want. Who do you think will win? Who do you think will win? So it's a bargaining politics. That's not politics. And until you address that, we are wasting time. And the only thing that can address that is to bring light into darkness. And the lights can only come from the diaspora being well organized. All that money we are sending home, if we send it to a formidable organization that shines light into the key issue of the problem at the grassroots level, things will change. All this $100 here, 200 there, 500 there, sending to Nigerians, at least per year, each one of you will send close to 20,000 home.
More than that.
Only 5,000 of that money together. How much is your population? Get up a formidable media house. Pay people $100 with their cell phone. Have a coalition center. Bring out your result. This is how you can change the system. Not all these, we go head to head with them. You can, it's the highest bidder wins the game. And that's why Tinubu is your president today. You can cry, whine, and do whatever. The likes of Akpabio and the likes of Wike will continue to rule us until we tackle this problem from a different angle. That's all I have to say, though.
All right, thank you.
Except, one more thing, Dr. Rudolph. Kulata, go to hell.
All right.
Okay, I think.
Adi, you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to say something. I think as we progress and metamorphose on this station, I have a suggestion for you, Dr. Damages. I think, on CNN, if people come on board as commentators or panelists, they put in their tag. You said, I'm a democratic strategist or APC, so now I think we should have, like I speak the truth, should just come in and say, I'm an APC strategist. Then we can understand where he's coming from, right? Or Chim can say, I'm a Labour Party strategist. Or some people can say, this guy is an independent voice. Or some, that will help us to know where people are, where their thought process is coming from. And it's okay to defend whoever you want to defend, but you can't come to, try to confuse everybody. So I speak the truth, addressing him directly. He tried to talk about Obi's age, bring it as, Obi, if you're this nice, why don't you bring younger people, allow in on Labour Party? But, no, but at the same time, we have a president who most people believe is about closer to 80 years old. You see how he tries to push Obi's age to close to 70. So we can actually push Tinubu's age to 90. So if you have a 70 and a 90-year-old, who are you going to choose? So when people come to create parallels, maybe they speak in a way that is fluent and they think they can, try to confuse. But, so if we know where you're coming from, we know, okay, I'm an APC guy and this is my thought process, and he tried to, when people try to hold Aisha accountable, which is fair, I like that, that Aisha, we think you stole money. Well, the problem is in Nigeria, as far as I can remember, there is no election, let's say, any team, presidential election team that has come out with numbers about how much was contributed to them, how much maybe governors donated to them. Nobody, APC has not told us how much Akpabio donated or Jikalo or Tinubu brought. But these people are jumping around trying to hold people who have provided some type of light on their own account accountable. Is it not, awkward, how we think, and we want a better country, So that's what I'm serious about this. Everybody, look, I have a soft spot for Labour Party. So you can call me a Labour Party strategist. So everybody should adopt their name and then put it on their tag. Thank you.
Rudolph, can I respond? This is the third person that's going at me.
Yeah, I speak the truth. I didn't know that's what that.
Oh, they've been doing it. Listen. Let me tell you what's going on here. And I've talked to you when I was way younger. You probably don't remember when I was probably like 15, like 20 some years ago. And me and you used to talk about politics a lot.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I'll remind you here. And the insecurity on this panel is insane. Okay, so there's a tendency when you say something that they disagree with or they don't have knowledge about, instead of them to go check about it, they will poke their chest out, argue with you, and then when you've been proven to be right, they hold a grudge against you. And each time you come to the panel, they start attacking you. They start making disparaging statements. They start making underhanded comments. It is normal. Me and Odie have gone through it. Augustine is in the comments just going crazy. And I keep telling them, people are Oscar Blackbone. If you don't, one thing I cherish myself about, okay, and this is not to toot my own horn, I cherish myself with the fact that I do not say something that I cannot prove. Now, that is not to say I know it all, but what I cannot prove, what I do not have evidence on, I do myself a favor not to talk about it. When I talk about it, I know about it. And if I say it, I am challenging you to go check it. Now, in the private link, what I'm going to do now with the nonsense Augustine was just saying, and this is with all due respect, because what you just did was rubbish. And you guys are fond of doing this. Instead of facing the facts on the ground, you come with your bias, you come with sentiments. Instead of everything should be logical, it should be fact-based. This is why I don't come around here to play with people like Olumide. He comes around here, tries to like joke around with the buffoonery, and when I don't go with it, he attacks you. People like Jagan get upset. They try to, you speaking, and Jagan comes and says, let me explain what you're trying to say. Let me explain what you're trying. No, let me just speak. I'm not dumb. You can hear from me. I am not an idiot. Now I'm going to show you a link, okay? And you can give me anything you want, up to $500, where Peter Obi did make fun of the remaining people's ages, where he ran on the platform that he was younger than the other big two, Atiku and Tinubu. And keep in mind, and you're welcome to rewind this, because you can always go to the YouTube section and rewind it. I didn't even make mention of the fact that it was Peter Obi that said it. I said his supporters, he ran on the fact that, yes, he's younger, but his supporters, what they were propagating and pushing forward, because I actually wrote it here, so I read it out verbatim. But if you decide, Augustine, this is to you, if you are arguing that he never said that, I'm going to post a link right now with a video, and then when you watch it, you come to the audience the same way you try to disparage me. Now you come and apologize. With Audi, I have no words for, because he's always personalizing issues. Like I said, I don't come with bias. I don't come with sentiments. I don't care. I don't have a horse in the race. I'm here because I want Nigeria to be great. I'm here because I want Africa and the Black race as a whole to move forward. Do I know certain things? Yes. Do I know it all? No. But I do not appreciate the fact that each time I come and I say something that goes against you guys' beliefs or you guys' sentiment, instead of you to go check, it is okay not to see eye to eye with someone, especially if the person has a superior argument or a superior placement in facts and logic. But to always come and look at everything from, oh, he's APC. I never voted in a Nigerian election. I do not even know how to register to vote in Nigeria. I do not know the process. For all intents and purposes, I can stay in my bed and not care about what goes on in Nigeria. But each time someone comes, oh, look at his headscarf. He got to be Boko Haram. Oh, look at him. He's supporting Tinubu. I don't care. I've always said it on here. Tinubu is garbage. Atiku is garbage. Peter Obi, with all due respect, is also garbage, but lesser than the other two. So when someone says Peter Obi is a career politician, you guys get upset. Peter Obi is not a saint. You guys get upset. Oh, well, if you said this about Peter Obi, then you must be supporting Tinubu. But what about the times I spoke about Tinubu and spoke about Atiku? Why didn't you people get mad? But when they talk about people that you are sentimentally linked with, you guys start getting upset. Now, to end that, I'm going to post a link. You're going to watch the video. You're going to watch it, listen to it from the horse's mouth. And please just do me that favor. Come on here and tender a public apology. And maybe this might put an end to this nonsense that you guys always do, that if someone decides not to play around or someone says facts that you are not comfortable with, you start attacking the person.
All right, thank you so much. You see how I behaved myself. I don't want to go to hell again. The one I'm going, I've not come here to come back. Thank you so much, and I hope that you guys will watch the link that he provided. I think the most important thing to me is that we give everybody a chance to air their view here, and you guys know that that's the most important thing to me. We don't have to agree all the time. I don't agree with everybody here at any point on everything, but we have to keep allowing views to be shared. Let me just introduce Ngozika. I want to do something I've not done before. How many of you watched the profile of Aisha? What do you think? What do you guys think? Anybody? Jim?
Yeah, that's. I presume the one you played as a listening. Okay, I think it was well done. The voiceover you use, whoever that voiceover is good. Inflections perfectly okay. And then if we're going into the details of her profile, it was fantastic. The only thing I'll say is let's not make it too long.
Okay.
Yeah, personally, I thought it was too long. Yeah. But in terms of the quality and the descriptiveness, it was okay. I don't have anything against it. But lastly, the way it ended, I don't know if it is from you who is chopping it off. It didn't end in a smooth way. It looked like something you just chopped off, and when we went into the program. So perhaps the ending, which is why you need to shorten it. Maybe because it's too long, now you felt, oh, I need to quickly start the program, then you chopped it off. So keep it short. I don't know how many seconds you want to make it or minutes, but I felt it was just too long. That's the only part. We don't need to know everything, just some key highlights. That's the only thing to, but all in all, I think it was good.
Okay. I just want to give the credit to Ngozika wrote the script for that profile, and I thought.
And then whoever your voiceover is, that's a good voiceover.
Yeah, that's my editor. Yeah, he's happy.
All right. Sorry, Dr. Rudolph. Before you introduce Ngozika, I do apologize, but I just wanted to mention something. You don't have to be even a citizen of a country to be a political strategist. Axelrod was instrumental to the election of Buhari in 2000. He was an American. He came to Nigeria. I'm just saying, if people are coming in here to give opinion, we should know who they are, where they're coming from. You may never have been to Nigeria, but you have enough knowledge to say things, that can confuse people, and play in two different parallel worlds and try to, close people's eyes here and open, it's like in when we had Trump and Hillary Clinton, and we tried to equate the email with every other thing, So that's, and of course, we know how that came out. So that's my own point, So the idea that you've never been to Nigeria doesn't change that. I think we should have labels
At
and know
what
who we
point
are.
did I say I've never been to Nigeria? Do you guys even ever try to listen?
You said you've never voted. I said even if you've
So
never
me
been,
saying I
you were
never
not
voted
listening
means
to.
I never been to. When did I say I've never been there?
All right, guys. Let's not dwell on this. Let's listen to Ngozika. Go ahead, Ngozika.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, gentlemen. Dr. Damages, thank you for the credit. I appreciate. Happy Sunday, everybody. The rain ruined my evening. I'm still sulking from it. I went out for a beer and barbecue event, and the rain started. I had to come back early.
Oh, you drink beer?
I'm still sulking.
Tim, the world has changed. It's not the old.
No, Rudolph. I can't be in Nigeria and I will be drinking beer, especially in Enugu. How can you be in Enugu when there is Nkwenu?
I did not say beer. I drank beer. I said I went for an event.
You went for a beer and barbecue. That's what I'm asking. Okay,
yeah, so well, if you must know. Anyway, Sha, that's not for you to know. That's for me to know. Whether or not I drank beer, that's for me to know. But the rain scattered everything. I had to come home quickly. And I didn't see barbecue. I was so pissed. My friends, all of us were disappointed. Enugu people have done this thing too much and it's beginning to pain me. I'm going to call them out on Twitter tomorrow. We are looking for meat to eat. Suya finish. Goat meat was too dry. The pepper soup was awful. In this Nigeria that we are suffering and we are looking small things like this is making us happy. People are bringing nonsense. When you people are talking of all the problem that the one that is making you angry, this is the one that is making me angry. We're already going through a lot in this country. So any little ray of light I see, I'm going to grab it. This was a ray of light. I decided to take it and it was whack. And the rain even made it worse. So that's on the light side. Good evening, gentlemen. I missed Aisha's interview. Unfortunately, I really wanted because I have when it comes to Aisha Yusuf, I'm very conflicted. Sometimes I love her, sometimes I can't stand her. I am very conflicted when it comes to her. Yes, I am very conflicted when it comes to her. So I really wanted to.
You want to tell us why?
I can't. I can't get over. So this is going to sound somehow, but I have to say, for the people that voted Buhari in 2015, I have a special feeling for them. I can't name the feeling, but there's something about them that I can't shake off. The people that reinforced it in 2019 are the ones I can't forgive. And the ones that after seeing how the first Buhari's 8 years was, and then went on to foist Agbado on us, are the ones I'm praying that God will punish every single day. And I want to take us back a bit. Last year on this show, I was called a whaler because I kept saying that this one is going to be disastrous. Nothing they didn't tell us. Somebody even said that I was helping Labour Party to rig election because I did admit on air that I worked as an ad hoc staff for INEC. So somebody said because I worked as an ad hoc staff for INEC, I probably helped Labour Party to rig the election, which was completely laughable. After last year, I was having these conversations with my friends this evening. I told them something in me snapped last year. This is the first time I'm going to admit on a public platform. My relationship ended last year because of that election. So, aside the fact that it affected me personally, and it did because I judge people by what they identify as, what their belief systems are. I'll give you an example, a most recent example. And this is me going off, but I'll come back to it. I didn't watch the interview with Aisha, but I'm just saying, still speaking on the election and the Labour Party. When things, when why I like have your say, and most of you will notice that I'm always on have your say. Why I like have your say is because of we get to discuss trending issues. And I like trending issues because I used to use it to size up people mentally. I like hearing people's opinion on trending issues. It gives me an insight in how their thought process is, in what their belief system is, in what their ideals are. So during the whole Erisco fiasco, I had some acquaintances I cut off. It was simple. They did not see anything wrong in a businessman using the state powers to harass a buying customer, a consumer, somebody that went to the market, used her money to buy a product and reviewed it. They did not see anything wrong with it. And quietly, I don't like drama, cut them off. After last year's election, I could not get over. I can pride myself and say I've never been the naive type. I read a lot. I keep an. I mean, part of what I do for a living is research. So I'm always soaking up information. So I can't call myself naive. But I had this idealistic um perception about Nigeria. I knew Nigeria was bad. I knew a good part of Nigerians were tribalistic. I knew all that. But last year, after what happened last year, there's nothing anybody wants to tell me. If you call me tribalistic, now I'm chesting it with my full chest. Because what my eyes saw last year is not what normal human beings should see and remain normal. People legit became what they've been trying to hide. Like they couldn't hide it anymore. People were supporting bigotry with their full chest. People were supporting bigotry with their full chests. And that has never, I have not recovered from it. People died in that election. I said it here on air that when I told my family I was going to work as an ad hoc staff, they refused. It's just that my coconut head, they can't tie me to a chair. They can't do anything. They'll just be worried and be yelling at me on the phone. People died in that election. At every moment when I saw it, at my polling unit, whenever I saw a car drive past, I had my heart in my hand. I was scared. People went through things in the election just to vote. People took risks just to vote. And at the end of the day, you talk and you are called emotional. What is that their favorite word, Seth? There's this other favorite word. This, this buzzword. Whenever it comes to this thing, they create buzzwords. They were churning it out. And now, 1 year later, they show, they play, they show. So I am conflicted about Aisha Yusuf because she was one of the people that spearheaded Buhari coming into power. I can't get over it. This man had a history. The same way Tinubu had a history.
Are you also conflicted about Obia Ezekwesili too?
I'm talking about Aisha Yusuf.
Yeah, because Obia
I'm not talking about anybody else. I am talking about Aisha Yusuf, and I want to talk about Aisha Yusuf. On another day, we can talk about Obia Ezekwesili.
Okay.
And you asked about why I was conflicted about her, and I'm telling you, she spearheaded it. And okay, I'll give her the credit that she saw him for what he is, and then spent the remaining 7 years after he was sworn in criticizing his government. I'll give her that. I don't know what her choice was in 2019. I don't know who she voted for. I'm not sure. I can't speak authoritatively on that. And the other side that I like, I say sometimes I like and sometimes I can't stand her. The side that I like, I've said the part I don't like. Now the part I like about her is her brazenness. I like how audacious she is. I like how outspoken and assertive she is. I like that whatever she's saying or doing, during when she was campaigning for Buhari, she was doing it with her full chest. Now, I might not like it, but I've said it on this platform that I like people that do things with their full chest. I don't like half measures. I don't like lukewarm people. I like either you're hot or you're cold. And I might not agree with your choices, but I will respect that you stuck to it. I don't like people that dilly-dally. I don't like it. I respect the fact that she stood behind Buhari, supported him, he got into power. I like it. I like the fact that she owned it. She owned it. She owned that support and everything. I do not like the other side of the fact that she, despite everything we know about, but I was not born in the 80s. I mean, I was born in the 90s, but I read about this man. So I was shocked. I am still shocked. And it's paining me till tomorrow. That people that know about this man's precedent suddenly found Omo and bleach and washed him clean. They washed him clean. And he was suddenly a better alternative. Till today, I can't wrap my head around it. And it is the same nonsense they did last year. It is the same nonsense people did last year. Somebody that had such a glaring history of everything wrong, everything not to be touched. People were washing him with detergents so that they can market him to us. So that is where my conflict for Aisha comes in. I like her activism and I wish her well. And as a woman, a young woman at that, she's one of those women I would want if I ever have a child, a daughter, I want my daughter to look up to. So I actually came for you, Mr. Chim, but Dr. Damages, I think I've used my time. Let me just,
All right.
if he comes on again.
Sorry, did you
give her
catch his
more
step?
time, oh.
Hold
You
on.
can give her more time if you want. You can give her more time.
No, hold on. I didn't stop her. But I just wanted to say that Aisha addressed that issue of voting for Buhari, and you can go back and watch because she was saying that even though Buhari was a disaster, that Jonathan was just the opposite of exactly what you were saying. The opposite, that Jonathan was terrible. So you can watch that part. She addressed that. All right. Who wants to? Oh, basically, I brought you in because when my brother, when Gozika talked about beer, I thought I had her talk about drinking beer. I said, let me bring an elder. Maybe you have something to say.
Gozika, on a lighter note, like I say, any day I come to Enugu State or wherever you are, I will seek you. I will tell you in advance. I'll be there. You are one of those human beings. You are one of those I would. That's the real deal. So I wanted to ask you, Ngozika, that snake that fell down from the tree, whatever became of that snake, did it swallow the ballot boxes?
Oh, it was killed immediately, angrily by the youths. They killed it and they hung it on the tree.
All
right. There are a few things. You want to say something?
Dr. Damages.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, sir. Go ahead.
While my brother, I speak the truth. I speak the truth even though you've gone blank. I wanted to appreciate the way you followed this whole process, but I also wanted to address you as a senior citizen, even though I haven't seen your picture clearly, so I can't quite pin it down there. Haven't been around this political scenery for a very long time, including New Jersey, where I live, where we are responsible for putting Governor Jim McGreevey, we are responsible for putting him into office. And the rest is history. So what am I trying to say? Nobody is trying to attack your views. That's why I put it out there that if you can't stand the heat, you stay out of the kitchen. Once you come out as a public official, stones will be thrown at you. All kinds of things will be leveled at you. People can understand whatever they want to understand. It doesn't matter. But when you stand with the truth will always set you free. The governor of my state, Abia State, was in Maryland yesterday. I did not go there, but there was a time that if it happened at Nobi, I'm there. If it happened in London, I'm there. At a certain point, you back off and you think before you look. So let's not take any of these things that we see here personal, no matter what it is. And I'm speaking as an elder. If I sit with you one-on-one, you probably would appreciate the depth of knowledge I'm coming with. I could probably appreciate where you are coming from in the country where we are. So to my advice to our younger folks, monkeys everywhere in our home. If you live in Maryland and you want to play politics, play the local politics. Get in there, become the councilman. Don't do what some of us did when we had the opportunity to have busted it out there, all leading towards resources. So I keep saying it to the younger ones. It doesn't have to be Nigerian politics. It could be partisan politics where you live in. You could equally become a mayor there. And from there, in the end, we will contribute to our home country, Nigeria, as much as we can. And that's why I like people like Ngozika. So Ngozika, because Jishike, and continue the good job you're doing. We appreciate that deeply.
All right, thank you.
And if I speak the truth, if you wish, you could get my number, we could have a chat.
All right.
Public forum is public forum.
Tim, go ahead.
Sorry, my mute was taking a while to unmute. I just wanted to address a few things, not from a personal perspective. And thank you, Igbo Basic. You've said a few of the things I wanted to add. As much as we come here sometimes and we often tick each other off in the wrong way, I've always said that we shouldn't take some of these things. Politics is actually not even a good thing to take personal. Because the truth about the matter is, irrespective of whether we wanted Obi or wanted a good candidate, let's be honest and let's be rational. Rational in the sense that, are you expecting the entire 100, I don't know what Nigeria's population was in 2015, or let's even use the last election. Are we suggesting that 250 people, million people, 200 million people will all vote one party? Come on, guys, that's not possible. That's not possible. There are going to be people, very good-hearted people, honest people who, unfortunately, based on whatever value you think you hold, will see something good in a candidate you see as a devil. It is a fact of life. There are going to be, listen, I live in Canada. I vote more conservative here in Canada for a reason. I don't vote liberals. In fact, if they run an election today, if Canada was running a presidential system, I would not vote Trudeau. Olumide may disagree with me, and I have my reasons. But it doesn't mean Trudeau, as a human being, is a bad person. I just don't like his policies. I don't like the agenda and what his party stands for. I don't. So I will vote the other one that is not a saintly party, but has a semblance of the things I want to stand for.
Chief,
that is what politics. Hold your view for now, Lumide. I'm looking for trouble. I want to look for trouble.
I can't wait for Trudeau to get out. I can't wait for to go down.
Oh, okay, thank you. So we belong to the same camp. Beautiful. So the point I'm making is this: in 2015, as horrible as what's his name, Buhari turned out, it did not mean that Jonathan was 100% doing what was right. There were people who were, excuse me, people's children were being kidnapped. Please, let me finish. People's children were being kidnapped. There was corruption in his party. That does not mean there was no corruption in Buhari's own, and there's no corruption now. But it all depends on how you reason and see things. Of course, we were all thinking that, if you remove this party that said they wanted to be in office for 60 years, who had taken Nigerians for granted for 16 years, that these other ones would have learned from that and do right by Nigerians. That they have not done right by Nigerians doesn't ultimately now mean that those who were like, no, this is not right, were wrong. That's not correct. In fact, it shows a lot of immaturity when you look at politics from that angle. Like I said yesterday, Tinubu has won the election by crook, by fraud, by whatever means we think. He is the Nigerian president. Right now, until the next election, and if I'm voting, they'll probably vote against him. We will hope, and do anything we can for him to excel. It's up to him. Listen, if I take my car to a mechanic and the mechanic keeps ripping me off, you come every day, you rip me off. you rip me off. But he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's not a terrorist. Are you saying I shouldn't take my vehicle to the next mechanic for an alternative view? If I go to the next mechanic and the mechanic also becomes worse than the place where I'm coming from, would you say that I was wrong for taking my vehicle away from this mechanic that was wrong, just because this other one I gave a chance suddenly has proven himself not to be capable? That's the thing I see with Nigerians. And that's why when people were bashing people in 2015, I said, you are going to make the same mistake. The point is, you gave PDP a chance in 1998. We saw what they did, but we were not satisfied. We tried an alternative. That alternative failed. At that point, Nigerians should have risen out to say, you know what, let's hush these guys. We've learned from 16 years of PDP. Let's not give these guys another 4 years to encourage them to become impunity. Try a third force. For the fact that Nigerians didn't do that, and I know people will say there was rigging, that's fine, that's a different angle. For the fact Nigerians didn't do that, which is why the American election, however you see it, is one of the beautiful elections in the world. There are Democrats and there are independents who will swing the vote for the Democrats based on some policy ideas. If the Democrats don't do well, the next one, they switch. Listen, no matter what you say, Obama is responsible for a Trump. Obama is responsible for a Trump. There were policies that some Americans didn't like about Obama that made them say, you know what, we'll swing it to this other person the next time. That is what politics is. We're not running a monarchical system. It's democracy. That's the modern way of leadership. So to hold a grudge, I don't hold a grudge with any Bulaba person. I only joke around with them. I hold no grudge with anybody because I have no illusions that 200 million people are going to vote exactly on the same ideas. It's not possible. It's not possible. So I think Nigerians take elections too far, if you ask me. That's why we kill ourselves. That's why the bigotry reigns. That's why somebody will say, oh, anybody who is not there's should go back to their place. That's why we come up with all manner of rubbish, because we're not mature enough to see that, okay, this is an election. I'm not happy that this other party won, but that's fine. I'll wait for the next 4 years and see if we can swing it back this other way. So personally, I'm not here to hold forth for any person who voted for. I voted Buhari in 2015. I have no shame about it. But if I was in Nigeria in 2019, I would have galvanized as many people as possible to vote against him, because he threw away an opportunity. He threw away an opportunity. But that's not the blame of the voter. The voter saw something and said, let me vote for this person. And that's why people vote. So I think, we just need to elevate our thought processes a little bit higher when it comes to voting and elections and all those things. We can't all vote one party. I'm not even angry with the culators and people who seemingly look like they are APC apology. I don't have anything against them. My only pain is people should wake up and be able to say, you know what, objectively, if Obi wins an election and he goes and he doesn't perform very well, and I voted Obi, I will vote against him in the next election. Clearly vote against him. I'm not going to say do any sentiment. I'm not that kind of person. Because what I'm looking for is the betterment of Nigeria. And if that betterment of Nigeria is coming from even my enemy, I don't care. I just need to put that out there. Because someone like Obi Ezekwesili was more vocal against Jonathan, this is somebody who you would have thought was more PDP inclined, but she was more vocal than even this woman you're talking about, and really pushed to bring Buhari in, because people just felt, let's just give this guy a chance and see what we'll do. Unfortunately, you won't blame them if the man comes in. Like I used the analogy of it's like even taking your clothes to a tailor. The tailor constantly keeps failing you, and you don't get your clothes on time. Are you going to keep saying, let's take our clothes to this person? I don't think so. It doesn't make sense to me.
All right. Thank you. Gozika, hold on. This is why I was sent to hell yesterday. I don't enjoy, while I want people to respond to other people when they mention them, I don't think I like when conversation is not spreading out, to, especially when we have new people. But I will let you speak because I want to make some announcement, and then I'll have to leave. But I will let you speak so that next people that will speak, maybe we can change the topic. There were other things I wanted us to talk about. Go ahead, Gozika.
Thank you. Please, I won't be long. So, Mr. Chim, I respectfully disagree with you. And this is why I'm going to be as brief as possible. So, let me reiterate. Your choice politically is your choice, right? I can't hold a grudge against you for having your choice. But the same way you have your choice is the same way I also have my choice. My grudge with the people that spearheaded the Buhari campaign in 2015 is that they knew this man's past. Please don't come at me with it was between the devil and the Red Sea. Please don't come at me with it. They knew this man's past. See, something that you can't wish away facts. You can't wish it away. You can't wish it away. You can't make it go away. You do not like Jonathan. I don't like Jonathan. I do not. Actually, 2015, when the elections happened in 2015, I had just come in. I was just barely few months in Nigeria when that election happened. I had lived in Ghana for over 10 years. I had just come back to Nigeria in 2014 December. So when the elections and when the campaign and everything was happening, I was not even here. I just came in before the election happened. But I knew this man's past. It was all over the internet. You had to search.
Ngozika, can I respond?
Please let me just finish. I want to be as brief as possible, please.
Yeah, get out.
It was all over the internet, so you had no excuse. You had no excuse. You knew what he was. You knew what he was, but you choose him, and that is your choice. That is your responsibility. To say that people that we are too attached to elections that you shouldn't hold grudges, that's all. Sorry, excuse my French, that's all BS. I hold you responsible for your political choices because I will say it from now till tomorrow. It is not just politics. That is what you believe. That is the core ideology you believe. You support a thief, that means you believe in thievery. You support a drug dealer, that means you support drug dealing. I do not care how it sounds. That is the core of what you believe. So excuse me when you support these things and you turn, okay, let me even play the devil's advocate a bit. You did not think it's true. You did not have all the information. So you made do with what you had at that time and you found out. Good on you. And you removed yourself. Good on you. Perfect. But please spare my sensibilities by calling to tell me you should not hold. Oh, please, I will hold grudge. And I will not excuse your I will not separate you from your political inclinations. I won't.
Okay, can I respond? You repeated that.
I won't separate you from it. And you are saying this thing you are saying because you're not in Nigeria. If you are in Nigeria and you were feeling the effects, you won't be saying these things you are saying. You're just saying it from a very privileged point of view.
I wasn't in Nigeria in 2015. No, sorry. I wasn't in Nigeria in 2015. I voted in an election. I was not in Nigeria. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay, sorry. You voted in an election, but you just said in 2019 you were not in Nigeria. So you voted for him.
I voted in an election based on
my voted for him and Japa.
We're just gonna listen to
you voted for him and Japa and left the ones here to suffer it. And you are angry and you're condescending
you didn't even vote in that election. You didn't vote in that election. You just said so now. So I don't understand the point.
All right. Let's get around up. Okay.
And then let me just leave it. It's not worth it. Let's move on to a better topic.
Okay.
Can I respond?
No, you were not mentioned.
No. I just want to kind of I'm not.
Well, I think I raised my hand up. No, you can't give Olumide this space.
I want to say what I
raised my Olumide. No.
Yinkro, I beg, please.
Is that how they call
it? What did they happen?
Why would you mute me when I raise my hand up? I don't understand.
Pastor Yinkro, what did they happen?
Why would you mute me? I raised my hand up.
Dr. Jabez.
Why would you mute me?
See, I want to respond to Ngozika based on what I heard Aisha said. You understand?
No.
I'm not trying to take sides.
Yeah? I've told Ngozika to go and watch what Aisha said, so she will watch that. Don't repeat that. That's not.
But I just want to say, okay, don't take it personal, Ngozi. I don't think she's moved on. She worked very hard for Labour Party, and don't. Everybody has a right to vote for who they want. We all thought, I didn't vote for Buhari, but we all thought he was going to make change. But unfortunately, disappointed. But what is wrong?
I didn't think. I'm probably younger than all of you, and I didn't think he was going to make any change.
And what is
me neither. I knew he was going to be a blunder.
What we find appalling,
when we don't know where you're looking at.
Like to Chief's credit, what we find appalling is somebody rigging
vote for Buhari.
I'm a Yoruba man, and I won't support any Yoruba person or any, because it's my kinsman, that dirty proverb they say, our son would not do his bottom somehow, and then we'll put the necklace on somebody else's. That's a very dirty proverb. It lacks integrity, and that is not what we Yorubas are about. It's just a few criminals. It was rigged, and it shouldn't be tolerated. But the logjam we are in right now, we should be talking about, is, well, regardless of who the contestants are in 2027, how do we vote the right person in so that Mahmoud Yakubu doesn't subvert our votes? And it's not just at the presidential level. What about the state governorship level? What about the local government level? See, it's all corrupted from top to bottom.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. So, a few announcements. Next Sunday, we have Dr. Franklin Ubunweze joining us. Most of you must have seen him on this program. He's been here. This will be the 4th time he will be joining us. So he will talk about Tinubu, Nigeria, and what's going on around the world. He's going to join us from Germany. And on the 19th of May, I'm excited to announce that Dele Ogun, Dele Ogun will join us. He's the author of The Fatherless People. Most of you recommended that we should bring him, and I got him, and he will join us on that day. I knew him before now, but I didn't know if that was the person. So the book is The Fatherless People. If you have time and you want to read it before he comes, you can buy the book.
Dr. Damages, would they give fatherless people discounts on the book?
We're all fatherless people. I don't think he has control over that in terms of discounts. It's on Amazon, but you can reach out to him. He's on Twitter and everywhere.
That's on a lighter note. I'm just messing around.
Okay. So that's it. And then yesterday I was at
Rudolph, electricity wanted to talk, and so that he doesn't think you've shut him out.
We'll get to that. He's part of the in-house. We shouldn't worry. I just want to get away from here. I'm about to leave.
Honestly, I will support Pansat against you. I'm going to support Pansat against you for life.
That's okay. That's not a problem. So yesterday I went to Shore. They had a reception. The people, I called them Shore Support Group, had a reception for him yesterday in Queens, New York. Let's watch just briefly 2 minutes of some of the things he said.
What I've heard, my wife did not burn my passport. Not because she didn't want to, but she can't find it. Yes. Because I actually did not bring the passport to the house. I kept it with someone who took it to Rudolph's house.
Sorry, that was not what I wanted to play. This is the one I wanted to play.
You just exposed yourself to DSS.
From Boko Haram commanders.
You said that.
I've never seen anybody enjoy like these guys. They are beard. They have 2 combs that they were using and combing their beard. One of them had the audacity to tell me that while he's even there, he had access to women. And that he had a baby while he was there, and that he didn't like the woman anymore. He had to ask them to go and bring Boko Haram commander in detention. You want concern?
All right. So Shore will join us in May. We will give you the dates as we get close to that time. One last thing, April is Poetry Month in America. I don't know how many of you know this. And I know I started this late, but we reached out to some writers, Nigerian writers, and asked them to recite their favorite poems. And I want to play a few of them, just a few of them. And we can then go back to the conversation that we were having. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. April is a Poetry Month in the United States, and I hope wherever in the world you are that you'll take some time and read a poem or two during this period. We have invited our favorite writers to recite their favorite poems, and joining us on this special day is Professor Kehinde, who is, you guys know him, favorite writer and columnist. He's joining us to recite his favorite poem. Okay, welcome.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. It's indeed a delight to be invited to participate in this. As a young person growing up back in Nigeria, I had two professional dreams. One was to be a musician, and when it turned out that it dawned on me that I couldn't make it, I then aspired to be a poet. But I simply didn't have the skill set to become a remarkable poet. So I took to fiction. I took to prose. Even so, I've been a lifelong reader of poetry, and I enjoy poetry just tremendously. And one of my favorite poems from my years in secondary school is an opening poem in Christopher Kibo's collection, Labyrinths. And so right from secondary school, I memorized that poem, and it's remained etched in my memory. So here goes. Before you, Mother Idoto, naked I stand. Before your watery presence, a prodigal, leaning on an oil being lost in your legend. Under your power wait I on barefoot, watchman for the watchword on at heaven's gate. Out of the depths my cry, give ear.
Africa by David Diop. Africa, my Africa, Africa of proud warriors in ancestral savannas, Africa of whom my grandmother sings, the distant river. I've never known you, but your blood flows in my veins, your beautiful black blood that irrigates the fields. The blood of your sweat, the sweat of your work, the work of your slavery. Africa, tell me, Africa, is this your back that is bent? This back that breaks under the weight of humiliation? This back trembling with red scares and saying yes to the whip under the midday sun? But a grave voice answers me. Impetuous child, that tree, young and strong, that tree over there, splendidly alone amidst white and faded flowers. That is your Africa, springing up anew, springing up patiently, obstinately, whose fruits, bit by bit, acquires the bitter taste of liberty. Whose fruit, bit by bit, acquires the bitter taste of liberty.
One of my all-time favorite is titled Richard Cory. It was written by a gentleman named Edwin Arlington Robinson. The year was 1897, and it goes like this. Whenever Richard Cory went downtown, we people on the pavement looked at him. He was a gentleman from soul to crown, clean-favored and imperially slim, and he was always quietly arrayed. He was always human when he talked, but still he fluttered pulses when he says good morning and glittered when he walked. He was rich, yes, he was richer than a king and admirably schooled in every grace. In fact, we thought he was everything that made us wish we were in his place. And so we walked and waited for the light. We went without the meat and caused the breath. But Richard Corey, one bright summer evening, went home and put a bullet through his head. What a sad ending.
I'm here today to read to you a poem by William Carlos Williams, and it's titled The Red Wheelbarrow. So much depends upon a red wheelbarrow, glazed with rainwater, beside the white chickens.
All right. So that's part one. We have other ones, but we reserve it for next week. I just want to thank you for watching. I hope that if you were, I don't know where people are in terms of the kind of things they read, but when you were in high school or whatever time you read poetry, I hope that most people remember there is joy in poetry, and maybe during this month you can pause and read one poem, especially African poets. Next month I have a poet who is going to join us, a Nigerian poet who was on radio recently. I had him reading his poems in a New York radio station, so he will come here and join us. All right, that's it, unless it's anything. Okay, Pastor, let me hear from Pastor. Pastor, go ahead.
Thank you,
And please, before he leaves, Rudolph, sorry, Pastor, before he leaves, I'd just like to make a 1 minute comment before you leave, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Pastor, go ahead.
All right. I would like to read a poem, since it's we're having a poetry. Why, for crying out loud? Why are you? Okay, I don't understand. It's a poem written by Pansat. Anyway, that's what it is.
All troublemakers go to hell. All troublemakers go to hell.
I have nothing to say. Because good night.
I've suffered. But do you know the shortest poem ever written? Anybody here know?
Muhammad Ali, me, we.
That's it?
That's it. Shortest poem in the world, written by Muhammad Ali.
Me, we.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't know that one. The one I had was I don't know the title or who wrote, but it says Adam had them. Adam had them. So whatever you think you have, Adam had them. That's the point. The shortest.
Sorry. The last word. Adam had them.
Them, yeah. Whatever it is you have, just think about it. Maybe you have hands, you have head, you have. Adam had it. Whatever it is. So
Rudolph, you're the only one that can get away with that.
No, I'm not the one that wrote it.
You're the only one that can get away with that.
Who wrote it?
Guinness Book of Records said the shortest poem in the world is M.
All right.
M.
Let's start from I speak the truth.
It's funny because I used to talk to you like 20 some years when I was like 15. You'll remember. Eventually, you'll remember. But I'm not saying it on the panel. I'll tell. Yeah, in New York. Okay. I'll tell you. We used to talk a lot.
I'll share my number with you on private chat. So
all right. So I just wanted to say, especially since everybody on here claims that they are here based on fact, they speak based on fact, based on evidence, and obviously we all think we all can come in here on logic. Could Augustine please be a man, especially since always trying to antagonize me, and admit to the panel that he has at least watched what I sent him, which goes with my claim that not only was Peter Obi supporters, but he himself propagating himself as the candidate of the youth, and he was using his age as to support his credence that he's younger than the other big two opponents. So just be a man and admit it to the panel. You said I was lying. It never happened. Igbo Basics said the same thing. They said I was lying, and just admitted that you've seen it, that Peter Obi himself said it severally that he was younger than them and he used his age to denigrate the other two candidates.
Now let us go to that.
No, yes
No,
or no.
wait, let me talk. Just wait, let me talk. This thing you are talking, I just read it, is from PM News.
It's a video, brother.
Listen, I want to give you the background, isn't it? You think you're talking to an illiterate? Let's relax. This is PM News. This was in Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos, and this was written on the 12th of February 2020.
Sir, the video.
Wait, listen. Closer to the election.
Let Austin speak. Let's hear from Austin. Austin, go ahead.
It happened closer to the election, very close to the 25th. Now, Peter Obi has said before that anybody, this statement was in 2022, anybody who needs to steer Nigeria to glory should always be strong, especially as Buhari was always going for leave, sick leave. Festus Keyamo replied in 2022 and said that Obi speaks as if he is younger, that he's also 60-something. If they are talking, then there are other candidates who are far younger than Obi. After that, closer in Delta, where Bola Tinubu called Obi in statistics we go chop, then Obi now replied in this 2023, saying he said he was a minister under Shagari 20 years ago. I tried to look at the content. I don't know who he is replying as he. He said that even if they want to compare with age, he was the youngest of the three. That was one.
So basically, he said he was younger. All this rigmarole, all this going around the world.
Nobody accused me of being old.
Sir, hold on.
Somebody accused me of being old also. If I'm saying that somebody somebody who is not sick.
Augustine, Rudolph, can I ask both of them a question?
No, you are making it worse. Hold on, I'm trying to.
No, let me try to explain my own point.
I'm trying to end the conversation.
No, let me try to explain my own point.
Hold on, maybe you can, but let me just Austin finish up. Let's Austin finish up, and then
somebody accused me of being old. And it's okay if you want to say I am being old. Let us consider the three of everybody. I am even the youngest of them all. So it is to nullify your fact that you are accusing me of being old.
Sir, the bottom line was he used his age, just like I said.
Because he defended himself.
Let me finish. Did he or didn't he use his age to denigrate his opponents? It's a simple yes or no.
I am saying.
It's a simple yes or no question, sir.
He replied to somebody.
Did he or didn't he denigrate his
surrogates?
Can I ask a question now?
Thank you.
No, don't ask question. This is nonsense.
Thank you, guys.
Cool. All right. Well, because wait, Augustine. Yes, he did actually make that statement, but I am kind of really trying to wrap my head around what I speak the truth points is, because what I heard earlier was that Obi cannot say he's the candidate of the youth. And Obi never said that. So the fact that he's saying he's younger than Tinubu does not mean he's saying he's the candidate of the youth.
But that wasn't what I said.
You said
no, this is what I said. I said I was one of the three questions I was gonna ask Aisha. And I said, if wishes were horses, but I know we were only allowed to ask only one question. And I said, one of the three questions, and I listed the other two, which I'm not going to go into. And I said, the third one I was going to ask him was, since his supporters, one of the primary reasons they were pushing him forward, and one of the assets they said he had as a candidate was that he was younger. I didn't even say he said it. I said, his supporters are saying he was younger than the other two. Well, in 2027, he's going to be almost 70 years old. And Rudolph then said, well, he's actually going to be more like 65. And I said, well, 65 is closer to 70 than 25. And we all laughed at that. And I said, well, he's going to be older. So how is he going to now push himself forward as a candidate of a youthful candidate in comparison to maybe if a younger person comes through? Shouldn't it be better if he pushes forward more younger people? And that was just my question. And then people just
can I reply to that? Can I reply to that? Young
Well,
guys.
it's not a question that I'm asking a question for. It was a question I wanted to ask Aisha, not for you. It was what I wanted to ask.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I was thinking that we had a good segue to my poetry, but we went back to. So I almost brought the pastor, Janab. I can see him backstage to help us, but I think we have control of things. On this note, Ed, thank you so much. I want to thank everybody that joined me. Unfortunately, I have to run. I didn't plan to stay this long today. But thank you, Ed. Thank you, Odi. Thank you, Jagon. Thank you, Olumide. Thank you, Bob Basics. Thank you, I Speak the Truth. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Chim. Thank you, Ngozeka. And those on the comment section, I see all of you. Thank you for your contribution. And those that supported us, I thank all of you. I will hand it over to Chim. I don't know who is the moderator. Chim, Chim, I don't know if you have your system.
Rudolph, before you go, I did send you something about the Canadian visa thing that Aisha was talking about.
Yes.
So I don't think it's exactly true that she doesn't need a visa. She might actually need a visa.
I'll forward that.
Please send that.
Sorry, Rudolph, incidentally, I didn't log in as a moderator.
Okay, so what we're doing, Ngozeka can control things until maybe forefathers or electricity comes on. All right. Thank you, everybody. I will see you guys this Saturday. All right.
Rudolph, you threw me a curveball on all those African background, the things that you were doing, the Abracadabra. That's like magic is fun. Thank God we are not dead.
All right. We'll see. Take care.
All right. My brother, I speak the truth. You are back.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you're back. I've been seeing you communicating with forefathers and everything else. I know I do follow the things that you have been saying, and that's why I said off the court. You can get my number. I can even put it on the chat line. We will speak, and when we speak, like I said, I'm not seeing you clearly. If I saw you clearly, I'm a senior citizen. I wear that happily. So, but we can always communicate some things that you don't know or some things that you do know. I can learn from you. You can learn from me. A hunter does not say everything he sees in the bush.
Right. That's true.
That's just the fact of life. So for that reason, we come out here, we look at all these things. At this stage in life, I'm sorry, nobody's going to upset me. No, It's not going to happen. And that's why when I talked about Ngozika, I know you were in the background, I asked Ngozika about the snake. And she understood because we were all following all these things. A snake fell down. And Ngozika, then we were so worried, but they chased it and killed it. And she just testified to that. So there's a whole lot of sides to the whole story that we need to share. If you know about Sidney Davis, if you Google that Sidney Davis, I can almost put you into the category of an American complete. I can't quite do that, but I can do that. Whichever way it goes. But we need people like you so that we can continue to share whatever you want to know. We are here to, and forefathers, keep it up. Because when I watch in the background, even at late night, you and my brother, I speak the truth. That's the way I call that name. I speak the truth. And you guys are having a conversation. That's a genuine conversation. And some of us do learn from how you go at it. Forefathers will stand his ground. I speak the truth, will stand his ground. But the conversation you guys were having is actually something highly professional. And you pull from all that you know and you place it on the table. For those who wish to learn, let them learn. And for those who don't wish to learn, you can come out to the market square. Be my guest.
It'll be my pleasure, sir. Thank you very much.
It's well.
I know you wanted to go next. Can I beg for just 1 minute from you? Just one. I'm begging.
And can I take my snuff now?
Okay, please. I want to speak with I speak the truth. Look, one thing I would like us to look at, as I said, I'm not the type that will always want us to, because I don't know how to exchange. When somebody's talking, I'm also talking. I don't know about that. Sometimes I don't know. But there's one thing I want to say. You know why I hate bigots the more? I hate them because when they want to do something, they will just say that, okay, all let me use the Nigerian, say all Igbos are bigots, all Yorubas are bigots, all Hausa are bigots. No. I think your anger with me today was because you wanted to ask Aisha a question about in-depth knowledge of Labour Party in the chat. I just said that I don't think she might answer that question well because she's not the chieftain of the Labour Party. And your response was that you have some people in this platform which, if you want to ask questions, they'll castigate you. I have never had a problem with you. I've never even had exchange of word before. Why should you classify me with those people you may have had exchange with? Try to think about it. Have I ever had exchange of words with you before? No. And as I said,
yes, we
long
have
distance
actually.
friendship is very difficult. I may be saying something in a polite way, but you're taking it personal. I was even saying that not even with any grudge or the rest, but you just try to lump me up with maybe people you have had problems with before in
Okay,
the past.
so
Come on, let's try to be gentle.
this is becoming a common occurrence on here. Okay, so certain people that don't like my position on topics, like Igbo Basics rightly said, me and forefathers, I don't think me and anybody on here go at it more than him. If you've watched us, we always going at it, okay? But we meet each other, and I know he's fond of me, at least I think so, and I believe he knows I'm very fond of him. He's probably my favorite person on here. People attack him all the time. Even me, I talk nonsense to him on there, even before people knew who I was. And I'll be praising him before he even knew who I was. And I knew he used to confound him because I'll still come. I never revealed myself. And I'll just praise him and they'll attack him. The first time I came on the show, Alaba wrote a whole presidential speech on why they should take him away and not make him moderator. And actually, that was the reason I ever came on the show, because I came and I tried to tell Rudolph, like, no, that's not true. They only attack forefathers because they do not like his position, because sometimes sometimes he's irrational. I even told him that yesterday. But my point is, when me and forefathers go at it, when we meet each other tomorrow, we don't castigate each other. We don't hold a grudge. He doesn't. That's one thing I believe he is. I might be wrong, but I think my sense of judgment is very good and my sense of discernment is very good. Forefathers does not hold a grudge. We can go today and make slick comments to each other, roll eyes, just yell, but then we see each other.
You would have to speak for yourself that he doesn't know.
I said for me, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying for me, my sense of judgment might be wrong. I did say that. So it might be wrong, but for me, I just believe he doesn't. I believe he doesn't. You know what I mean? And then we'll go at it.
He has a grudge for me, though.
Yeah, he does.
What kind of talk is that? I speak the truth. A traveler makes no enemies. A traveler makes no enemies.
That's true.
And that's the mark of a good traveler.
Yeah.
Because regardless of what anybody says, I can see you tomorrow. You'll be surprised that that's me that you're seeing. By the virtue of when we meet face to face in person, Augustine here is very well polished in his approach in things. He doesn't quarrel with people per se. I can almost vouch for that. But when I come at things from, again, a senior citizen's perspective, I know what I'm talking about. Especially, I know both sides of the coins, both Nigeria and here. There are people when, for instance, if you read, let's say, Chim or Forefathers or Ngazika, I don't have to be there to follow the path that Ngazika had laid out and say, this is the truth or this is not the truth, because we are all establishing our character as we speak in these forums. And what does that lead to? That leads to the fact that even when we are talking about Edo politics earlier on, there were people who some of us got into this and said, okay, this person might be true, or this person might be true, but we still had our antennas up. Because what happens is this, I can come to this forum, and because of the person that I'm trying to follow, or trying to understand what they're doing, and I put up my face, some people here will make contributions directly to the cause, because they saw my face, because I said something. But some of those people have turned out to be beyond snakes in the process of this whole course. And they are in Edo State. And that's why I say, once a skunk, always a skunk. If you like, you can use hot water and wash a skunk. The place will smell like a skunk. And for me, that's the time I take certain positions, even though if we are traveling in a boat, you have a thief in the boat. You have a carpenter in the boat. You have wise men. You have all kinds of people. But we are trying to solve the same problem. But there are some persons that have exhibited themselves, just like Ngozika said earlier on, in this whole process. They blew open, too open who they are. And I assure you, if they knock on my door, I'm sorry, that door will not be open. But if we get into the football field, let them bring their own charm. Let them bring their own Moses stake and put on the ground. And then I'll put whatever I have, and the truth will always set you free. Because that's just the bottom line. Even when you are telling the truth, there comes a time that if I know that if I tell the truth now, that will be the death of I speak the truth. That's where a hunter doesn't say everything that he sees in the bush. When I say I practice bushcraft, I mean I practice bushcraft. If anybody wants to know who I am, really come with me into the bushes. And I'll probably teach you a thing or two, and you'll be shocked at the things that you learn from there. I will look forward to the day I'll see you in person and speak the truth. But keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
But I think the truth. Nobody holds grudges against you. So you understand? We banter here. We speak. We don't. At the end of the day, we still come. Next time we meet, we say hello. We may disagree. It's all based on issues.
But that's not true.
You raised an issue. It's not based. Disagreements are based on issues raised. You understand?
That's not true. For example, with you, you have this jocular way, which, with all due respect, I think. Well, let me finish.
Because when you raise your issues,
Olumide, can I please?
Let me just say based on what you.
Olumide, with all due respect, Olumide, it is his clock.
No, I haven't finished when he.
But he was the person speaking.
No. I started speaking first. But I was gonna say quickly. I was just gonna say when even if I call you names, you understand? It's because what you're saying, I don't agree with it.
Like, but I don't care. It's not about what you did today.
If I say you're speaking the crap, the issue you're raising, the facts you are putting down, are based on people's hearsay on internet. They are not evidence. They're not objective facts.
Okay, so I get it. I'm an idiot, but listen,
I think we have to consider Chim. Chim is supposed to speak.
No, but let me just retort. They can't just bash me.
Okay, let's keep it brief so that Chim can speak, please.
Please. So, Olumide is not about today, and it is a lie that you guys don't hold a grudge like you just did. You do hold a grudge, and with someone like you, I just don't. It's not about the nonsense you were saying today. I do not appreciate the buffoonery. I don't come here to play around. I come here to talk about serious issues. Yeah, we may joke around, but all that interruption, talking nonsense, acting asinine is not with me. So maybe your sense of humor might resonate with other people. It doesn't resonate with me, and I choose not to enter the ring and play with you. And when I say I don't want to do it, you guys always do all this attacking. Jagun wants to explain what you're saying. He gets upset when you say, let me talk for myself.
It seems like you're holding a grudge. Why are you calling my name? I'm not in this. I'm not in this rubbish. Is it for you to be complaining about each and every individual? What's this guy talking about? Why are you even allowing this talk about? Is this to speak the truth, though? This is talking rubbish. Why is he talking rubbish?
It looks like we spent too long. We are not discussing issues. We are discussing ourselves.
It's more than too long. It's rubbish.
Forefathers, can I say something?
He put that his capital on his head. Rubbish.
Can we, because this is something that someone complained about earlier with the people in the comment section. If we're having those kind of feelings about people in the comment section, within the panel, we should at least have, as a no ad hominem thrown at one another. Just say whatever you want to say. Let's be respectful, at least of ourselves in the panel.
So, and for us, if I may, piggyback on what Ed has said. You know, we disagree, both of you and I. But one thing I would give you this evening is you have never, in disagreeing, called anybody names. I will give you that.
Yeah. He called me a nigger once.
I'm not saying it behind
I was
you.
very upset.
Can I finish, please? I'm saying it, and I'm not saying it behind you.
According to he calls names. He calls
names.
Can I
finish, please? Please.
But be accurate now.
Let me finish, then you will have your point.
His opinion.
Say your own. Forefathers can cut you off. He can mute you. He can jump you, which I have told him, oh, he jumped me. And he'll say, no, he's not jumping me. He will try to explain himself. But I will give it to him. Forefathers has never called anybody's views nonsense, at least to the best of my knowledge. My issue here, and I'm happy Ed raised it, and that's part of where Ngozika, and this is not personal, when I was disagreeing with Ngozika, is I find it strange when people are expressing their views. Why don't you just come and say, you know what, I share your perspective, I don't agree with you, and then you say why you don't agree with the person. But when you come on and you say somebody's views are bunkum, idiotic, or buffoonery, and all those things are abuses. I may not be.
Are you referring to me? I've never used any word like that.
No, not you, but I'm just trying to explain something. Don't be offended, please. You know, so I find those things quite, honestly, I don't understand it. I can say, you know what, Ed, I don't agree with you. And this is why
are you making
so, but what I don't appreciate is when people come.
Can I follow you?
Let me finish. The floor is still mine. When I'm done, you can say what you want to say. I'm not going to interject you. So these are some of the things, and which is why when I was responding to Ngozik and I said that, you know what, let's not take these things personal. Personally, I don't care what anybody says, whether you feel my judgment is poor. Somebody says, "Oh, Ngozika has humbled me." That's up to you. I don't have to respond to that. But the point is this: in politics, we are not always going to vote the same place. There may be something I'm seeing you don't see, and it's perfectly okay. Tomorrow, people are going to vote Joe Biden, but this is a Joe Biden that, at some point, was supporting a KKK person. If you're following American elections, and he was, but so many black people, especially Nigerian immigrants, that's their best candidate they're going to vote for. They will vote for him and they will rationalize it, but they will not remember that this guy once back a KKK person. So
I know who talks that way. I know who talks that way.
It's up to you. When you come, tell the person. But my point is simple. Politics is today's game. It has consequences. I'm not in delusion that it doesn't have consequences. But guess what? After it has happened, the intelligent way is to find out from these other people to say, you know what, I was a bit appalled at the vote you made. Why did you vote that direction? And let them tell you. Of course, there will be irrational ones. There will be irrational voters. There are irrational voters everywhere. But not all voters are irrational. There are people there are certain things they're looking at. It may not make sense to you, like it didn't make sense to me when people voted Tinubu. I'm not going to lie to you because of the way I perceive him. But the fact remains, I respect those votes, and I've moved on from it. My concern, if anybody listening to me, is I'm trying to talk to Peter Obi and his people to say, how would you make sure that you're in a proper structural phase to be able to compete with this person who seems to have supposed structure? Because right now, with all that I'm hearing, the structure is going to become an issue again tomorrow, and then we'll come back here again and start crying. So, but let's not abuse people and use foul languages. I'm totally against that.
Thank you. Who's next?
Can I come in? Myself, okay. I haven't spoken since I've come to this show.
You know, Ngozika, if you want to say something, you are free to say anytime. Jago, please.
You didn't respond to me at all, bro.
No, Jago,
okay, you responded to me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've come on the show late. I've not listened to what happened earlier in terms of our guest and such, and I wish I had. It seemed like it was a good show. However, when I had
Jack, if I remember,
why should you behave like that? Are you a muppet all day long? My goodness.
You say you started that.
Me, I'm an abuser, or all that thing that Chim said, that's for him. That's not for me. You see me, yeah? Just like anybody would say, we come on here for our own specific reasons. I would like to be serious, even though comedy is a great thing. However, in discussions, when you're discussing, I think most people would hold their own view, even though it's just an opinion. Most people would hold it quite firmly. If you have a firm view, then an opposing view to yours, it's not that you haven't thought of that opposing view, but you don't believe that opposing view, and you castigate it, you attack it, you attack the view. The view is not necessarily attacking the person. You know, these ways that we want to be so petty, like we're not in this world together. Haven't you received an abuse before? Don't you know how to handle an abuse? What's the matter with you? Are you a man or a mouse? This is planet Earth. At the end of the day, yes, there should be some level of conduct within communication. However, we're all just talking about our own personal views. Speak the Truth was there speaking about himself like he's going to break into 50 pieces because somebody is their own personality. Ridiculous. Grow up. Why can't we be men? How do we have difficult conversations? How do we deal with aspects of varied personalities? Do we want all of us to be robotic? What's the matter with you? Why do we speak like this? Oh, I think that we shouldn't abuse. I think that it's offensive. What's the matter? Obviously, I don't believe that anybody wants to be freely offensive. That person would be an idiot. Nobody's coming here to swear at every individual. There's nobody here, I believe, that hasn't learned something from another person, even though they may dislike that personality. We've got to grow up. You know, sometimes we're so petty, and we can't hear the pettiness coming out of our mouth. Do you want someone to be stroking you for your pettiness? Oh, please, oh, baby. What's the matter? It's amazing to me how personal this thing became, and I felt that from when Speak the Truth was speaking, that forefathers should have just elevated that conversation away from that arena. Oh, woe is me. Why are you all treating me like this? In fact, I thought all of your personalities are defunct. What kind of
stop being a hypocrite. You are in the background.
We are trying to so that the conversation goes around and speak the truth. Others have to be able to speak. Please finish.
That's the person who tells me that I'm always
go around, then you have your chance to respond.
You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's the religion of life. Hypocrite is the religion of life. Just forget that. Just forget that. This is the Chim. That's the person that you said doesn't abuse or call names.
You are a hypocrite. I called you a hypocrite.
You said it. Why are you repeating yourself? Why repeat?
Leave it now. Why do you have to be exchanging? You have your chance to respond.
Into his chest. Everything I'm saying is going so deep in his chest. He's breaking him into pieces. He can't hold himself.
Who did you say I was defending?
I said to you, Chim, you put forward earlier, Chim, that Speak the Truth, you have never heard him.
You're not listening.
He's high.
No, wait, let me land. Let me land.
No, but you brought me in here, so I have to respond. I said forefathers.
No, I brought you in.
I said forefathers. I didn't say Speak the Truth.
Okay.
I said forefathers.
Nobody's casting votes for this thing today.
All right, allow that. All I really want to say is that really and truly, instead of us pointing the finger all the time, we should really look to resolve our own communication issues. There's not one person on this platform that doesn't have communication issues. Not one. If we feel that our communication is so sacrosanct that when I speak, it is now gospel, I throw that out the window. The way I'm dealing with this thing here, I've learned a lot about my own communication, my own bad communication. And I want to come away from that arena. I don't want to have bad communication. I want to have as good as communication as possible. So I'm actually communicating my ideas as opposed to becoming personal all the time. If we fix our own issue, as opposed to giving ourselves bad advice, you understand, it would be a much more plausible and effective route of fixing how we communicate on this platform. Always pointing the finger. Forefathers, I thank you.
Thank you. Who is next? Is it Augustine, or do you have anything to say? If not you, or then OD or Ed. Is
I
it
think
Ed or OD?
Janaba haven't said a word yet.
Oh, Igbo Basics,
Yeah.
I've not spoken to
Yeah,
the
Janaba just came in.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. All right.
Yeah, you see how they laugh am out. Eh? My brothers, we think I'm suffering because when I begin the rise, I'm like this. I'll tell you that I grew up in Aba, and that's the place where they say, "Get and blow, get and blow." Eh? We say,
All
Aba,
right.
and if you are
Forefathers.
driving a vehicle, somebody will be telling you, Naga, you know, go
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, forefathers, it's good to see you again. Welcome back to the show.
Okay, are you taking my turn?
I think it's Ed right now.
No, I
Ed
thought
is talking.
you talked,
Yeah, it's my
Yeah,
turn.
I was
but that's
checking.
okay. You can speak. I'm not in a
Let me just
hurry.
quickly say this. I hope I don't stir up whatever arguments we've already had. But I wanted to kind of, talk about this whole issue of people who voted for Buhari in 2015. I mean, I didn't vote for him in 2015. I actually wanted to vote for Buhari in 2011 when he was going with Tunde Bakari. And it was just because I was so tired of the way Goodluck was being promoted as the Southern candidate. I was thinking we should get more competency than that. So the reason why I turned away from Buhari was his response towards the whole killing of coppers during that election, because I had just finished my NYSC. So to me, that was really personal, that this guy could not even come out to say enough of this violence. So to me, that showed the kind of the kind of person he was. And so I decided in 2015 I will not vote for Buhari, right? So, but I understand that so many people do not have that luxury of actually looking at things that way. Of course, there was a lot of whitewashing that went into the old Buhari's candidacy. But I think that what we should do after that is to probably learn lessons in actually asking the right questions about our candidates instead of still holding people who did that as if they've committed like an unpardonable sin. Of course, if you knew how Buhari was in 1985 or 1983 when he ruled, and you went ahead and still voted for him, having that full consideration set to make your decision, well, that's on your conscience. But I don't think I would want to hold anybody responsible for that. People make their decisions based on whatever information they have. Again, talking about information they have, one of the reasons why I did not support Buhari was one of the people who supported Buhari in 2015 was Wole Soyinka, who actually wrote an article denigrating Buhari and calling him a dictator in 2011, because there was a sort of alliance between Goodluck and the southwestern parts of the country. So to me, I was like, how can this guy tell me this at that point and now he's telling me something else? I didn't experience the Buhari dictatorship in 1983, but at least that information was enough for me to make my choice. But having said that, I don't think we should really just keep beating people for what they did in 2015. If anything, it's an opportunity for us to actually look back and say, okay, going forward, nobody will deceive us the way we were deceived during Buhari's campaign. The second thing I want to say, again, that idea of, it was Dale Carnegie that said something in his book, How to Influence People and Make Friends or something. I can't really get the title. He said, a man convinced against his will is of the same will still. So in other words, if you keep bashing me and making me not able to express my true convictions, instead of giving me a superior argument, you keep like bashing me and just throwing names at me, giving me labels. I might not speak what is really on my mind again, but that does not mean I will not go to the polls and actually express it. And that's what we see with these old, that thing actually was part of how Trump won in 2016. There was an article that was written by someone who's actually far left about how this whole mind guarding thing that the Democrats were doing, labeling people, calling people deplorables, actually a lot of people took that to heart and went to the polls and decided, this is our time this is our revenge. So I don't think we really want that. Of course, bigotry is not something we should actually tolerate, but I think it's better if we can give superior arguments as opposed to just labeling people. As to our guest today, she did a very good job. I was really impressed by her humility, especially when she was asked the question about foreign policy. That's something we don't really get so much of nowadays, where everybody, especially when you're in a panel or a platform like this, you want to, it's kind of your ego is at stake. You want to sound like you're really intelligent. But that was she resisted that temptation. I was very, humble in her answer to that question. That I found really commendable. I mean, she's a very likable person. I also wanted to ask her about the Edo election, because I know she has a stake. She's my sister from Edo. I wanted to know what her thought is. There was something during the general election. I think she came out to support Frank Weke of Enugu, and a lot of the Obidients. I hope I'm not mistaken on this. A lot of the Obidients were really mad at her that, well, we should all support Labour Party. But I think we can now look back and see that she probably was right, because what our Labour Party senators and all of these people doing to us, So again, this is one reason why we should not be doing this whole mind guarding thing. It doesn't help. You're just going to make people more, reinforce their convictions. And when someone who has very bad convictions does not speak about it, you never know until they explode. Is there another thing? And this to my brother Chim, we hardly disagree, but on this issue of Peter Obi, I like the answer that Aisha gave about him trying to play the true Democrat that he is. And let's be honest, a lot of people actually like him for that. Peter Obi is actually raised to a very high standard compared to our usual politician. And it won't even, I don't think it will surprise anyone here to know that even the Tinubus of this world actually hold Peter Obi to a high standard in the way they criticize him. So if that guy decides to not probably dabble into party politics and impose his will, you will be surprised how they will use that against him. The next thing is, he claims he's a saint, but he's doing exactly what we do. So I'll just say, let him be who he wants to be, right? And let's see how it plays out. After all, he's just one citizen. He's not the Messiah. It's not like Jesus Christ. So let's do what we can to help him, instead of just saying he should just probably do this. He hears 1,001 opinions on a daily basis, but he's still a human being. He still has to cater for his own family needs. Beyond just being a politician, he still has to make his own personal decisions about life. So on that, I would say I would like us to cut him some slack, because if he goes and starts imposing his will on Labour Party, it's going to be a dirty fight, and he's going to lose that pristine name and reputation that he has. So that's just my response to you, Chim. I know you're very passionate about that topic, and I can see where you're coming from, but that guy is held to a very high standard, and I don't think we want him to lose that edge. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that's the longest Ed has ever spoken, actually. Odi, please go ahead.
Hi. I think a good discussion very so far. Ed, I think like most of what you said. I wanted to go back to Nigeria, but Chim and forefather previously, you guys have been dragging me back to this American election. Chim, have you ever thought about, why would people want to vote for Biden? Because you keep talking about Biden and, how he KKK and all the, people evolve. I'm not saying that Biden is not whatever he used to be.
I like the word evolve, but go ahead. I like that word.
Yeah. So, but look, the idea that most people here, most people who immigrated from Nigeria are more likely going to vote for Biden. Do you think they are not smart? Do you know why they do that? There's a reason. And when you try to put Trump and Biden on the same pedestal and compare them, apples for apples, Trump doesn't have the best reputation regarding race relationship in America. We live here. Look, when Trump was elected, I had to leave my church. I'm telling you, it was a purely Caucasian church. They were obsessed. Like, it was like, our tribe has won. You know, like people were, it was sickening. You know, we'll go to, you know, like you go to Bible study and they're discussing Trump and how immigrants are pouring in. I'm not kidding. It's like, hi, hello, I'm one of them. You know, look, it's as if there was some energy. You see people at work and they're looking at you differently. There's a reason why people are, look, Biden, nobody's saying that Biden is a great candidate. Look, we all see through him. We know his cognitive issues. But there's a reason why Biden is, and if you think Biden is not going to win this election, then you have to think again. You know, remember, if not for the American college, system, electoral college system, there's no chance for a Republican to be president in the United States. You know, Biden for sure, they will win the majority vote. Majority of Americans are on. Look, most of us have conservative. If I live in Canada, probably I'll go along with how you vote. But there's something different here. I vote both Democrat and Republican. I'm independent fully. I'm a registered Democrat, but I vote independently. I swing. I vote mostly Republican judges, because of, all these social issues because the judges are the ones who stop, whether it's, I don't want to mention all those things. But when you come, because a judge will stop these guys, you can see when the Democrats the judge can put hold on the president's policy. But when you go I vote people, the House, you see the House now that is causing all this problem. I vote Republicans for the House because they go there and cause chaos because we need people to be stopped a little bit. But sometimes, when these people are talking about only the border, there are so many things going on in the United States. So what I'm trying to say, like people are not thinking about just one thing at a time. There's so many things going on. And look, whether you like it or not, this is the best American economy in history under Biden. Everybody, like you can't get employees. I can't hire people to work for me. We're paying, you have to pay at least 10 grand, $15,000 a year more, or 30,000 more. In fact, 40 grand more to get people to, there's so many jobs, but nobody to do it. So no matter what that old man, that grandpa is doing in the White, he's doing it well. And America, and that shows you the system. This system does not need a king to run it. It's a system that, look, Trump's policies favored me economically. I saved money on taxes. But the problem is that he was on TV. People find it despicable that you're on TV quarreling with everybody every day. Okay, we enjoyed a little bit of the drama, being honest. But tomorrow, it's going to be Rocket Man. Nobody wants all that. It's too much drama. Biden just he goes and falls once in a while, and he stays at home with his wife. And then people are running the economy. Yeah, people have other problems. I just wanted to address that. Coming to Nigeria, my issue really about the next election, and another question I would have loved to ask is, we all, invested money. We did all this for the last election, one way or the other. How do you even tell someone, in the next election to vote when, Mahmoud is there? Tinubu wasn't president when they shut off the server. Now you don't need a server. The server will be in Asorok. I don't know how. Look, we can speak all the English. If they don't do electoral reform and I don't think look, we just wait for another 4 years. I don't know how, if anybody can explain how anybody can win election with Tinubu in Asorok. I'd like to hear the explanation, but that's my contribution.
Thank you. Jonaba, please go ahead. You're muted.
I say, Ungozi want to say something. Let her go.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I haven't heard you speak or anything. Go ahead. I'll just go after you.
Oh, you have a very good stable internet now. Thank you. Thank God. That's okay. I thought I wanted to give you Nigerian a privilege to speak, but that's okay. Thank you. Good to see all of you. First of all, I start from our guest. She's a wonderful woman. She paid price that wherever she is, she earn it through her activism. I have respect for her. If I have opportunity to ask her a question, I could have asked her, but she's not here. Nobody's going to give me the answer, so I don't want to prolong to go to that side. The issue of the passionate to be people, I respect your passion, but your first time investment, that person no go recover from it. You're on your own. The Obi is not coming out. He's doing what he's called to do. He's a good talker. He's a kingmaker right now. But if you are waiting in 2027, Obi is going to be your president. It's, you are a good, it's a failure of imagination. So good luck to some of you that believe in that. So hold on. So that is it. He's doing great. What he's supposed to do. I said that over and over. He's a good orator. He's a calm gentleman. The guy say he's not desperate. He himself says he's not desperate. I don't think if you are not desperate to be a Nigerian president and then you cross all the other things. So, and I respect him. He's the one that know what he's going through. He's the one that know where he belongs to. He's a career politician, so he's going to still be relevant in Nigerian politics. So that is it. When it comes to American president, it's two old people. American ideology is the same. It's just two old men, and one know how to carry himself well, and the other one don't. So there's no difference. American is still America. It doesn't matter who wins. I'm not going to go to bed and worry about it. I'm going to wake up the same place, go to the same work. If he cut taxes for the rich, I'm not to that level. So Trump will not benefit me that much. On the other hand, I pay back under Biden too. So to me, it's not a big deal to me. If you give me a choice, because of the way he carry himself, I would say Biden is but it's two evil white people. They're all the same. So there's nothing too special about American politics. The good thing is the system work. So whatever is going to happen, end of the day, we're all going to be fine. Let's work on our own motherland, hoping that one day we all can go home freely and don't have to look at your back. And let us not be this, come on, if it's not my way, the fact that I'm passionate about somebody that criticizes become an enemy. It should have to have a big heart to take criticism. Even all those insults they say. If you go to the chatting, I don't pay attention to what they say. I'm above such things. So some of those things you guys say that I think we should grow more wings. Don't pay attention to those things, name calling, all of those things. I mean, it's people, that is who they carry themselves, like Trump and Joe Biden. One of them is carrying themselves, whether you don't call us on certain things, doesn't mean that that person is more worse than the other. It's just like about public people are trained how to present themselves well. So I think we should grow out of all those, he called me name, he insult me, or somebody is insulting other. I think we are bigger than that. Life is like that. There are many things that throw themselves at you that is bigger than whatever anybody call you here. You go through your personal struggle that is bigger than coming here and somebody say, you are this, you are that, you are bigotry, you are religious, this, and then you get offended with that. No, I don't. I think we should have to grow that. Please let us not take ourselves low to say, he called me name. That person reflect who he is. That's fine. The public is watching us. People will judge us. If they'll make a poll, they'll say, okay, people like Igbo Basic. Igbo Basic, sometimes I understand him, sometimes he carry me too far. And it's okay. That is what he's good at. And AD is a Christian. It's not type of my Christian. It's okay. So, so our belief is different. Our forefather, we may have. So let us just focus on our message. And if we cut across that the name calling come, just take it with love. There's one thing that we all have to bear. The one of the scriptures said Jesus was talking to Peter. He said, "Devil or Satan have put a demand on you." Sometimes we are not man enough. It's a grace we all bear. Our forefather, like this guy said, forefather, there was a time there was a campaign against him. He don't do this. And he's still here and he's never changed. That is, this is not supposed to have some changes somewhere. I think he learned, but not because you disagree with somebody and automatically the person become your enemy, do all that. All the people you are campaigning for, if they go to the Aso Rock, some of them will never even smell you. Never. So all of those things, let us pray and work on the system that is fair and just for everybody. Like people like me from a minority group can run for president and become a president, not only Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, or Hausa Fulani. It should not be things that we're all going to be worrying ourselves about. Let us move Nigeria forward. We are very eloquent, but we don't agree, and we don't have to agree on everything, but we have to respect other people's opinion. Thank you.
So, John Abba, when you say I carry you, they go. You say I carry you too far sometime. Where?
To the bush now, where you said.
That's a good one. Okay, you will enjoy plenty of palm wine there.
Who's next? Ngozi, please go ahead.
So please, I'm just going to take you, gentlemen. Permit me to just go back a bit. Then I will have my last say. Then I'll turn in for the night. This is 14 minutes after 12. Wow. So I wanted to talk a bit about the Chibok Girls, and I'm going to tie it into what we're discussing now, and I'll just leave it at that. Chibok Girls. This was the trump card for Buhari that year. It was like a chant. He couldn't secure the nation. We need a general that is experienced to tackle insecurity. Blah 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 blah. Now that I even think about it, I'm thinking, anyway, I'll never understand it. I'll just make peace with it. I just want to say that 10 years later, it is heartbreaking. It is terrible that those girls, some of them are still in captivity. I actually followed the story of the two girls that escaped, Joy and what is the other girl's name? Oh God, I can't remember her name right now. Joy and the other girl they escaped and were taken to the US. They graduated a few years ago, and one of them is now engaged to be married. I followed the whole Chibok story and the subsequent abductions after that. And every time I hear the name Chibok, my heart breaks. And it's just so saddening that this Nigerian thing of onto the next one is at play even with people's lives. We have this God-forsaken ability to adapt to the worst things. We never ever adapt to better thing. Now very, very useless, stupid things we always adapt to. Onto the next one. It's a Nigerian thing. As it dey hot, we talk am, everybody do. Onto the next one. 10 years, people's children taken from their hostel, dumped in the bush, married off to terrorists, procreating with terrorists, to the point that sometimes even when they are rescued, their own Stockholm syndrome is so terrible that they don't even want to leave their abductors. And we sleep comfortably. Our government sleep comfortably. Governments have changed hands. Like we've had like 3 election cycles. Is it 3 or 2 election cycles after that? People go to the polls and they said people that were campaigning to bring back the girls, all of a sudden they are campaigning on something else now. What happened to bringing back your girls? You don't want them back anymore. What happens to Bapchi girls? What happened to Leah Sharibu? Until we come to that point where it's not what we want to do, and now maybe we just leave and want to the next one. Until we come to that point where we stay on issues. I've said this on this show several times that I like people who stay on issues. I like people who are like a dog with a bone. They don't let go. They everything to get what they need from me. Stay on the issues. We don't have that capability. And I see it play out several times on this platform. Somebody comes with some random self-edifying thing, and before you know it, the topic is just straying away from what we're talking about, and everybody is trying to prove that they have better things to say, that their own opinion trumps another person's own. I am tired of it. I am tired of seeing Nigerians play out at every turn. If I do like this, Nigeria is playing out. If I do like this, Nigeria is playing out. If I come and join the show, Nigeria is playing out. I am tired of it. On to the next one mentality. I want to come to a point where we are not in a hurry to go on to the next one. We stay on the issue, thrash it out, and then deal with it decisively and completely before we move on. Because just like that, it will surprise you that in the next 50 years, those girls will still not be back. They'll become grandmothers in those bushes. They'll have grandchildren from those bushes. And we are okay. It has become a normalized thing. People will just, students will be in their hostel, and then the next thing will be, and you know the worst part? Our sensibilities, I don't know for any other Nigerian, but as a Nigerian living in Nigeria, my sensibility has been so assaulted that when I hear news of abduction, it doesn't move me anymore. I'm like, oh, how many did they carry this time? It doesn't move me anymore. I don't flinch. I don't feel anything. The next thing is I'm looking at the number. Oh, they carried 20. 20. Yeah. Oh, they carried 5. Oh, sir, that's small. Thank God, this one is small. Oh, they carried 30. Hey, yeah, this one they're going to get plenty money. It's that bad. And I'm just worried that if it continues like this, God help us. Meanwhile, in the present, I don't want to reply any, because some of the people that have spoken in the last few minutes touched on what I brought in. I don't want to touch on it. I already buried that issue, but I'm going to leave the show by saying this. Gentlemen, I know you people say you are the logical agenda. It's even funny that this evening we had an argument about that with my friends. You people pride yourself on being the logical gender. For every show that airs, for each time we come here, your people are the majority. And yet we're having kata kata. Please prove me right. Prove me wrong.
Because
Because I say
before you go, I've got 1 minute for you, please. So you sleep on. Thank you.
Okay. If people come here, you people say you're the logical gender, women are the emotional gender, yet you come here every weekend and show the world how illogical you are, how emotional you can get. And I want to ask, they tire una? They tire una? That's it for now. Have a good night, everybody. I'll be a good morning. And Mr. Tone, I'll hear what you want to say, then I'll sign off.
What I wanted to say, I guess Chim has touched on about I would say even 97% of it. Yes, I was one of those people that believed in Buhari when he was coming back. And with hands on heart, I will not say I regret. But with all due respect to you, because of your age, you may not understand why we made that decision and where it's coming from. But as a matter of
fact, don't go there. I take an exception. You see what you just did. You see what you just don't say because of my age. Excuse me. No, don't go there. Don't tell me because of my age.
You spoke now. Everybody listen to you. You speak to me. We're all learning. We're not debating.
You just took a direct shot at me. You took a direct shot at me, implying that I am too young.
You have your chance.
Let's leave it. Let's leave it. Let's leave it there. It's fine. Let's leave it. Thank you.
Okay, I must say your submission, Ngozika, was quite good. it's a shame that it degenerated into this. So yeah, if you have something to say, Ngozika, you can say it, and then so I can move to the next person.
I'm good. I've had enough for one day. Thank you.
I think
Good night,
I'm the next
gentlemen.
person.
Thank you.
I've not spoken.
Mr. Chanaba.
Kachifo.
I wanted to
Jim.
say something about what Odi said. Okay, should I go ahead?
Not spoken.
Yes.
Now
All right.
everybody
Sorry.
has spoken about 3 or 4 times.
No. You will speak. You will get your chance to say all you want. You don't say a lot, even when they give you time now. You don't even say a lot. So, but please, you'll get your chance.
I wanted to address. See, I wanted to address, and she just started being toxic at me, which is just unnecessary.
That's
I was
so
just trying
wrong.
to explain to her.
That's so wrong. When if you had something to say, you should have just said it. You're not putting in all these narratives.
No, Jack, I'm not addressing you. You didn't.
I'm addressing you. I know you're not addressing me. I'm
did not give
addressing
me an
you.
opportunity to speak, for freaking sake. Can
What's
you
that?
just
Why the frustration?
Can
hold on,
we
please?
leave it? You see,
You
we are
don't
just proving
condemn
what she
people.
said to be
You just
correct.
want to hear you, and that was what I Speak the Truth was talking about some minutes ago. You
Oh,
all
shut
want to
up,
hear
you
what
idiot.
you guys. So
But
far, it does
it's
not
the
align
same thing
with
that
your.
Ngozika just said.
You're just grabbing. You're just clutching at straws. Say what you have to say.
You all were attacking him. As long as it does not align to your emotions and all that, you start attacking the person.
You're an
What is wrong
idiot.
with you guys?
Say what you have to say instead of being idiotic. Because that's what you're being.
Okay, Jagun, just hold on because Chim wants to say something.
Because if I go down to that level, you not like it.
Okay, leave it.
Bruh, I say what I got to say.
Watch your
mouth.
Let me start meeting people.
Forefathers, you may have to
Chim,
excuse
please
me.
go ahead.
Forefathers, you may have to excuse me because I think you guys have gotten into the market square.
Exactly. This is not proper. This is not proper. We need to do better. We need to do better. Team. This in tone. Let's be a bit more civil. Come on. We can do better than this.
Dr. Damages just came back from hell. What's wrong with us?
There's a lot wrong, bruh. There's a lot wrong.
Just came back from hell.
Can I just go ahead?
Please.
Please go ahead.
Let's turn it down, please. Let's turn it down.
So, incidentally, Odi is not here, and I just wanted to thank him. The point I wanted to raise is I love the way he took his time to logically explain. You see, he used 2 words that I quite I was impressed with, but also sounds very hypocritical. One is, it's very okay to adjudge a person you like and support to have the capacity to reinvent themselves and to grow and mature in their opinions, which is what he did for Biden. I have nothing against Biden, absolutely nothing. What I've always consistently stood on is to say, why is it okay for you to, pardon my use of this word, please pardon my use of the word, I'm careful, but nothing else comes to my mind, finger someone else when it suits you, but when a politician of your liking comes up, you don't want him to be fingered. Do you understand? And he also took his time to explain. And I understand it. He said, do I know why people will vote for? And that's the same thing I've been saying for anybody who's been trying to listen to me. Do you also know why other people will vote for the Republican? Elections are a period where people vote for different issues. There are people who are looking at things from an economic standpoint. Listen, logically, as an immigrant where I live, it should be a given that any party that is pushing immigration policies will be I will embrace them, because these are people who I see are helping to, bring other people in. I would logically go that direction. But if you are doing that and I am going poor, your policies are taking away money from my pockets in a way that is alarming, and I vote for the other one, and the other one says, why would you vote for the other person? So I love his argument when he said there are reasons, and I totally agree with him, and I love his maturity. He's a very rational voter. He showed if I believe his explanations, he will vote for, at his local council level, he will vote for Republican judges because he knows they will make conservative decisions that will suit him. In a period where he wants to vote a presidential candidate that is Democrat, he will vote a house that will try and checkmate the executive. But you see, the truth about it is not everybody is as rational as Odi. There are people who are single issue voters. They will vote one particular party. It doesn't matter what that party is doing, just because they just align with that party. So I just wanted to, unfortunately, he's not here. And then coming to this Buhari thing, you see, I've heard a lot of things, and someone said that when an issue is consistently put forward, it begins to sound like the truth. I was a young boy when Buhari came in as a military dictator. Note the word I use, military dictator. I accept the fact he was a military dictator, but that was where Nigeria was at that time. For anybody who knows part of the reasons why they struck and remembers 1983 and MPN and people names like Omar Odiko and what that name stands for and the poverty level in Nigeria, will appreciate why that military struck in 83. And although they did a few things that were not right, like for instance, I saw somebody at the chat session who said, do I support him killing Bartholomew? I don't support killing Bartholomew, but guess what? The only thing that was wrong with that decision was it was a retroactive judgment. Did Bartholomew commit the crime for which he was killed? Yes, he was. Yes, he was. But the thing is that he shouldn't have been killed because he was supposed to be serving a different jail term. It was supposed to be a law that should have been started and started hunting people who committed thereafter. But the man now went back and pulled people who committed the crime before he came to office, before that law was made. That's where any rational mind who followed that will say, no, that was wrong. And for someone like me who grew up to understand that, say, okay, that was wrong. But it didn't mean that that decree, whatever it was, in fact, it was that decree. That was why the people who removed that government from office removed that government from office. But we all know better if we're trying to be honest. See, there are a lot of things wrong with Nigeria. That something was wrong today doesn't mean that if somebody who comes to remove it and is wrong himself, doesn't mean that person is also right. We need to always be rational when we...
Hey, Mr. Tim, you don't know what you're talking about.
Things. Can you keep quiet, please? Let me finish. So we need to understand all those things. There was also an Idiago in that government. There was war against indiscipline. There were all sorts of things. Now, I'm not saying that Buhari is a fantastic person. No. But people always come and project certain things. I was alive when he came to office. I wasn't living in Ghana. I wasn't born after. I was alive. I was in primary school. We saw what was going on. I was alive when there was no food, when MPM politicians put Nigeria, Igbo Basic is older than me, he's here, put Nigeria in an economic situation. And that led to that government. And then before Babangida came with his SAP and everything. Listen, if I vote somebody today you don't like, that's perfectly okay. I understand it. You might have your reasons. But like Ed said, personally, I have nothing against anybody who votes anybody they are voting for. I may disagree with you in the nick of that season. Like we disagree with Emilio Cons and everything, I will disagree with you. But after it has been done, I'm not here to say that Tinubu won election free and fair. He didn't. But guess what? The system has accepted it. We've moved on with it. So, of course, I'm not going to pray for Nigeria to collapse. I'm going to pray for that Nigeria to function and succeed. And then next time when there's an opportunity to vote, perhaps, like Ed said, we can be able to now go and tell the guy, I know you voted this candidate last time. Why? Can you see, are you still going to vote him again? And try and win people across the divide to even these politicians, especially those of us who live in America. We see them do this. There are Democrats who go and pull Republicans to say, listen, this is why you should vote on this particular matter. And they do. Like the last one, Justin, that voted past a Biden policy. His party members are not happy with him that he did that. But he did the right thing. That is what politics is all about. You may not like it. And let's not always be when it suits you, you are happy to suit you. When it doesn't suit you, then the other person becomes the devil. Those are some of the things I don't agree with. I just wanted to make that point clear and then, leave it and move on.
Thank you. Augustine haven't said anything for a while, not since I came on. You want to say something?
Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm doing some academic work, but I was listening to everyone. So, anyhow, the point is, it's just of this issue of back and forth. For me, I think I've not met any of you in person. Even I stay beside Dr. Rudolph's backyard, but I've not seen him or I've not met him personally. So I just believe that this is a platform where we can always meet anytime, talk anytime. And one thing I've always said on this platform is that issue of constructive criticism. If somebody criticizes, you can criticize somebody constructively, and most especially, you always say where the person may have gone wrong and try as much as possible to provide a solution. It's very important. So that's just all what I'm going to say. When we go to the point of proffering solutions to Nigerian problems and the rest, I will be able to say something better.
Thank you. Who's next?
I guess it's my turn, so I can sign off.
Oh yeah, okay. Please go ahead.
They say if a lizard stays too long in the farm, it turns into a rusty material. You can just kick it around.
A lizard.
Yeah, a lizard. You know the lizard.
How is it going to turn into rusty material?
Oh, because it blends with the grasses and the leaves and everything else, and you can just think it's rust.
Dr. Damage, can I just say something, please? Just briefly. Can I just take permission to make a brief statement and I will leave?
Other people are waiting. What does the panelists think? The panelists want him to say something.
Other people are waiting.
Phil,
Okay,
Phil,
I'm not very happy. I'm sorry.
Phil, just chill out for a moment, please.
No, I'm very hungry. I'm very, very hungry right now.
There's no need to be angry. There is just no need to be angry.
I need to express myself. I need to express myself because
you have your chance. You have your chance. Just calm down. You have your chance.
Phil, take a chill for a moment. Why do I say that? If your wife stood on the door and said you are not going to go out, are you going to push her out and bust out? If I were you, I'll leap through the window. Hello? So, my brother, calm down, take it easy, don't bust out. Anything voiced out in anger always results into the same thing we are talking about. There's nothing I can say here that is going to change the world. Nothing. But I will do the best I can to say on our guest today, Aisha Yesufu. She hammered away on family. She said that, and that was both policy that she was addressing, that she drove her child to the school. And they had a policy that you come after 8 o'clock, they shut the door. And then she said she was trying to cut corners, and her child said, Mom, you're doing the wrong thing. Call her out on that. You understand what I'm saying? So let us look back and realize that we come out here to commune and commiserate with one another and try to impart whatever knowledge we think we have out there. We try. Let us try as much as we possibly can to really take it easy. And the reason why we are going to take it easy, so at the end of the day, we can go to bed and have a good sleep. I mentioned earlier on that my own governor, Governor Oti, is in Maryland. And I said, if it was before, I would have been there. Not now. Some of us have run our race. And since I still take that title of a senior citizen, and I said that Peter Obi was in Ibuku yesterday. And if you guys didn't realize that the guy that they went to bury, Okwadike, was actually one of those who we, in the background, delegated to go and convince Peter Obi to join the Labour Party. Maybe you don't know it, but these were workings that in the background. Okwadike was a very strong first statesman. If you follow that election that we still talk about every now and then, you will notice that at some point, there were 4 Igbo candidates. Let me use that word. And that was Nwachukwu Anakwenze, and that was Peter Obi, and that was Samuel Huabunwa, and there was former Anyim Pasanyim. Those 4 were. And both of them were coming from the stock of what? PDP, if you remember. And it shows so many things that were working in the background. Let's just take it that as we come out here to share with one another, let's not forget one thing. Let it be that the day I come to London or to wherever forefathers is, or if I come to Canada, I look forward to maybe sitting down and having whatever the best of what I have out there, even for a moment, because you never know when the last meeting is. That's what I always say. So there is no need. We're boiling and boiling and boiling. And I see Augustine went to Ngwa High School. Next door to Eziama High School. Aba, we are Aba brought up. And when you live in Aba, oh, you didn't go to Ngwa High School? What happened?
I went to government bilingual high school. It's not in Nigeria.
Government bilingual high school. There you go. Ngwa was just what I heard. Ngwa. He said bilingual. Again, it goes to what do we hear? Did we hear the right thing? So it is well with us. Forefathers, please continue the good work you're doing. Team, please continue the good work you're doing. Folks, tap whatever knowledge you can from the Anton. I really do appreciate the way you go at things sometimes, but I wish we could talk more offline, because if we talk offline, and jargon, that same thing goes to you, because if I had an opportunity to talk with you offline, you find out that our tone is different. When we come out here, we start speaking, and when we speak, it seems as if we're shouting. We are Africans, and anybody who doesn't understand us, and Ed, it goes to Ed that he has that disposition of speaking softly, and when he speaks the way he speaks, nobody's going to go at him. And if you can take a little lesson from some of us, you will learn that there is something central in your character, and that is what you exhibit each and every day. If you notice here, I don't think I've ever told anybody S the hell up, or shut up, or whatever. I don't use those languages. If you find the way some of us comport ourselves, that's what we got from our upbringing. And you can see that in the character of Aisha Yesufu, who was speaking the truth to the best of what she knows. You may disagree or agree with whatever she was saying, but she laid out her positions, including when she even went after the diasporans. I was like, if I came to speak with her, I would have addressed that, because when you talk about us, the diasporans, don't forget that the tables have turned. The people at home keep on telling us, send money, send money, send money. Before, it used to be their brother, send money, otherwise John will be repatriated. But now it's their brother, send money, otherwise hunger has killed us. Let us look at it and think very seriously as to why is our country where it is today. The same country who everybody used to, in our era, everybody used to look forward to seeing a Nigerian. There was a time that you come here and people will be struggling to be your host family. Not anymore. We've gone through all the 4110 and 419 and everything else. That if you say you're a Nigerian, somebody's looking at you with a connect eyes now. Are you one of them? That's what we are suffering. And what we are trying to do here is trying to say to them, you know what? I just watched one young lady who spoke at Syracuse University today, before I went into church. The young lady spoke as a valedictorian. And the speech she made out there, she was very proud of her Igbo language origin. And at the end, she busted out into a song she sang. She talked about Igbo language going extinct. What ran into my mind was an article that we published years ago by Philip Emeagwali. I'm sure some of you have heard of Philip Emeagwali, the computer guru. He wrote an article in Igbo Basics about when the last speaker of Igbo language has died. And he painted a picture into the millennium that me and you will never live to get there. That article, I can always bring it out. I was remembering that and seeing how this young lady exhibited what she exhibited today. So my brothers, please, for heaven's sake, I would like to come back tomorrow and say, I'm still here, and then still be able to know that I learned from you, you learned from me, and whatever we teach our kids, the children of today are trying to correct us, just like Aisha's daughter told her, no, mom, you're doing the wrong thing. So on that note, I will say, please, this is our forum. It is a great forum. The things that Rudolph, I would have even thought that Rudolph was a super, what you call it, Sowore man. I would have thought that, because I looked at all the things that was going on in the background. But everybody else that was there are people that I know from around here. Okay, and I haven't seen some of them for years. So let's tap it down. Let's tap it down And may God bless us, all of us, please.
Thank you.
I'm going to sign off.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Is it Jagun? Okay. Jagun, just have your say so that Okija and Okija can say something. You are muted. You are muted.
Okay,
I beg your pardon. I was just saying that I don't think it's my turn specifically. I think it's actually Tone's turn.
Yes, actually. Wow. Yeah, because Tone hasn't had his say there. Thank you for that, Jagon. Tone, sorry about that. Please go ahead, Tone. My apologies.
You call me troublemaker. Thank you. Anyway, what I was trying to say, because I guess everybody has spoken my mind. What I was trying to say is, when Buhari was voted, everybody thought he was the same Buhari that we knew when I was young with the Idiagon, but unfortunately, he turned out to be a different person because we never even knew the guy properly. I remember in the academy, I've met him as a man, in person, trained to be a military officer. And he's one person, I must say, was a likable person. For someone to align with the pastor and all that, that tells you a lot. And all that he has this presence and this demeanor about him, but nobody really knew that deeply rooted in him, he had this hatred, he had this bigotry, if you whatever you want to call it, and it's the same thing. I'm just asking myself, even this OB guy that we're even shouting about, how about if he gets there and it turns out to be another person? What do we then do? What do we then do? We are all shouting about Obi, about his past record as the Anambra State governor, what he's done, and all his that he's clean and all that. How about if tomorrow he becomes president, he cannot even control the government? Everybody has corruption left, right, and center. Look at the people. Look at the way he defended the people that were. Because we asked him the same question when he came here. We asked him, "How about the people in the house?" He said, "Well, I'm in contact with them. You guys shouldn't worry and all that," which wasn't.
He said
to me, I wasn't impressed.
He said they are doing very well, which Aisha said.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah, I was so disappointed. I was just so disappointed. So the thing is, people saying that Buhari is a murderer and all that. Listen, let me just address you guys, yeah, without being rude. Those guys that were shot, is it right for them to be shot? Yes, they deserved it. Because most of you guys didn't even know. Maybe probably you were too young to even understand. There was a pandemic of drug dealers. Some people, even from my family, sent people to Europe and they were jailed. There was pandemic left, right, and center. Like Chim rightly said, I didn't even know he knows about that, but me and Chim know who we're talking about. They were overthrown because of that. The people that took over, there were some certain very powerful people at the time that felt that this guy, the rate where this guy would go, he would just expose us. We better do something. So it wasn't just a coup that and all that. There was more to it. So when we come here and then Ngozika, that was why I wanted to educate her and say, listen, it's not everything you read about somebody on the internet is true. People might say forefathers is from Timbuktu and all that, just because they want to. They just want to tell that story. It may not necessarily be true. So the thing is,
you took away from your point though by saying that something about our age. There was no need for that. You could have made this point solid.
No. She didn't allow me to. She didn't allow me to land. She spun it as if I was trying to disparage her that she's too young. But after all, I'm older than her. So what's her problem? That's the thing about this generation. I'm older than her. So she's
probably old enough to be somebody's missus or mother or something, and to bring. There was no point. There was no need.
There was no need. Well said,
the statement I made was I didn't insult her age. I didn't say she was too young to understand. I
The
was trying to
statement you
come up.
made, unfortunately, had her backup. So what you wanted to communicate, you didn't communicate it. So it's like, why didn't you just go straight? All I'm asking to you, let me just say this criticism. Sorry. Why didn't you just go straight to the point instead of having all these things that will spin your communication another way and lead to misunderstanding? That's what you did.
Her back was already up and all that. I knew. That was why I said, leave it. I speak to her privately. I'll talk to her later. That was why I said, listen.
She will tell you the same thing. What was real is that
you are tempting me to say. You are tempting me to say something.
There was no harm meant at all. God knows my heart. I'm not like that. I know.
And to support you,
I roll with younger. Listen, I roll with younger people, that are much older than. But she didn't understand where she already had her back up. She was already talking about Chibok Girls. I understand. She can be a bit emotional. I understand. And that was why I said,
seriously. Wow. Why you just keep
digging a hole? Every word you're saying,
why do you keep
digging
using all these
yourself a hole?
keywords, man? You just keep asking for trouble.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know why she took it that way. Probably because there was some conversation you guys might have had before. Because I thought
not had any conversation. No, Ed. Let me
clarify. Let me land. I thought you were actually.
Oh, it's not your turn now. Change the time. I've been waiting patiently.
Wait. I'm going to leave the talk now. I actually thought Tone was responding to something she had said earlier because she was the one that actually revealed her age and said she was not around when Buhari was president. So I actually thought Tone was actually responding to that. I mean, I was surprised to see that kind of reaction.
I think it just shows that it's important. If you really value the message you want to convey, try to condition it so that you don't put the person up to block it. Because she just blocked it. But what you said is quite important.
I think it was the state of her mind at that point in time. I understand. I'm not knocking her.
Yeah, she was unusually quite defensive today. I get what you're saying, but you
let's
really
not
need to
take
give
too
her
much
that
time.
chance.
I think Sixfield is itching to let up this team. Let's hear him out.
No, it's not Sixfield. I think it's Okija. You know,
Sixfield I just come in.
We can't disrespect the whole chief. You know,
it's okay. Okija's turn.
That red hat is not for nothing. So
right.
please go ahead.
I mean, like every good evening. Everyone has somewhere to go to. So if you want to come, if you come here, just relax, calm down, to get to your turn. I have something else I was doing before people started talking about Buhari and Chima came with Biden and stuff. I mean, you know, like politics, you know, I don't know. I try to separate my politics from my religion and from relationship as well. Politics is just about consensus. You can't see a political figure you will agree with him 100%, except probably, you know, maybe your dad. You know, you agree with you 100%. So you always vote candidate based on, you know, your own so things you're looking for.
Okay, even your dad, you can't agree with him too. Even your dad.
Yeah. So yeah, because I know people here, you know, they're talking about Buhari, and this. I don't know why they can't understand that why people saw some good things in Buhari. I was somewhere and I posted something online, someone about Desiani. That time, you know, her corruption issue came up about 2 or 3 years ago. So someone, you know, an Igbo person sent something to me, was like, you know, why would you be saying something like that? I was like, you know, she's corrupt, you know. He said, what about how, you know, northern people, that this woman is, she's Igbo. I said, she's not Igbo. She said, oh, she's married to an Igbo. I said, that makes it worse for me. That if I want people that are corrupt, I don't want my own brother to be that person. Let me be their brother, you know. So that's the more reason why I have to, you know, like, you know, criticize her, you know, because you know she's bringing she's disparaging our name. She's bringing our name to shame by being corrupt. So anyway, I mean, Buhari, you know, he has his own issues, but Jonathan was so bad. Jonathan, I mean, I think the worst thing that has ever happened to Nigeria was Jonathan, because Jonathan brought, you know, the next worst thing, Buhari. But Jonathan was so bad. Jonathan and Patience, they were always fighting in the Asorok. They were always fighting. I'm talking about physical fight. Jonathan was a drunk. Jonathan would drink, nothing.
I'm happy I'm not the one saying it. I'm just happy I'm not the one saying it.
Sorry, is there any proof for this? This is the first time we are hearing it. I'm hearing it.
CIA report.
Oh, fathers, there are facts about
CIA report. CIA report.
Yeah.
Was fighting
CIA report. Were you privy to that report?
To be deciding what our leaders are.
Were you privy to that report?
I believe
Were you privy to the report? Were you privy to the report?
Please don't worry.
Stop speaking to someone like they're in court. He's not in court. You're not a prosecution lawyer. What's the matter with you? Calm down.
Yeah, please go ahead, Okija.
So, so these are, like a lot of Nigerian journalists, they have that information. So it's not like secret. A lot of people that worked in Aso Rock, they have that information. So it's
why would they hide it though? Such information.
Some people they close their ears.
Nobody's hiding anything for Tinubu.
Some people they close their ears. They don't need to hear. Some people heard. So even that's one of the reasons why the US government backed Buhari, because Jonathan was so woeful.
That is a bloody lie. That is a bloody lie. And the way you people come here to begin to be disparaging other people.
You get a chance to strongly disagree.
Aisha came here and gave us so many reasons why Jonathan was so bad. I mean, like 2011 election was it 2011 or 10 election? I supported Buhari. I was even campaigning for Buhari. I was in Lagos, and that was when they have a CPC or whatever. I was even the world chairman for CPC. I had to go to the state, they told me who was the state chairman. I had to go to the state chairman house and brought it to my ward. So everybody supported Buhari because there was, between Buhari and Jonathan, what was going on then, the choice was clear. Even if it was just like, Jonathan the goat, I would have voted for a goat. That's so bad. Even right now, all the bad things Buhari did, if there were an election now, they said you must choose one of them, I would choose Buhari over Jonathan again. Because what did he do? He had look at this. Jonathan was supposed to be. He was the president. I would say Jonathan was the first president that was, the first Nigerian, common person, common Nigerian president. Because all these guys, all along, they've been privileged. Maybe they were in the army, and somebody stood for them, like Obasanjo. He was in the army also, and there was who had backers. The army, the elites in the army. They backed him. And they became president. Shagari was, Fulani, Fulani, teacher, and he had the backing of the establishment. But Jonathan was like nowhere. I mean, he was supposed to be more responsible. More was given to him. More was expected from Jonathan. He said he told us how he went to school, barefooted. He had nothing, no beginning. They were like accidental deputy governor, accidental president, vice president, accidental president. God gave him so much opportunity.
He was never accidental deputy vice president. He was never. You have to let me speak. He has been speaking for so long.
No. When you finish, then it's your turn, isn't it? You have your chance.
Okay. So I will give you a chance to say, Chime. One of the things I don't like discussing American politics, people who are foreigners in America. So I have a friend in London. He bombarded me with all these things. I said, after a while, I told him I don't want to discuss things with you. Like Chime, I don't really want to discuss things with you, but you made something say something about Biden that he supported KKK or whatever. Biden was a senator. He worked in the Senate with Tom Strongman or whatever. He was a senator too, so they had to work together. So Biden, when there was somewhere he was campaigning, he said that he worked with Republicans, including Tom Strongman or whatever. So that means that he wasn't a member of KKK. Biden wasn't a member of KKK. He never supported KKK. That was a statement he made. Okay, so but someone who would know that has been an open racist, that it will go to his history. That's Donald Trump. You say something about immigrants, the way they support Democrats. I mean, we are mostly Nigeria. We're conservative. We agree more with Republicans in something, but when you come to a place, you look, if you are somebody who thinks, you look critically, look at what is happening here. Just like you go to the Bible, Jesus Christ, when he was going around, he would see some sinners, the people that were created, they are sinners. They will, Christ will say, come, I will eat in your house. He will go with them. They recognize they are sinners. But you see some people, the Pharisees and Sadducees, people who pretend that they are good people, but inside of them, they are just painted, they are evil inside of them. Outwardly, they look nice. That's what you see. People go out, you have to make a decision. Why do you want to vote for this person? I remember when Trump was in power, and Nigerians are the most educated immigrant in America, the most successful immigrant in America. But Trump stopped Nigerians from bringing their family into US because he said, they are bringing too much people into US. He banned Nigeria. That's the reason why if you go to US embassy now, where you have an immigrant visa, I'm not talking about visiting visa and tourist visa or student visa, those are different. You're talking about immigrant visa, like they are backed up because Trump blocked Nigerians. And when Biden came, he removed the block. And then, people that were waiting before, they came back in line, and other people that added. And then you want me, all of it, because, Trump,
But can I ask you something, though?
Yeah.
Because it's very interesting, this point, when the way it's spinning around in my head. Like, say Trump now, he bans immigrants from coming in. They are at least limited the numbers that are coming in. But his policies generally gave Nigeria space to flourish, or at least flourish more. But while Biden takes our people into his country to work for his country and carries out policies that destroys our nation, which one is worse?
You have your own things to deal with.
No, I'm just asking because I think I'm trying to expand the way we think about this individual.
I want the world whereby people, where they go to maximize their potential. If the America, we make you maximize their potential, go to America. You don't have to stay in Nigeria. If all of us stayed in Nigeria, we wouldn't have all the things like right now, there was, Nigerian economy is being saved by people outside Nigeria. The money we send back home. So if these people they didn't come, what are we going to be facing now?
Let me talk now. I have a dinner to attend right now. I'm even late.
Are you saying because you get your time, because the way you are hot right now will give you your time to talk?
I just want to say some records. I'm not talking too much because
like Martin Naji, he went to MIT.
His bad energy got to do with the topic. Leave all those extraneous issues. Now let's go to the issue we are talking about.
Please, just let him finish. Please,
I don't want to
feel for the field now.
I don't want to do you like Panzer did to Rudolph, but you should shut up. Shut the fuck up.
We just say okay. Carry on then. Finish.
Okay. So people like Bart Naji, he studied here, he lectured here, he went back to Nigeria with all he learned. That's why he formed the geometric, the power station in Abia State today. So a lot of us here, we have experience, we come here to have good experience, and we take it back home. So it's just that we are not working, we haven't devised a way to help. The Chinese, what did they do? They did a Sitoro. You remember the Sitoro program? They send their people back to US, and then they recorded, they went back, and that's the development you see in Chinese in technology now. Those are people that came to US to study. So we have to develop our own Sitoro program to take advantage of. Indians, they are taking advantage. So we have to.
You call it Sitoro,
Yes,
but in the meantime, that's I think I remember that. That's true.
Yeah, it's a project. It's a project. They dedicated.
There are people go to the West and come back.
Yeah, they said that they called it. Yeah, so that's the thing.
Thank you.
So you have to you have to go back and find out what will benefit you and your people. That's what you have to choose. That's my politics. What will benefit me and my people. It's not about that you're conservative. This is not church. Politics. US is not church. US is government business. Government is about business. What will favor me. That's the way I see it.
Thank you.
Sixfield, my brother.
Okay,
my brother.
Yeah.
My brother. I bet say I wanted you to go after me. Just one question for him. He shouldn't answer. Let him answer later. So because you felt that Trump did not allow immigrants in, that he's a bad person, right?
No, he banned Nigerians. He targeted Nigerians specifically.
Okay, I will address that.
Can you put a link? Can you put a link to this thing you just said?
It's affected by person.
I'm waiting for you. Please go ahead. I don't want you to think I went away because I know you came for me. That's why I'm waiting.
No. I don't have time to come for you. What I have to say is this. Number one, Buhari is the worst president that has ever ruled Nigeria. First, as a military dictator. In fact, he was literally chased away because of how terrible it was. They didn't do nothing. In fact, they were going about flogging people on the streets, flogging old people that went to work, flogging civil servants and making them frog jump and do all those military drills. In fact, our parents were coming back home crying. Is that how you instill discipline? That's a question that you shouldn't answer. Number two, you guys were just lashing at Jonathan. Jonathan was literally chased out of Asurok because he was a minority. Because there was nothing that happened under Jonathan that has not happened before. The way he was vilified. In fact, Professor Madi Shehu in Arise TV, he said Jonathan, his statement was, look at the way they chased him. That was the word he used. He was literally chased, humiliated, because he was a minority. And put that at the back of your mind. Because you guys are always interested in wanting to build a so-called Nigeria. Put that at the back of your mind. Then the former CBN president, governor, Sanusi, when he was interviewed recently, he said, how backward did Buhari set us? He said 40 years. He said 40 years. Now the facts are obvious and the facts have been clear, except you want to be, a revisionist. But the facts are very obvious and they're very clear. Now, when these facts have come out, regardless of your position before, and you've seen new facts, and you cannot change your position based on new facts, then I have a serious problem with you. That's the problem I have with the lady called Aisha Yesufu. Even when the facts are clear, people that even were the main antagonists against Jonathan, telling you that the person that they chose set the country back 40 years. Do you know what 40 years is? 4 decades. And you still are not humble enough to change your position on a stance, and you say, oh, to hell, you stand by that. I'm very, very suspicious of you. And I have zero regard for that kind of people. Regardless of the fact that you support Obi, that is where we align. Outside of that, and I'm very fearful for Obi himself. I have zero regard for those kind of people. You talk about Buhari's corruption. He has always been painted as one kind of a saint. He's the most corrupt northern leader that you can ever find. He will pretend not to be part of the issue. In fact, in this day and age, somebody is saying they forged his signature. It wasn't even news. If it was Jonathan, that would have been a big news. Oh, he was a drunk. That's why they even forged his signature. He wasn't even aware that they forged his signature. People are coming to argue that they forged your signature at the commander-in-chief. You went. That's the first time in the history of Nigeria. Nobody mentioned this same Buhari. There's the issue about the Emir Jokolo 53 suitcases of printed currency. When he was shooting unfortunate young people on the stakes that for drugs, they were perpetrating heinous corruption in Nigeria with their oligarchs. 53 suitcases of printed, they were printing money from abroad. Up to today, there's no investigation, there's no closure, everything is swept under the table. And he's a bigot. Everybody knows Buhari is a bigot. Before the death of this guy, the president of Libya that was killed, Buhari was always there, promoting Islamic agenda. These are people always promoting Islamic agenda to the detriment of other parts of Nigeria. So I wonder what you will see when Buhari was president as a military dictator. People were flogged on the streets of Nigeria. Is that how you instill discipline?
Don't you think sometimes some Nigerians did a little bit of
let me finish my point. You can okay. Is that how you instill discipline? Flogging people in the marketplaces, in the places of work. So so when the argument comes that you want to use a Buhari to replace a Jonathan, tell me the things that happened under Jonathan that has not happened before and has not been happening now. What has happened? Tell me the amount of kidnapping that have been going on right presently now, even under Buhari, compared to when Jonathan was there. And it is public knowledge that those kidnappings were even orchestrated by the current vice president of Nigeria now, who was harboring those people in his lodge. Even when he was advised by Minister Wike, remove those girls from there. An official letter was written to him. Remove those girls from there. Unfortunately, they left those girls to be kidnapped. It is their own people they are kidnapping, just because you want to keep this man out of power. This is the man that appointed the first chief of army staff, from the Igbo land. When General he had to suffer all that. When General Ejirika was even fighting, doing his best to fight his Boko Haram. What did they do? They went to the United Nations, went to the US, said he was killing their people. He had to remove him because they were almost going to be tried, for crimes against humanity. That was why they removed the Ejirika. So when and the reason is pure. I was in Lagos during that election. I never see any reason why I should vote Buhari. In fact, I was in a mechanic workshop, and there was a radio station. I was just saying there was a radio program going on, and somebody made a call. He said, okay, Jonathan came to Lagos and there was traffic, which is normal. And he said, for anybody that votes for Jonathan has sold his soul to the devil. I was in that mechanic workshop. I was just sitting down quietly, and I was just keeping quiet. I said, somebody came to Lagos and there was traffic. Therefore, Jonathan is not the devil. The only reason, and I'm giving you facts now, the only reason he was chased out was because he was a minority. Because there was nothing happening under him that has not been happening in Nigeria, and has not even worse things under Buhari. In fact, you have a Buhari that claimed he was tired. At a point, he said he was tired. He was only interested in going to Dua. He wanted to retire. Imagine if a president of a Senate crime will make such a statement. In fact, it will be impeachment proceedings will start immediately. And that period, there was a lot of problems in Nigeria, security challenges, economic challenges. The president said, "Oh, he's tired. That the problems are too much." We excuse all these things, but when it comes to the minority, of course, because he said nobody's in Nigeria in the Nigerian factor, but he said nobody's in that is and that here lies the problem. Here lies the problem. If you think that you will smack us on our head, and you will desecrate our land, desecrate our people, and you kill us, and you think you want to build a nation, I'm telling you, you people are mistaken. And the way people are going about it, I'm telling you that something. I'm telling you that opposition will start to come back for innocent men like people.
Can I ask you something?
Raise opposition against him, because you should understand the sociology of the country you are from. You don't be ignorant that you are from a very complicated society. This is not America. If you want to play that politics, you want to gain something, you want to build a nation, you must be very aware of the sociological, economic, ethnic, language, every kind of factors you must put into play. But when you think that you will just be rubbishing the people, people will come to this platform. Oh, they are stealing our oil. They are stealing our oil. Nobody can even.
Okay,
okay, nobody can even give a word.
You've been talking. Let me ask you.
Wait, now don't ask me a
question. You can't just go on for 15
that are
minutes.
Producing this oil. Nobody will even put a word.
Hold on now. You are repeating yourself. We've heard you. I wanted to ask, see, what are the things you would say Jonathan accomplished while he was in office? Because you seem to be very strongly in support of him.
Well, it's not that I'm supporting. I'm not. It's what when you say I'm supporting him. I'm not talking about I'm supporting him. What I'm talking about is that when you have to have a sincere purpose when you make issues, and you have to be fair. There has to be fairness in dealing with people, that people will see that there is fairness on this table that we are discussing. People are coming with clear conscience. People don't have ulterior motives, and people are stating issues the way they are. Jonathan made Nigerian economy the biggest economy in Africa. At that time, our economy was growing at about 6%. annually. About 6%
now
annually.
let me add this. You see, that's a very good thing that you just stated. However, if you look at it from the other point of view, Jonathan had 2 terms from the previous, that's the president that he was VP for, then had 4 years, and he was going for another, this is 4 years again. You can see that a lot of people were feeling a little bit like as if it was unfair to them. So that is one.
Let me finish my point, Mr.
Regarding Buhari, I want to don't be worried. It's your time. So regarding Buhari, if somebody tells you that Buhari is responsible for a kind of getting the Dangote refinery going and completing it within 6 years, a massive refinery like that, then commission.
Let me finish. I don't like the way you're doing it.
No, I want to ask you now, because you have to justify some of the things you are saying, and if it is true, so that people can be more it will be more believable. So if Buhari was the one that commissioned all the refineries in Nigeria for all of them to be fixed, which they are all going to be coming.
No. I'm not saying the point I'm making.
Was he the worst president?
The point, of course, economically, statistically, security-wise, everybody has stated it. I quote Patu Tomi in Arise TV. He said Buhari is the worst president that Nigeria has ever had. The worst 8 years that Nigeria has ever experienced. Okay, so that is my point. I don't want to make this issue, but what I'm grieving now is this. The reason why that man was chased and humiliated, in fact, look at what is going on today. How many people have you seen come out to protest? To the extent his wife was being described as a baboon by the revered professor. But today,
yeah, that is wrong. And this drinking, there's no evidence for the drinking. I have to add that one. Every time I check this information online, people are saying no, he's not a drunk. I don't know why they just maybe because it's from Rivers.
Of course. I had a friend who was saying people just if somebody. I wonder if any of you that drink beer, you have not taken alcohol. I've had alcohol in my past that I've been drunk or tipsy a little bit. Does that? They just categorize. They just they control the media. They just think. In fact, listen to this guy, David Judein. He was in the media that then in Nigeria. He clearly analyzed the issue. They just packaged him like the worst thing that ever happened, and just pushed him away. That is where. And now the facts are clear. The man is not as bad as they are painting him. But people say they are digging down. They are digging down. Okay, you are digging down. You are digging down. I'm telling you, this country is going nowhere. Because I might flip, and I'm not going to support a bit. My vote is not important, but that is it. You can't call you can't be rubbishing one part of one section of people and rationalizing it and giving excuses. It's a very complex country. You have to consider everybody. Put everything in perspective. Put it on the table. Be fair to everybody. Be fair to everybody. Look at it objectively and come with a position. But when you just want to dismiss this and they say it's a drunk, everything, even to today, when they say that they've gone so wrong, the facts are clear for everybody to see. We are all alive. Look at 10 years back and 10 years now. Even if you're a blind person, the evidence is there for you to see. What are you going to argue? The economy was better. Everything was better. So what is your argument? If you even want to accept, even without considering that it was not his making, the economy was better then. Was better then. So what is the argument? If you just to be there 8 years and leave, what is the argument? It was that we were, 10 years back. So what kind of argument are you going to make? Oh, he's a good man. He's a good Islamist. But how does that put on the table?
Sixfield, is there anything anybody would tell you that will make you rethink your position on Buhari? Anything that would make you think?
Nothing, because he has already ruled. He has gone. Look at this. Do you know how many months he spent just to appoint ministers? How many months he spent just appoint ministers? The same people, and he brought them back.
The objective fact that Buhari is the worst. Is the worst. We don't even need to argue that.
corruption in the government. So, okay.
It's a very this thing, for me, all of them are terrible.
Mr. Fofodat, I'm going to take my leave now because I have my
among
family
us.
waiting.
That's what
I have my family waiting. I have to make this submission. So what I'm saying is this.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is
I
this.
think we have to let him vent. It looks like this guy has been boiling for a long time. So
What I'm saying is this. When you come, if you want to build a nation, I support P2B with all my heart because I believe he's the best person. But when you come, when we come here and we don't want to treat people equally, and we don't want to be objective, I'm telling you, I'm a negotiator. I can be very, very selfish because I will protect my own self first. Look at this guy they call Tinubu with all his fault. His people, they carry him on his head, on their head. They said they must vote for him. That is in Nigeria. That is the reality. Don't beguile yourself. Don't be stupid. Don't be foolish. That is in Nigeria we have. People are tribal. People are sectional. They have themselves. So when you want to play that politics, you must come. You must come objectively. You must come with an open heart. And you must come with truth. That is what Peter Obi represent. But if you come, you say, "Oh, this you want to be destroying my own brother." It's for my. I'm a proud Ijomani day. I'm a prince. I'm an Ijo prince. But I've looked at it objectively. There's nothing this man has done that all what you're painting him. It's not the best. Obviously, it's not the best. But if the way you people are rubbishing him, even when he allowed peace to reign, and okay, let you people come and rule.
I don't like the way they are talking, Jonathan.
When they don't know what to say again, they'll say, no matter what you say, you cannot tell me anything. They don't even have any fact. He said he's a drunk. Did you drink with him? He said he stole money. How much have you retrieved from him? How much have you retrieved from him? And this is a man that, because of his stance on gay with Obasha, with Obama, that was the major reason that they went against him. Otherwise, they don't give a damn. That was the major reason that they went against him. That was the very major reason, because he's not against American interests. He's not offending their interest. It's not spoiling their business. But because he stood, and all African countries at that time were against Obama.
I don't say you have a dinner to go and attend.
Okay, it's true.
I hope you enjoy your dinner. Have a good one.
Can I quickly say something, please? I know Masca and so on, please. Sorry, this whole perception that my teeth is bigger than your teeth, or my teeth is not as big as your own. I'm happy because I was going to judge him, but he threw it out. I was wondering, is this guy, because he said things, are you voting for Peter Obi because me, I'm Igbo? You're on your own, no? Because I voted Buhari, and I'm defending why I voted Buhari. I am not saying Buhari did not fail. I agree with the submission that after everything, Buhari, right now, based on evaluation, is the worst president Nigeria has ever had. But does that in any way take away from the fact that Jonathan was misruling also in one way or the other? This whole idea that, because look at, we are going
to have that conversation whether Buhari is truly the worst.
No, so from the general perception based off what we saw in the last 8 years, comparative to other people who had come before him, before Tinubu, is that he was the biggest mistake we had. Nobody is contesting that. But that does not in any way take
somebody is contesting it, so don't say nobody is contesting it.
There's people contesting
okay, John, I agree with you. Somebody is contesting it. But a lot of people are saying he is the worst thing that happened.
If all the 4 refineries in Nigeria come on stream with Dangote, I think maybe people will start thinking twice about that statement.
Fathers, it is not based on Dangote alone. There are a lot of indices that are being.
How many people have done anything like that from Obasanjo?
But Buhari didn't do that. They've been doing all those things before now.
No. All this one I'm talking about, it was during his time, and he commissioned the last one that are working now.
Forefathers.
That's what I'm talking about.
Forefathers. If we look into those projects, Nigerian state has its own refineries, but the Nigerian state gave a private man money to build a refinery.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm here to be objective. I'm not here to look. I want Nigeria to work. When I voted for Buhari, it was because I believed he would make Nigeria work. Unfortunately, he came and failed. He came and failed in many
It's
indices.
definitely insecurity, especially that one. That one.
And that is one of the issues they are using to measure him. But it doesn't take away like what Okija said. I know me and Okija usually don't agree. But I mean, I was happy. That's why I said, Okija, I'm happy these things you are saying are not coming from me. Jonathan was the first president that was not mainstream. Every other person who has been leading Nigeria has been in the military, have closeness with power in one way or the other. He was the first person from oblivion that just came from nowhere.
How about Yaradua? Yaradua was close.
No, Yaradua is from the Yaradua family. His elder brother, Shehu Musa Yaradua, was in mainstream. His elder brother wanted to be president. His elder brother was incarcerated by Abacha.
Yeah. I see.
Yes. So in fact, there is a theory that Obasanjo put him there as a reward for his brother.
Yeah.
That's the point.
His brother was Obasanjo's vice when Obasanjo was head of state. Yeah.
So the point is, Jonathan was the first person, not in the military, not in the political circles, that became president. And a lot of people were supporting him. Listen, we tend to have an amnesia as Nigerians.
And that was not true. Chim, I'm not trying to interject you. That is a fast check. That is not true. He was a governor of
No. You don't understand. You haven't understood me. Jonathan is the first person, whether he became governor or not, to come from somewhere we didn't know him that much, and he became president. Every other person, Babangida, Obasanjo, all of them had been in the corridors of power before Jonathan. He was the first person. Unfortunately, we have amnesia. When Jonathan was deputy to a sick man, and the National Assembly didn't want to make him full president, some of the people were deriding, Save Nigeria, Tunde Bakari and co. were the ones who went on the street to force the National Assembly to do that, pass that law. What was that law they called it? Something
about
doctrine of necessity.
Thank you, Master. Doctrine of necessity. And he became president. I'm not a little boy in Nigerian politics. I may not be a senator. I follow Nigerian politics with close marking. So somebody come here and be telling me that he can be selfish. Selfish about what? That your brother was a drunk and we're talking about it. Why are you angry? Well, I don't understand it. Why are you angry? Jonathan threw away Dan Juma. Dan Juma was one of the supporters of Jonathan. I remember when a certain late Ali Siroma made a statement that I was like, whoa, how can somebody come to national TV and make it? Well, he said if Jonathan runs for president in 2011.
Can I suggest?
Please don't be offended. Please.
Actually,
no, but there are people on the comment side who think it's correct.
Jim, it's not your turn, no. I speak
I beg, no vex. I know. I beg you, please. Let me just make this comment and I drop off. Ali Tiroma, the late Ali Tiroma from Borno State, said that if Jonathan runs for presidency in 2011, they will make Nigeria ungovernable. He said it. And Danjuma told him, if anybody makes that announcement, go and arrest him. You are the head of state. Stop pandering. What did Jonathan do? So when a man had power and didn't know what to do with the power, and then an opposition APC milked it. Listen, APC is the best opposition that has happened to Nigeria. They knew their role when they were in opposition and they milked it. What is PDP and Labour Party doing today as opposition? That's the question I've been asking. And when I say it, people think I don't know what I'm saying. When APC was in opposition, they held PDP accountable. They made life difficult, and that was their role. That's what an opposition does.
There are nuances to this.
First, no. Hold on.
First, Jonathan gave them that freedom. He signed the freedom.
I agree. I understand. I agree with you.
Which they are not even following now.
Ed, what is PDP doing? Why don't you play your role? Let it be obvious that the government is stifling you. They are not even playing the role. They are not playing the role. And then we come here and make it. These guys, they took power. They played their role and got themselves into power. And even in power, see the way they have been utilizing it, not in our benefit, I agree. But what is the opposition doing? I keep asking these questions. Why do we come here and we play? Politics is not a 100% rational game. It's not
I think it doesn't look like a very good opposition person. It's not that.
So what are you going to blame? Tomorrow you blame Tinubu for it.
But I think Jonathan was an easy target because of the fact that Yar'Adua passed. It was a northerner that was supposed to be in office, and suddenly he's in office. He's ran the first time. The fact that he ran the first time and won, he was lucky. To do it the second time, I think that would have been, it was a mistake, because he would have run the country for 10 years,
lucky.
and he would have let me finish the point. He would have run the country for 10 years. That would have been the only first time in a democratic system a president was in the country for 10 years, and he wasn't even supposed to be the attorney in terms of the rotational system. So you can see how that was a lot. That was a serious
for 9 years
during that period.
For 9 years, not 10 years.
No, it would have been for 10 years.
I thought he ran for 2 years.
Yeah. 4 years of 8 years and 2 years of Yar'Adua would have been 10 years.
Yeah,
that's correct. But that's not even the point. I'm one of those who believe that if Jonathan had been running, see, he had a good economy. I'm not going to take that away. I'm not a mean person that will take someone's flower. Jonathan had a fantastic economy. But Jonathan had a loose. And then this guy said, what had Jonathan done that nobody had done? For real? Are you saying that because Jonathan did something that people have been doing before, then it makes it right? I don't understand that.
It makes it any less. But I get your point there.
Jonathan officially became president.
Let's mask and speak before the whole thing will go up.
Well, I've been waiting for hours. It's my turn.
No, I'm not. I just want
Ed wants to make sure we get it right.
Jonathan became president in May of 2010. I remember where I was that day. 2010, May 2010.
No, Jonathan, if he win the election, it will be 10 years. Let us
go check. It's not hard.
No,
it is May 2010. He left office. When did he leave office? Is it not 2016?
Check the dates that Yar'Adua died.
No. When did he leave office? Not 2016, 2010 to 2016.
Yar'Adua was in office
if he has stayed in office for another 4 years.
It's not 2016, it's 2015.
Oh, 2015 is when he left office.
Yeah. Listen, for me, I have no interest in anybody. Let Nigeria work. People get angry with you when you call out their person, but they're okay when their person is doing the wrong thing. So someone is telling me that because Babangida did wrong, or Obasanjo did wrong, and then Jonathan did wrong, hey, let's allow Jonathan, because what kind of whack thinking is that, for goodness sake?
I think Ed may have a point, I think it was 9 years. If he came into office 2010 and left office 2015, if he had won, it would have been 9 years.
9 years, because that's one of the things that APC used. I just wanted to correct it. They kept saying 6 years. It's never 6 years. It was just 5 years.
Yeah, so, I used to use that too, so I have to correct my own. I speak the truth.
6 years.
So who was the best and who was the worst is subjective, and that depends, again, like someone said earlier, on your leanings. I think it was Okija. On your leanings, what do you take as valuable? Let's Buhari, a person whom I actually do like, well, based on his past, was an unmitigated disaster. There is no doubt about that. But Jonathan, to say he was the worst president Nigeria has ever had, that is not beyond the realms of being reasonableness. Okay, Jonathan was terrible, and to say, oh, he was pushed out because he was a minority, I don't think that is true. You have to remember he reneged on his agreement with the Northern Caucus. He brought in unbelievable insecurity into Nigeria. He allowed it to fester. When Jonathan was in power, Aso Rock almost got hit. The DSS actually got hit at least twice. The terrorists were actually moving into Abuja. Jonathan was also in charge when Diazani and people like Sambo Dasuki were running roughshod over the treasury of Nigeria, pilfering it like no tomorrow. If he did what he had to do, then maybe Nigeria would not have the level of security that it has today. Private jets were being used to ferry monies to South Africa. At least $3 million was stopped, if we all remember correctly, by jets being...
And a missing aircraft that had money that just missed from nowhere. We forget all this. That was in Nigeria.
That there was a reason why, for example, the United States would not sell us the Super Tucanos that they eventually approved under Buhari that us and forefathers went round and round over. So when you look at all these things in perspective, you realize that not only was Jonathan a terrible president, he was an unmitigated disaster. Now, that aside, Sixfield was trying to say, well, he never did anything, no corruption was labeled to his name. That is not true. If you remember the Malibu oil scandal, where the Italian intelligence captured Jonathan on surveillance, on wiretaps, dealing with an Italian cartel, NI, and what was the other guy? I forget the other guy's name, where they sold Africa's richest oil well for less than $1 billion, of which they said $1.1 million was designated to go to Jonathan. So these are things that, in fact, Buhari, when he came into power, could have held Jonathan accountable for and jailed him, his wife, and his closest allies. But, well, we all know it's a Nigerian. If you know each other, then they reach a deal, and then everything was swept under the rug. So to say Jonathan was not a terrible president, he was horrible. Now, there's something I wanted to bring up before I round up. Actually, two things that Chim and someone else said. It was Audi. So the judges that are elected in the United States really don't matter. They are on a local level. The judges that do matter are not voted for. They are appointed by the president and approved by the Senate. And those are the federal judges. So I just wanted to put that out there so we can always take that into perspective.
I think what Audi was trying to show was that he is not deeply partisan, that he votes based on interest. For instance, at the local level,
I do get that, but when he said, well, because the judges have some kind of say, that's why he votes conservative judges. And I'm like, I was just trying to say,
yeah, but they really do. But they
not
do at
really.
local level.
Yeah, but if you talk about like on the presidential, if they were to decide on presidential issues, it will be the federal judges, and they are not elected and they're not voted on. They are actually appointed by whoever's in charge of the government of the day.
Yeah, I think we have to be careful when we start taking reports from international bodies about our own leaders. That is, you have to be careful because we have leaders that we know are highly compromised and they don't release anything about them. So, who's next?
What do you mean by that?
No, because you all know that a lot of people accuse the current president of so many things that he's done, and even Buhari and in short, there's no president or politician in Nigeria. Many of them, anyway, have all kinds of compromised finance that they have overseas, and you don't see them being released. And you can see that during that period when Jonathan was in office, the White House wanted him out. That is not disputed. They wanted him out of office. So the fact that all these are coming out, one has to ask. You want him out of office, somehow all this information is coming from you. But the Nigerians don't have anything on him. That is scary. But it's okay.
Forefathers, I also wanted to ask, like, this whole idea of Jonathan being a drunkard. I mean, I really want to know I want to see evidence of it.
There's no evidence.
Because David Udeni has actually been on a roll in the past 24 hours talking about these issues.
Ed, there was a time, I don't want to reveal some information here. Raila Odinga, when he came to Nigeria, when Jonathan was in power, Jonathan and the wife fought. Jonathan left us to rock. And Raila Odinga, he was drunk. He was a drunk as well.
Jesus Christ. You see, we all know Wike drinks, but we all don't know that Jonathan drinks.
Listen, I mean, ask Sahara reporters. They have
because I'm trying to separate what is facts from APC.
Yeah, we really
I'm not saying Jonathan is perfect.
Ed, why we are all Nigerians. We know that there are certain information. I don't want to use the word fact.
Even when he was a lecturer.
I don't want to use the word fact for
you. Was he a lecturer?
No, but that's the same way they said that he did not have a PhD until they reviewed his PhD.
Buhari was Jibril, you forgot?
Okay.
I'm not into that.
We have to be careful. Nigerians tell some terrible lies.
But I'm telling you the truth. You know, this. I mean, like, for that, maybe we'll check. You know, I would.
Jesus Christ, Jibril has disappeared now. Has gone back to Sudan somehow.
Jonathan was always drunk. Jonathan was always
forefathers. When it comes to our Nigerian politicians, it's like, for instance, Jonathan has 2 children, right? For those who know, he has 2 children. So if someone tells you that those 2 children were not
adopted or real children.
No, hold on. You are jumping the gun. Children. But if somebody tells you those children are not from patients, would you say it is a fact or fiction or made up?
Just you have to confirm.
Question. You will say it's not confirmed. But you know it's a fact. Do you know it's
a fact. They were adopted.
Yeah, if it is true,
then
that's why you confirm.
Our Nigerian leaders are not clean. It's a simple thing.
So if he adopted, what is wrong with him adopting children?
No, he didn't adopt children. He has children from another woman.
So what is wrong with that again? Is that not?
No,
is that new?
But his posturing is that the children he has is from his wife, which is not correct.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's lie. If he's saying that he's lying to the people.
So, but when you hear it from somebody now, you say, prove it.
Why did he need to lie about that?
I've not seen Jonathan posture about the maternity of his children. He just calls them his children.
No, Ed, the point I'm trying to make is this. Our political leaders have too many things under the bridge. They always project the wrong image of themselves. We all know that Bush Jr. at some point did drugs. He did not hide it. But he will tell you, oh, he stopped doing it. The Nigerian president will make it look like he has been a saint all of his life. And then when things come out, we say it's conspiracy.
Saints? I don't know any Nigerian president that's pretended that.
I know what I'm saying. Those who understand what I'm saying know what I'm saying.
Okay. But Nigerians are very, very wicked when it comes to lie, man. They do some wicked lies. A lot of people believe that Buhari was dead. Yeah, some of them still believe he's still dead.
It was only IPOP people. It was only IPOP people that believed it. I didn't believe it for one day. Not even for 1 second.
So, I did ask a few questions, so they almost got me. I was like, could he possibly be dead? But it doesn't make sense. People believe all kinds of nonsense. Maska, please, thank you for joining us. What do you think about? Is Buhari the worst president? You can comment on Aisha Yesufu too.
Well, I mean,
why are you in black and white?
Oh, me?
You're black and white. Yeah.
It just looks like black and white. The camera don't have a good color.
No, I think, well, maybe there's some technological issues. I don't know. Maybe everything is black or white. Anyway, can you hear me?
Master, go on before your internet goes off. Please go on.
Okay. I actually believe, I would say was, it's not the kind of statement I will make because you have to go into a lot of mathematical analysis to determine who is worse. But I would say generally they were 2 bad leaders. And unfortunately, when you look at their personality, they would have been the best of the best. But I guess it was Chim who was saying that the quality of leadership has nothing to do with personality. And I think this should be a big lesson for the country. Because we bash a lot of people because of their own. Take for instance, let's say Trump. You bash him for who he is personally. But I think we need to, as Nigerians, begin to discern between the person as he is and the capacity or the qualities that would be required for the person to do the job that is at hand. Buhari was really a bad case. And for me, there are 2 indices, sincerely speaking. When Jonathan was there, I drive from Abuja to Kano. It was supposed to be a 4-hour drive, but because of the roadblocks, the checks on the road, we normally spend like 8 or 9 hours, and we used to complain. But by the time Buhari left office, I do not dare drive from Abuja to Kano. I dare not. So for me, this was a very basic index to determine who is I won't go into who is worse, who is better. They are all bad, but I'm just saying that if you look at that, for me personally,
Chim, your prophecy.
Yeah, you were frozen a moment ago. Please go ahead.
Yeah, the second indices.
He's gone. I can't hear him. He's doing bye-bye. I think leadership is a very strange thing. I think we may even discuss that, because what you said about personality doesn't matter too much about leadership. There's some truth there. I think somebody was saying that leadership, morality doesn't even come into it in terms of the way we understand morality. That in the end is the greater good. That's all that matters for leadership. They can be cruel, they can be unjust, they can be anything. And history has suggested that's true. You can see leaders that have slaughtered millions and they go and worship them as great leaders. While the ones that are nice people, they will throw them out of office, that they're useless leaders. Like Jonathan, now nobody is going to say Jonathan is a mean person. And look at how we are bad mouthing him. So please go ahead, Masca.
I was saying that the second indices for me, it's the exchange rate. If you look at the exchange rate during Jonathan Goodluck, as bad as he was, there was some semblance of order around it. But today, if you look at the exchange rate, or even when Buhari was living, it was just crazy. You know, another indices was the inflation rate also. Things were stable during Goodluck Jonathan's time, but they are not as stable as they were supposed to be when Buhari was there. Of course, one can also argue that the chief architect of all these demise in terms of the exchange rate, the inflation, you can say is Goodluck Jonathan, because he was the one who brought Emefiele as central bank governor. But I mean, nobody forced Buhari to remain with Emefiele, you know. So it's a sad discussion for me. But the point also for me, I want to highlight to us is the fact that, unfortunately for us also as a people, we're still being fooled by this idea of a person as a leader, as a messiah. We're still looking for a messiah. That will never happen. If you vote Peter Obi today, the fact is that it will be the same storyline. As long as Nigerians do not change their understanding of leadership, which is why I really like James' points today. You have to hold people accountable. You have to. Our attitude in Nigeria, we elect people, we then go to sleep and think that they should do the magic. We have done our own part. That is no. You have to, all of us as citizens, we have to constantly be there. Even if you're my best friend that I elected you, I have to be telling you the truth. I have to be telling you the truth day in, day out. If I really want to remain a good friend, I can't just support you during election and then you are taking wrong decisions and I'm not saying anything to you.
True.
I would want to stop here.
Thank you. And I hope people remember what Ngosika said. I think that is a very key point, because I actually came to that conclusion too. We have to sometimes focus on one thing, solve that one, and move on. I've seen that happen in the West here, where media platform will campaign for one specific stuff, focus on it, and in a way it's amplifying it when you say it over and over again, so that your leaders will know that, okay, people care about this issue. And for me, I've never seen people focus on security, focus on electricity, focus on healthcare. We talk about all of them at the same time. And I think maybe
that's not the people. That is, see, you have a valid point. I agree with you totally. But you see, we tend to forget one thing. If you listen to people who follow, let's use the typical American election system we keep using to evaluate. Notice that the Democrats, when they were trying to make sure they held Trump accountable, all their media affiliated organizations, the CNN, the MSNBCs, everybody went against him and they stayed on the messaging. My question is this: we have oppositions in Nigeria. Why can't those oppositions, I mean, APC found media-friendly institutions when they were in opposition to help them drum down their views. People may not understand me. I'm not here to support APC. I'm just saying this is politics. If you say you don't like a party and you want to get them out, go and do your strategy. It's the media that pulls down, that influences public views. The way they drum it down, they drum it down, they drum it down, they drum it down. Before you know it, even if it's a lie, it becomes the accepted Bible for everybody and informs voting. If it's abortion, you see CNN keeps telling you that, oh, the Republicans are coming for your babies, that they want to take away women's rights. And before you know it, it influences those single women or married women who abortion is a big deal for. My question is this. How come PDP spent 16 years in office, left office, became opposition and became lame duck? They could not galvanize themselves to say, you know what, we've learned the trick. Let's also go after these people. They couldn't do it against Buhari's government. They couldn't even do it after, in between Buhari leaving and then the opportunity. Buhari was not on the ballot. Even, let's say, incumbents don't lose the election. They could not do it. It's not the Nigerian citizen as an individual or separately that is going to determine what becomes the subject of discussion. It is the media that frames it. Like during Clinton, they said it's the economy is stupid. So I think,
but this platform is a form of media, and if you, for an example, now if you look at how Nnamdi Kanu,
are you comparing us to the Nigerian media? Those who are
no, not at all, not at all. But I'm trying to give an excuse that is relevant to ours too. Like Nnamdi Kanu, what he did, most of the stuff he did was online. Simon Ekpa, most of the stuff he did was online, but he did have an effect on the ground.
All from diaspora.
But he did have, the point is that he had effect on the ground.
I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying those media on ground, how are they helping to influence the voter with their views? I know the next defense is going to be that, oh, it's not easy to be operating from Nigeria, that incumbency
we could also be calling the media out there. See, if you keep like, you know, was it not that was it Saving Messiah or Isaiah or something in the Nigerian drama that says nobody's coming to save us? Do you think Atiku is going to leave Dubai? Don't worry about him. You have to do what you can do now. And if you have some power to do something, there's no use complaining to somebody that doesn't want to do the job. We have to take this thing and do the ones we can do. Because there's no use being here just talking about different things over and over again when we don't settle down. And I actually believe in that, because I said that before, that we don't focus on one thing and make a specific demand. And that's something our leaders do very well. When they're campaigning, they will make a general demand. They don't tell you, like in the UK, they will cost it. They will tell you what they are going to do with it and how much it's going to cost precisely and how they're going to do it. But in Nigeria, I'm going to give you 24 hours power supply. How?
There's no explanation. Put me backstage, please.
All right. There's no explanation.
I will soon leave. Just to make one point. You know, yesterday I was going about something and everybody thought I was crazy when I said we shouldn't listen to Tinubu's daughter. So I'm happy you brought up this issue of staying on a single subject matter. Listen, Tinubu, I'm not praising him. For those who think, oh, I'm here to praise him. No. But you know what? We need to acknowledge what he is doing as a politician. This man knows that the media is critical. He owns one. 2, see the number of investments in terms of appointments he made into media. That was crazy. That's 2. Thirdly, do you see how his children, his apologists, everybody's on Twitter. Everybody is doing things to make sure they project him in a good light, including that his daughter, I said we shouldn't listen to yesterday. This is why, because they understand the psyche, they understand the power of taking possession of the narrative, being the one in charge of the narrative. That's where Jonathan lost it for himself. He was careless when it came to managing power, managing the media influence and everything. Tinubu does not want to be careless with it. He knows he's going to influence a lot of things, and that's why he's investing in it. We can deride it, stay here and laugh about it, but that's the truth. He understands it.
To be fair, I'm willing to forgive Jonathan, because in the context of Nigeria, he had a lot of headwinds against him. If he had come at a time like now, like during this cycle where Tinubu or Peter Obi or anybody could become president, I think the headwind would be different. The headwind against him was a little bit heavy, and I don't think people understand that enough.
Forefathers,
For me, anyway,
if anybody was a lucky president, it was Goodluck Jonathan. Do you know how much money the revenue they got? What better headwind are you going to look for other than an economic headwind?
And the economy was better. From what I gathered, the economy was better under him. And politically had a big problem.
For policy changing. So what are you talking about?
See, there are a lot of people, in Nigeria that I know, that rotational government that he became the president when he wasn't supposed to be was a lot of problem in the north. They would not like it, and the more popular he is, the more annoyed they get. So you can see why that headwind is always there. They were even threatening to even form their own state or something like that if they didn't hand over power. That is how bad it was getting. So for me, on that part, I feel a little bit sympathetic towards him. And I like the way he also handed power over. That was a legacy that it's not easy to get done, to switch from one party to another
He has
party.
no
He did
choice
that
at
well.
that point anyway. He already lost the ground. So what are you talking about?
There is some truth there, but still, you have to give somebody
give it to
credit.
him. I agree with you. I give it to him. I mean, if he was a stubborn person, he could have put the country into a chaos. See, the thing with our people is this: people just want to, accept what makes them happy and not be rational and look at things critically. I have nothing against Jonathan. If I compare Jonathan versus Buhari, I think Jonathan was a better leader. But guess what? At the time when that election was coming up, Jonathan was not projected as a good leader. Everything was so, it gave people room to say, you know what, let's try someone else. So that's why I keep saying he gave room for those things. I also think PDP as a party mismanaged 16 years. They became very arrogant. And people were like, okay, this party says they want to rule us for 60 years. Let's push them out. Just what I'm saying. So, I mean, that APC came under Buhari and did not manage the goodwill does not in any way take away the fact that Jonathan also was on a bad trajectory politically. His economy, like Masca rightly said, was good. His economy was good.
Everybody says the economy was good. Well, what did he actually do to make it good? That we should give him credit
go
for.
to Mazi.
I'm not saying that his economy was good, though, because when you compare the amount of money they got and where they left the country, it was bad economics. And for starters, for him to have sacked one of the best central bank governors we have had is bad economic management. Clearly,
I agree with you.
They were the people that laid the foundation for these exchange issues we were having, where money that is coming from our
your audio is gone. Mazi Prince, thank you for joining us. What do you think about what you've heard so far?
So far I've been quiet and no interrupt anybody, right? I hope you were managing the time. You were looking at the time, because when I start mine. Basically, why I don't really dwell much on Nigerian politics when it comes to Jonathan and Buhari, in the sense that when I'm talking about the Fourth Republic, I think we are still in Fourth Republic in Nigeria, is because before the both of them came in, I was already out of Nigeria. However, I supported Jonathan. No matter what, I did campaign for him from here. If you go on my Twitter, if you go on my Facebook, you see it was all Jonathan. Why? Because I knew Buhari before now. I knew when he came in as a military dictator. I didn't like that. I knew what we suffered. I knew how it was that for essential commodities we had to queue. Then they will say, oh, because then my dad worked at PNT, postal and telecommunication. So they will say, oh, today is postal and telecommunication time. So now, he would, for them to take their turn, they will line up in order to buy essential commodities, which is like Bonvita, sugar, milk, and all that kind of a thing. And it was really a put up for me, because we had to be the one to go and collect it. He will, they will do whatever it is, but we'll be the one to take it home. So I didn't like that, and I knew something was wrong at that time. Moving forward, just like I said, Jonathan, had the opportunity to make things right when he was being accused, when his ministers, were being exposed. There was a time given to Jonathan to come to the foreign media. Even CNN, Christian Amampo interviewed this man, and he was still on TV lying. Lying. I didn't like that. And people always talk about when people want to talk about Jonathan, they always want to accuse Obama of being like, was it Obama that voted Buhari? Why are we always this backward? And then the next thing they will talk, because he didn't support LGBTQ, whatever. Who cares? Who cares? The only reason, and it's kind of like, I don't know if it's misconception or it's just that people just want to be arrogant in saying that Obama was forcing Africans to support LGBT. He didn't force anybody. The only thing that man did was to say that we shouldn't kill, because then in some countries, those people were being pied. Those people were being pied, like in Uganda. And he's saying, what he said is that those people are human beings like us. Do I like jungle justice? I don't like it. But do I like people stealing? No, I don't. Let things take its course. And people would use religion. That's when you see some people bringing religion into it. Most of the pastors we have, if they tell you what they do behind closed doors, most of them are gay. If nobody's speaking, I will say it. Most of them are, is it a Catholic priest or whatever. If you see what those people do, I don't support those things. That is what it is. And then coming to American politics, I take offense when people like you, forefather, you are in London, but you are telling me what I should do in America. Trump is bad. He's bad. I would never vote him. And it's not about, it's not about hate. I did not hate him. It's not because of what he said about Africa. No. My own has to do with economy. It has to do with justice. It has to do with, being consistent in what we say and what we do. When Trump was here, there is a way. That's when we had people they call the Karens. You know who are the Karens? That's racism. You could be walking on the street, and a white woman would think that you're coming for her. It's not right. And then some people also will say, "Oh, forget whatever he has done. Let's forget it." I don't. Why wouldn't I forget about what he did? If he comes out plain and asks for forgiveness, yes, we will forget about it. But till today, that man is still lying. Or is it people he used in order to get some, his crazy riches? It's kind of like Trump. I compare Trump. I don't know if you know Nigeria very well. You know Fred Ajudwa. I'll compare Trump to Fred Ajudwa. It has no ideology.
So can we ask something? I know you said we should not interject, but you've had this thing. So Trump, yes, he has a lot of problem. He's a racial politician, very racial. But they are just two. Both of them for us. They are poison. You have to understand that. The Biden part, what you don't notice is that he may not be enriching himself the way Trump is doing, but he's enriching a lot of people with all this military aid he's giving. He's funding a wars that cannot be won, or wars of massacre, just to enrich people. You think Ukraine would defeat Russia one day? Why is he funding it? Do you think the Palestinians and the Israelis should not find a way to live together? Why is he funding wars? They just dug out a mass grave yesterday from Gaza of over 200 people. And that same yesterday, this man was supporting a bill to fund the same country that just did that.
Okay. Let me say something. Okay. Do you know that between Biden and Trump is even closer to Netanyahu more than Biden? And there is something that happens in America. Most of the businesses we have in America are owned by the Jews. When I talk about businesses, I'm talking about in healthcare, I'm talking about technology, I'm talking about even the military equipment that you are talking about. Okay? Do I love war? No, I don't. Mama, be careful. I don't love war, but at the end of the day, I love the fact that America is supporting Ukraine. You know why? When Trump was in office, so many revelations about how it is that the Russians were getting ready to attack the Ukrainians after taking Crimea and all that kind of a thing, were being revealed. And what did Trump do? He sent them whatever he sent, javelins and some weak weapons and all that kind of a thing. Why? Because he was closer to Putin. Okay? Yes. He was closer to Putin. Now, and then he also made it try to play politics with people's lives, telling Ukraine that he wants Ukraine to do his dirty deal because of politics.
What did he do?
Okay, he wanted the president at that time, Ukrainian president was elected, and he wanted Ukrainian president to declare that Joe Biden's son is indicted. To come up.
Well, he was indicted in the end.
That's a different forefathers. Those are dirty games. He was saying it in such a way that, if you remember, Trump and Hillary Clinton, Trump only won on one topic when the FBI guy came out and stated that Hillary Clinton is being investigated. You understand? At that point, that was when you see Trump. That was even the day that Trump actually won.
So why don't we select? Why don't we just vote a black candidate instead of worrying about these people? These people, they don't care about us. Vote a black candidate that is going to wield power for your own interest. Because what has Biden done for black community? No, is there anything he's done for the black community specifically?
Forefather, American politics does not depend on what government can give you.
Hi, you believe that?
Yes, I believe that, and I've lived it.
So it's by coincidence that the black people are doing worse.
I've lived it. Yes, I've lived it. Those people who wait for handouts should be ashamed of themselves. Okay? I'm an immigrant here. I walked my way, and I'm still walking my way, and I'm doing way better.
What would you say if I told you that even during the time of slavery, there were black people that were rich? So would you say the ones that were not were scroungers, lazy, no good people?
The thing you need to understand with this is this, right? The core basic of American politics is not even the federal. The core basics of American politics is your city, from your city to your county, from your county to the state. That's what matters.
Yeah. You are making my point now. Then why not just elect a black candidate that is going to go into the Senate? You know, sometimes one vote in the Senate can matter a lot. You guys can use it to be getting massive perks. You like, we want this school built. If you don't give us no healthcare bill, if you don't want, you see that all the time.
There are black senators.
Yeah, but they are being sponsored by
How many
all these
black
people.
senators?
Well, that's them. From me, from my
Oh
state.
my God! You've really got the black meeting agree with you today. Which
How
is
many black senators? How many black
Oh.
senators? When you get to my turn, we talk. I don't want to interject. But you are my brother, but we talk.
I think there were 3 black senators. 3. That's a lot of votes in the Senate.
I don't want to even put case with Mazi yet. Let him finish. Then we take it from there. I don't know.
Good.
Let him wrap up.
Good. So for me, at the end of the day, it depends on your state, what is going on in like in California. Do I really love Newsom? No, I don't. But does the Republican Party have anybody good? No. No, they don't. And they would never win. They would never, like we told them the other time, Arnold Schwarzenegger will be the last Republican governor of California. And that's what has been happening till today. Till today. Because he went there and he boo-booed. Okay? So the thing is this. The fact remains that, yes, some people will say, oh, Biden is old. Yes, he's old. But it's not even Biden that's really holding America. What is holding America is the system. It's the system.
They have about 4 black senators. That's a lot of votes.
They do have senators. Yeah.
If they can muster, they should be focusing on their own community, because this Biden hasn't done anything for black people specifically.
They don't even agree among them. They don't even agree among themselves. Like
yeah, but they need to get their act together now.
That happens to sound like somebody we know, huh?
What? You said what?
You said they don't agree amongst them. We don't agree amongst ourselves. That happened to sound like somebody we know, huh?
Yeah, they don't because
for the last 8 hours, I've heard nothing but Nigerians who can agree amongst themselves. Now proceed.
Exactly.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
I spoke clearly. Now proceed.
She basically said we have been here disagreeing amongst ourselves. So it means that we are acting consistent with what the African Americans are doing too.
I mean, we are you. Hold on, we are you. So we get it from you.
I'm not looking at when it comes to race. Remember, like I told you, I don't have any color. Black American.
You just call yourself black color. That's why.
You understand what I mean? When I mean color, Black American is Black American. I'm Black American. I don't do I'm Nigerian.
You have tribe.
I don't know. I don't do
Lord
that.
Lugard said that you had a color. You know, Lord Lugard, who created your country, they said you had a color. You don't have one.
Black Beauty, why are you on me today?
Because you said something that is quite disrespectful to my grandmother who just passed last year, to my great grandparents. On my mother's side, my dad is a Jamaican. My mother is a Black American of Nigerian descent.
Mm-hmm.
You said something very disrespectful. You said that we are people that don't understand or don't care to be, or maybe we're lazy, a part of this economic system, when in fact we are the backbone of this economic system.
No. I didn't even mean it that way. Even when you
talk
about economic viability, if we even have more white people, I don't know, the area you stay in.
I live in New York City, and I work on Wall Street.
Okay,
the same Wall Street that was built off the basis points on the backs of Black slaves. Now correct yourself. Know your history. Know your history.
Oh my God.
The thing I'm going to say right now is the same thing I say on Black American channels. How dare you all? I don't want now one person on this panel to sit here and think they do better than me. I bet you don't make as much as I make, USD or Naira. Now go forward.
Black Beauty, nobody is here to fight with you.
I am black and beautiful. Now next.
How much you make, darling? How much you make, darling? Darling, how much you make?
Enough to buy a whole house on the island. Next.
I'm a professional trader, in case you don't know. So,
what's going on here, man? Don't start this nonsense.
I know who gets their money on these panels. You,
People
AY,
start
and
bringing this down.
They know who gets their money on these panels.
It's awful.
And we don't have to speak. We don't have to, you know what we don't have to do? We don't have to reach into the Nigerian public and denigrate our Nigerian brothers. I recognize that when I look to apply for a job as a director at Access Bank, where I live down the block, that the people that were at Access Bank making $400,000 a month were making 1/10 of my salary. Now do the math yourself.
I didn't have it. Black Beauty, I don't even know why.
I think the way you were saying it, that like the people that are not succeeding, they are lazy. It's not nice.
The person that set up one of the major banks,
please, if I may say
one of the directors, one of the regional directors, who set up the
Listen,
one of the
Nigerians
major
are great
banks
at
in
math.
Gambia.
I want you to do the maths.
Black Beauty have just obstructed
Your country
my
could
train
not
of
afford
thought
to
now.
pay me if they wanted to pay me my low end salary.
I think we started, your chain of thought has been thrown off a long time. When
I know,
you
like, what is that? What is
you know, I wanted to tell you that stop struggling, because even with the Biden one, you couldn't even explain it very well when I asked you.
Let me explain to you why people. Let me explain to you why people of all colors are now advocating behind Trump. We don't give a damn if he's racist or not. All I know is that every time I look at my paycheck under Biden, there's more and more taxation coming out. The same tax money that I'm going to use to repatriate your country. The same tax money that I take for Dirty December. Right? The same tax money that I go to spend in the bars and to buy land on the mainland and to go and help out my Nigerian family and friends. I can't afford to do it if I get taxed more heavily, correct?
That's true, but Trump too is. But personally, I don't support any of them.
I don't understand why you're picking offense.
I'm not picking on you.
If I can jump in real quick, because this is guys.
I'm not picking on anyone. I'm picking on a Nigerian mindset.
You are taking this out of context.
It's you know, the conversation has been going. We've all been very patient.
Mazi,
but I must put to you.
Take a break. Think about what you're going to say. Then you come back again, because right now you and a black beauty.
No.
Can I come in, forefather, real quick? I haven't spoken for a bit. I haven't spoken for a bit now. I just want to help the conversation go forward, because we're stuck in this place because of a lack of understanding. If I can just come in.
Yeah, go ahead. So, Jonaba wanted to say something too. So
yes, so Jonaba is before me. This is not my turn. I'm taking. I'm interjecting just as everybody else, apart from Augustine, has interjected so far in this conversation. So I just want to say, listen. You see, what I know about Nigerians, more so of the Nigerians in America than the Nigerians here in the UK. The Nigerians in America have taken a great position for themselves in the way they function, to be focused and driven in what it is their intention is and what they need to do. But they don't encompass that they are in and amongst black people that have been there for 400 years, and this is their experience. So naturally, in a way, we divorce ourselves from the African American, as opposed to really understanding what it is that what the differences are. Now, I take a lot against the African American in terms, I think that they racialize everything and they do it too quick. And I think there are things that are actually more important than race, most especially where we are concerned, that ties into the same thing. However, when you divorce yourself from the 400 years of embattlement that the African American has been through and is still going through, and you therefore focus on your selfish visions of what it is that you need to achieve whilst you're in Nigeria, you create a gap, and that gap now has angst between it. You see, what I feel is that the Nigerians in America are still late in learning the history of the Black American, and because of this sort of dismissal of what they've been through. We don't really position ourselves well as a peoples that can communicate on every level. You must be able to communicate with the brothers in America. You must be able to communicate with the corporate world. This is the skill I believe that Nigerians especially should be taking. If it is so that we believe so much of ourselves. Because if we ignore the experience of our brothers and sisters over the 400 years that they have suffered enough to have us enter into a system that we can all of a sudden function. We couldn't function back home, but all of a sudden in America, there's all these opportunities, bang, bang, bang. We can function. Why is it that you can function? That's the question that you need to attain. You're able to function because of the education system given to you in Nigeria to a large extent. And secondly, going into America, there is so much that has been set up and arranged for people like Nigerians who are educated on a certain level to enter this paradigm called America and succeed. And that largely has been built against the backs of the Black American. And if you don't recognize this, it comes across as awful. It comes across as selfish. It comes across as myopic. It comes across as not thinking. And that is the selfish way that we behave as Nigerians. That is the selfish way we behave as Black people. The only thing that brings us together is trouble. But we don't understand that we need to organize before the trouble actually comes. It's when there's trouble that, we are looking for our Black people all up and down. When there's no trouble, then we're ignoring ourselves. We need to grow up in terms of our communication. And that's all I want to say in order to smooth this thing. I still have been patient, waiting for my turn to speak. I just want the community to go forward. That's
I think hold on, don't ruin it. Hold on, see that
my own part now, right?
Hey, I'm gonna, where's this guy? I'm gonna see. Jago, I think that was a masterpiece. I think this is the thing. You have to give people credit for when they've said something profound. That was a masterpiece, and I'm sure a Black Beauty understands.
I do feel so.
Yeah. Jonaba, please go ahead.
I'm a senior citizen. Sometimes I lose it and sometimes I get it together. Trying to behave myself sometimes, but sometimes you say the way when you get to a certain level of age, you say what X. I think there are many misconceptions or understanding of American politics with Mazi Prince about American politics. Forefather talk about the funding of Ukraine and Israel. It's not of a personal interest to Biden. It's about the American policy and their own interest in general. So he may disagree with it, but he will still fund it because that is the alliance, and that's how they have created their own support for each other over the year and for the interest of America. I disagree with him on some issues whereby I believe if it is Trump that meant it, Trump will say, don't do it. He will not try it. I think Biden is weak when he says some certain things and he does that. I think if it was Trump, I'm not Trump supporter, but I believe that if Trump communicate that, slow down, don't do this thing, and you do it, Trump will not go and say, let them vote on the House and support it the same thing. Trump will not do that. Not the Trump we know. Another thing is that when you say handout, I don't think there are struggles, and when they say that, American politics is not about it's about demanding. It's about telling the people in your constituency or whatever you're talking that is local that I do not need alcohol store here instead of I need a store. I do not need just to be given a car loan, car devalue. I want a house loan. I do not need interest rate to go up on equal justice for all. So there are many things in the system that is against whether you want to call it in general the poor people or Black people. There are many things that their constituency need that they may demand for whosoever is representing them. In the history of America, there are places in America that almost 80% are Black and the white man is their mayor. how that happened. It's the same thing. Why can't we say that, okay, you vote for your color, but sometimes we can look beyond that and say, okay, it's about good leadership, it's about good intention, it's about, it cannot always be about color, it can always be about race. So we can come up to, people can, what difference does it make if you are drowning right now and a white man reach out to help you? Will you say, don't help me because you are white? You can't say that. So it's in life, we cannot make everything about racial
John,
issues.
I happen to agree with you, but I just wanted to read you the numbers of the federal aid package that was passed over the past couple of hours. You want to hear it? 60.8 billion going to Ukraine, 26.4 billion going to Israel, and 8 billion going to Taiwan. Now, where is the American taxpayer? It's not about color. Like you said,
yes.
It's about how all of us that are here, including Nigerians who are here, working
our taxpayer
are being taxed heavily.
Yes, yes.
Heavily. This is about to become Switzerland and Sweden in about 5 minutes.
I saw the figure. So it is all about the interest of the elite and the power that they're trying to preserve. It's not like they're trying to do anything to the ordinary person, but it's about their ego and power struggle around the world. But then coming to the issue of black people in the House of Rep or in the Senate, you say we have 4 senators. Sometimes they use this us as a stooge, even in a place of work. They can take one of you and very close. I have seen it over the years that I've lived in America. I've lived in New York over the years and all of that. So I now walk around America. So I've seen where in the office.
That's a token Negro. We call that the token Negro.
Yeah, they will get one of you and to make a supervisor, because what you can tag them as a racial issue, you cannot access them again. You are dealing with your black brother, your black sister, who say you cannot take off on this day, or you can come and fight. You say your job is not good, and you get. So we have different. They have a different strategies whereby the we can speak through our vote to say enough is enough. We cannot use us this way. And that is the voice, and that has nothing to do with the general election. You can do it from your local election, but the general election as well, of course, is very important. But in most cases, many Nigerians do not get involved in local election. They only do the general election, which is the presidential election.
But that's a lot of people in general, not just Nigerians. That's black people, white people. That
most white people get involved more on the local election than the black people.
They do. They do. Even out here, you see them with their tables and stuff like that. They are the ones who do. That's why they have the local power.
Yes,
that's
yes. And that is what we should encourage ourselves to get involved, that the power is grassroots and all politics is local. When we understand that, then we can change we can have more voices in Washington, and we can say, okay, we don't want this kind of a thing in this environment. You cannot be taxing us. Like some places in Texas, you see how heavily we get taxed, and somebody that have 11 acres plus, you that have less than an acre where you build your house, you pay more than those people.
Yeah, because they get subsidies and they get
they get break. You see, so and who are those people? Those are middle class or more of the lower level people.
But is it not what Trump said before, that the whole thing is stitched up? It's the same in the UK too. It's something they've admitted to. Even council tax, they have something they call council tax in the UK. The banding system was done to favor the elites.
Yeah.
Where somebody that is middle class that owns a property will pay more than
heavily
the
more.
That is,
if owns a massive
if you
mansion. Have like animal in your property, if it's more than 11 acres in Texas, it's like basically you're paying nothing. And somebody that lives in less than half acre will pay more taxes than you. And those people who can afford to pay to have more than 11 acres plus and so on, they are the rich people, right? So the poor people are always together in one place and pay so much, and so those are the way we all get involved in politics.
The thing is, right, is that I don't know about you all's opinion, but in my opinion, America can't afford this this foreign aid package. We can't afford this.
Yes, you can. You print money for free
in this country. I know you all come here from Nigeria and you see this wonderful, beautiful, developed place. There is a lot that needs to be done. There's bridges falling down here. There's trillions of dollars owed to China. There's plenty of debt that people have undergone in pursuing their education. A lot of that stuff has to be addressed.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that have to be addressed before they give
this stuff has to be addressed. Whilst this stuff has to be addressed, do we not look upon it carefully enough that the immigrant population in America are also paying tax? One, and two, why is it so significant always for country people to look at immigration with so much blame and disdain? Because the immigrant populations, I won't blow the trumpet of any immigrant populations, but the fact remains that immigrant populations prop up the economy of any country. And the way I see it across the world, especially in the West, here in the UK and in America, they always seem to suffer the same narrative of a problem. And they point the finger at the immigrant populations who are obviously coming to richer nations than their own, knowing that the West has everything. The West has stolen everything.
Yes.
So the reason why people will move from a rich country like Nigeria to a richer nation like America or the UK is because they know basically I'm going to where there's money. I'm going to where access. I'm going to where the sweat of my brow would mean a pretty penny in my pocket. I'm going to where I can grow my family. In Nigeria, you can do this, but it is archaic. And we have to understand the balance of the world, because pointing the finger is...
But what you're saying is correct. But wouldn't that also suggest that the money shouldn't be going out, that it should be staying within to address and help?
See, again, this is why I like the conversation between yourself and John Abba, because it is about organization. If we are not communicating as a Black people in America and in the West as to how we galvanize, how we see what is the intricacies of our culture, what do we believe in and what do we discard? What are things that obviously we have to pull people together with different ideas? However, we leave ideas that are on the periphery because they're not that important. All I really want to say,
I'm saying this directly.
If you can let me land, Black Beauty. All I really want to say is that I learned something between yourself and John Abba's conversation. And what I learned is within my suspicion that basically Black people in America and here in the UK are not coming together enough politically. They do not know or do not see the importance of coming together politically in order to enter the mainstream with a different projection. We're clutching at straws all the time and pulling ourselves down all the time. This is not the way to go forward. We have to be able to stand on each other's backs and pull ourselves up and out of the mire that we're in.
But let me ask you a question. What I'm saying directly, because I'm speaking to these exact numbers that just came out yesterday. I'm saying to you directly, doesn't $26.4 billion that's going to Israel, wouldn't that be better spent on the Nigerian and Mexican and Caribbean and Ukrainian immigrants that are coming inside of the country as opposed to going out to Israel? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
I think what he's saying is
you know better than me about the position that America has taken with Israel. That is not the fault of the immigrants.
Jago, you are saying similar stuff as she's saying. I think if we are more, I don't like this term, intentional with the way we practice politics, we like those senators now that we have, or House of Congress members, that the Black community were the one that literally voted them in and had control over them. Those funding that you're talking about to Israel, 26 billion, they will be finding it. Do you think the money is going to Israel? Many of them come back to their brothers all over the Europe. Many of them are Europeans. I was watching a video about Israeli soldiers. They say, where did your accent come from? From Michigan. They are everywhere. They are, all that money that goes to Israel comes back to them again, even in America. So if we are more intentional, you will be able to influence and I actually think the Black community has a lot of power in America. It's just that they have not been intentional about it so far. But
Yep.
look at us now. We are all talking, and when that starts happening, you start seeing the change start happening. All this Biden nonsense that don't want to give us anything at all. George Floyd died. Even to pass a simple law, they refused to pass it, and they went and passed a law for the Asians. I was so miffed by that. I will never forgive Trump for that. I will never Biden for that. I will never forgive him for that. And it was the black people that got him this year appointed as the flag bearer for Democratic Party, because he was floundering. Bernie Sanders was doing so well that I think they got to Mississippi or one of these states, and that senior member of House of Congress,
can I have my time now?
just went and saved him. You know, he saved him, and for what?
James Clyburn that saved him.
Yeah, Clyburn. Yeah, saved him for what? For him not to even pass one law to just change something for the black community in that place. I don't even know anything he's done. Everything he's done is just for everybody. But when it comes to Israel or any Ukraine, he knows how to be specific.
Forefathers, can't we take the 60 billion that's going to Ukraine and the Nigerian Americans that are now in this country and the Black Americans that are here? Can't we lobby together and try to encourage more movement from Nigeria into this country with that money, as opposed to giving it to Ukraine?
But they are preserving what
we have to be intentional. That's why we are not getting it. We are not.
It won't happen.
Organized.
It won't happen.
It will never happen.
You know why? It won't happen because how will they sell their weapons?
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's business.
They will give the weapons to us. They can give the weapons to us.
Can I have my turn now?
They are giving Japan a lot of weapons. Why are they not giving it to us? We are here using think and weapons.
You don't finish now.
No, I was being interrupted.
Bro, so you were there for a good 15 minutes, man.
Nobody should even say that at all.
I think
nobody should even say that.
Brian, you know, people have not seen your face. This place, this one is where people show their face. So if you want to say something, then you will have to go back if you are not going to come up, as they say.
So, Papa, what I'm saying?
No. Just wait. Let Brian just say something quickly so that he can go.
How you doing, everybody? Happy Sunday. Happy, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be in this planet. I might have to throw a little pushback on Junku. That's your name. How you pronounce your name, correct?
Show your face. You shouldn't be.
I'm gonna show my face one of these days. Later on, the next time I get on.
Are you shy?
Yeah, I'm shy.
Did you not put your lipstick on?
Got him.
I'm gonna get you for that. But no, in regards to the immigration issue, I mean, as far as allowing everybody into the country and stuff like that, I have to disagree with that. I mean, here's my thing. Biden handled the immigration policy, especially with the border issue. It's not like in England you're surrounded by water. Okay, I mean, we are surrounded. I hate it to say it, by developing nations that's coming from mostly from Venezuela and other Central American countries, and also the parts of the Caribbean and whatnot. How the way he handled the immigration is pretty much totally unacceptable. And I don't blame the governors of Texas and of other states saying, okay, you guys in New York is, claiming to be sanctuary cities. We're going to send them all to you. Now, the Mayor Adams, Eric Adams, is complaining about all that type of stuff going on because it's not sustainable. I mean, like mostly you guys came here legally. Okay. It'd be like a slap in the face by people coming here illegally. In other words, I
don't think you're directing that to me. I think that's something that Black Beauty said, not I.
No, but he's correct, because there are people in Chicago, Africans from Senegal, who are coming into these forums, and they are very upset. They're trying to bring their family from Senegal, and these people are jumping the line.
No, I'm not. That's not my issue. So I'm not sure if you're addressing me is what I'm saying. But please go ahead.
I mean, it's just kind of like unfair. I mean, like she said, we have a trillions and $1 trillion deficit. The homeless population. I mean, if you've been in California, it's almost getting to Brazil level, like third world. I swear to effing God. I mean, half of the stores around Hollywood Boulevard and around Beverly Hills is closed. You're going to see nothing but leasing everywhere. You're going to see everywhere, even the most richest, some of the rich communities, tent cities. I mean, like, come on.
So, but should that bother us? Because one of the things I noticed.
I mean, what I'm saying is, this is what I deal with my reality. I'm a realtor too, and a lot of people are not selling. Most people are just like saying, trying to wait it out due to the interest rates and stuff like that. And especially living in LA and San Diego, it's totally unaffordable. You need to have almost close to $1 million to afford a goddamn home. They have to live outside the periphery.
Brian, my point is that the point I'm making is that when migrants are moving into countries, which we have to admit is something that happens within many nations now. And
what I'm saying is totally.
Let me just finish the point I'm making so you understand what I'm trying to say. The point is that you want your community to ascend up the economic ladder, so that when the migrants arrive, they don't have contact with them at all. If you watch the Jewish community now, they probably don't care about this migrant stuff.
But now it's different, bro.
Because
it's different, bro. I mean, a lot of people, not only black people are complaining about this, white people are complaining about this. Even other Mexicans.
There are a lot of white people that are complaining about this. But Jewish people don't care.
When I'm saying it's unsustainable, they had to close down a school because they had to house migrants, bro, in New York.
Let me explain to you why you should care. I'll give you a tangible explanation. My husband, we're doing his visa. It's the reason why it's taking him so long for his visa, his US visa, is because people are walking in here. USCIS is not even paying attention to real cases where people are paying money to bring Africans from West Africa in here. Instead, they're letting all these people walk in through the border. If you want to be an African and come in this country, if you don't do it by some 5-year process or as a clergy or as a student, essentially you're going to have to walk in through Mexico. Most of the Mauritanians and the Senegalese that you see coming in here, they walked in through Mexico. They pay. This is what they do. They pay. They go through Ecuador. They walk through those 4 countries. They come through Mexico. I told my husband, you should have just walked. You'd have been here last year. They don't even pay attention to our case, and we're paying money. So it should bother us as a black community. They're not letting the Haitians come in.
The reason why it bothers us is, okay, now you are making the point. We need to ascend up the economic ladder. This is what we should be focusing on, getting your own power, pie, if you, for want of a better word. You have to get control of your own domain within the establishment, because if we keep complaining, it's like you intend to remain there. You have to. That if I was the one advising, the plan should be ascend up the food chain and leave the people to let them take your place. You don't want to remain at the bottom.
What I'm saying, forefathers, is look, I don't need to worry about immigration because I was born here and I do well here. And most of my family on the Black American side does, and my Jamaican family, they do well here. But what I'm saying is we're going to have some immigrants coming here. I want to see more African immigrants, is what I'm saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? They are discouraging West Africans from coming over here. It's impossible to get a visa. Then they have to go through 5 countries to walk through the all kinds of weird conditions to walk through to get in here. And then when you're doing it the right way, which is what I'm doing with my husband, we've been petitioning since last year. So now I said, to hell with it. We'll just get him into Mexico, and we'll walk in through Tijuana. Forget it.
And going through those countries is pretty much dangerous. You have to go through all types of things there, which we can't even imagine as far as being on this platform.
Thank you, Brian. Before I'm being accused of sedition or whatever else they were going to accuse me of, I will have to excuse you.
All right, no problem. Go on now, brother.
Thank you.
It was interesting.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was laughing a few minutes ago. It looks like Olumide was sleeping. He just woke up. The way he just looked into the screen was just so funny. Black Beauty, I don't know where I got you wrong, because the same thing I was trying to say was the same thing that John Abba said. Most of the election happens from the city to the county and then the state. That's where most of the decisions are being made. Okay, I live here in Concord, and the person representing me. No, Concord in California.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and the person representing me is somebody who lives in my community. We relate, and I have most of my friends are Black Americans. That's why I told you I don't say I'm Nigerian or he's African American. I don't do that. Most of my friends are African Americans.
Yeah, I don't take anything personally, so don't think I do. I'm just correcting.
So we cool. So what my own is when it comes to between Biden and Trump, the problem I have with Trump is just the fact that he kind of lives this fake lifestyle. I don't like that lifestyle. You gotta be upfront with me. You gotta be upfront with me. It's just like how he lied about so many things. I was once, about to attend Trump University. From what I saw on TV, the way they advertised it, and he even came. He came all the way to California, and the only thing this man did, despite all the money that we paid, the only thing he did was just to mount the podium, welcomed us, and said he will come later. We never saw him again. We never saw him again. And that was when I said, wait a minute, who is this? And then I started carrying out my research, and I found out that this man made money off people. It's not who he really is. For me, like I said, I would have wanted somebody else to be the president other than Biden.
What if I said to you that's the American way?
I know. It's the way. Yeah. I would have preferred somebody else other than Biden to be the president. But when it comes to both of them, give and take. When I think about it, I was like, you know what? I know that for me, I feel strongly that if anything happens to Biden today, Kamala Harris will take over.
Do you know how Biden's administration refers to you in that HR 731B or something like that? Do you know how they refer to you in that Diaspora bill that they just came out with? They refer to West Africa as the 6th region.
What?
Do you understand what that suggests?
They refer to West Africa as the 6th region.
Yes, they do. They refer to West Africa, and they're particularly speaking about Ghana. They kind of don't even jump into Nigeria. Nigeria, that's more with the UK side.
No, sorry. Are you saying the African American group or the American state itself?
I'm saying that Biden's administration refers to West Africa as the 6th region.
So that's what Africa calls the diaspora.
Right. And the reason why I'm saying this is critical because it has a lot to do with how they see West Africa as the future arm of their economic development. Do you understand? When you have Trump in office, you have a laissez-faire economic policy that allows Black American and Africans to come and go, make money, and take it however they want out of this country.
Now, that is the part, that's a very valid point. That's the part most people don't factor in. That in the bigger scheme of things, maybe Trump might actually be better. On race relationships, he may not be better, but he doesn't care about Africa from that point of view. He's going to allow you to do your thing. That's the difference. Was he not the one that sold Tucano to Nigerians while Obama didn't agree to do that? So you want to be careful because the people that pretend as if they're your friends, they may not be your friends at all.
You're on mute, Mazi.
You're muted. Prince, you're muted.
In conclusion of mine is this. Well, like I said, I don't really care who wins. I only have one vote. And that day, I will cast my votes. You understand? Let the will of God prevail. If it's Trump, oh well. But the thing is, with Trump, I know that a lot of allies will not trust him because of things he's done and because of things he has said. With Biden, I know that probably he will live up, he will complete it, or I'm not saying I'm not God. I don't know tomorrow. I don't know what could happen. Anything can happen to him.
You as you please with it. So
yeah, so that's just that. It's not something we'll fight over. Anyway, everybody is free to support who they want to support, and that's all I can say for now. Thank you, though.
Thank you, listen, Prince. It looks like your support for Biden is quite soft. It's all good. It should be actually because I don't subscribe to any of them. If I was in America, I don't know what I would vote any of them. I would just focus on my senators and my Congress people. so that whatever they do, I'm not going to be complicit in it. All right. Augustine hasn't said anything for a while.
Now my turn, it's actually my turn, bro. We were waiting for my man to finish.
Quite a bit now. You said quite a bit.
Even though I have, but I was only interjecting. I didn't say what I meant to say.
And a black people,
the point is that
as an underrepresented minority, you are free to say anything at any time you want. So
can I go on?
yeah, please go ahead.
See, the point is that
that's unfair, man. That's unfair. I never say what I needed to say. I was only interrupt.
See, Jago, you gave 2 excellent submissions. You don't need to get 3 right now. Let Augustine go ahead.
And I've not been in this on this topic, to be honest with you, I like talking about my thing. My thing here is about Nigeria.
Yeah.
I am here in this part of the world, to be honest with you. Every day as I move to work, do my research, do my job, I think about my country.
That's right.
And that is why sometimes if you talk about the politics here, I don't care. Even though Santos, how they call this my attackers in my neighborhood here, I don't care about them. And that's why even that day I saw them protesting for free Palestine and this. It doesn't concern me.
Right.
What I want is Nigeria to be better. And to be honest with you, if Nigeria is better, some of us may not be here. We could have been here doing the whole thing. And that's why you talked about the issue of, you were trying to paint it. Does Trump win? His Nigerian policy or African policy is not good and the rest. When I see all these things, I said, look, I wanted to speak and I know that forefathers will come from my head. Allow the people to go out and achieve their potential. Not like this, I'm talking to you I don't know, but I know that I have improved in my skills. If I go home, I'll do something better. If I go back home, I'll do something better. We just hope that day when things will be settled and it's okay, we need people who can do the job. I'll go and contribute my own skills in molecular biology, and that's what I can do. So my point is this: anybody who wants to come and study here or want to come and improve himself, let him come and improve himself. Now, I want to speak like the white racist, or somehow let me speak like the white racist. This is the United States. Let's assume that we own the country. To be honest with you, you want to pick those who add value to the country. And that is why sometimes you say, if you ask me, I'm not really in support of all the breaking boundaries. If you want to come to the country, come legally. And if everybody comes legally and do the right thing, I don't see any reason why we should always deprive people of visa. Because to be honest with you, let's face the fact. The Americans, as we talk to you now, they benefit from the immigrants. I look around my friends. We were about 14 admitted into our research program. And I'm talking to you now, just 7 are remaining. Do you know the funny thing? All the seven people are foreigners. They're all foreigners. Once this program is stressful to the normal America, it throws the pen and says, I'm not doing it again. I'm going. And now they are begging you. That's why I spoke it, as I said, for that to come from my head. We were admitted 14, we are left with 7. So the people have money, the grants are there, but there's nobody to work. And they had to go this time to hire, they used to admit at least 14 or 15. This time they hired about 21 students. And do you know the funny thing? Majority are for Africa. And I will tell you, when they gave the admission, they always tell you, if you like the admission, accept it. I was basically invited in a meeting, or a Zoom meeting, like maybe a Zoom meeting, to encourage them that, okay, life here is okay, you can do it. And I know why they invited me. Because they know that they are my people. If I tell you that Augustine is doing well here, they will listen to me.
Correct.
And that's the point.
But you know that the reason why I'm against some of the way you portray this, which you are entitled to, is from your point of view, is because there is no other plan to bring them back. Many of these people that are going, 90% of their income is going to be in the West, and they are helping the West become stronger. Like you said, something they are not willing to do. We are willing to do it to get them stronger while we are weakening our own this thing.
To be honest with you, I'll tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth. I just finished eating egusi soup and a banana. To be honest with you, I miss my home. And if Nigeria gets better, and as Peter Obi used to say, if your earnings is commensurate to your work, most of us will pack and go home. I'm telling you the truth. He will pack and go home.
I'll go for sure.
I thoroughly believe that about
I'm talking for myself. Even my supervisor used to tell me that I like my country a lot because I comment on political issues even on Twitter. He used to tell me that if things get better in Nigeria, where we show that everything is okay, some of us will pack.
Yeah, but the problem is that the moment it gets to the second generation, the momentum to want to go back becomes very, very difficult. And if the government in office in Nigeria don't make a conscious effort to pull them back, is that generation, they may be lost.
And
that's the danger.
It's our problem. It's our problem. We always complain. We don't have plans. It's all every country.
No, I agree with you on that. I agree with
every
you on
country.
that.
China, they have the second generation, but they still go. The thing is to have a plan whereby people go home. India, they have a plan. Their people they go home. You go to work. You go to Silicon Valley. All of them are there. India is CEO of Microsoft, of Google, of many other companies.
Yeah, they have a lot of them.
But they collaborate. So we have to raise schools. Like I have a friend of mine. He's a dean, faculty of natural sciences school. So he called me. They have this idea. They want to go into e-vehicle. I said, why? Why do you don't have comparative advantage? Why do you want to go to e-vehicle? Can you compete with Ford or Tesla? Mitsubishi. All this you can't compete with them. Why not IT? Make your school a hub in IT. You can compete. All you need is a computer.
Well,
all you need is a computer. That's you can compete with any people. You can build your school, so your school can be like Indian. These was India's Institute of Technology that produce a whole lot of them that are in Silicon Valley.
But I heard something. I heard that Ikeja. I heard last month that Lagos is supposed to be trying to do like a Silicon Valley thing. That should invite a lot of people that are studying in STEM to go back to Nigeria.
Yeah, but it has to be like all over Nigeria, not only in Lagos. You have all schools in Nigeria. Because you have kids doing nothing. Just you can just give them a computer and they just go. I mean, you go to FIFA. I don't know if any of you have used FIFA to do the project. You go to FIFA, you see a lot of people from India. I pay them if I want to do certain things. Like produce an image or whatever. PNG. I don't waste my time. Why do I spend 1 hour on this image? I pay someone on $5. I pay them $10. They produce the thing for me.
But also, you have to think about it like this, Ikeja. There's only one Silicon Valley inside of America. So if I want to go there, I'm from New York. I have to go to California.
But there are a lot of Silicon Valley. Small, like in Boston. Actually, Silicon Valley started in Boston, like Route 128. Route 128, a lot of companies like EMC, they were here Route 28 in Boston. Before a lot of them moved to Silicon Valley, but they still have vestige, small molecule for these companies like Boston.
Johns Creek, Georgia has its own little tech area as well. Because I was thinking about
that do like a robot, Boston Thermodynamics or whatever. They're still in Boston. They have so many companies in Boston. And like in gene therapy, it's a whole lot. So it's everywhere you are, you collaborate. Actually, like Augustine was supposed to talk to him about something. You see, like a lot of companies in the US, they have a company. They have this scientific research center in Shenzhen, China. What they do, a lot of experiments that have been done in US. This company, they have they send them there, lab work. They have like Boeing 747 or whatever. Every day they have Boeing leave, send those samples to China, Shenzhen. They will do all the research, and the next morning they will bring them back to US. We have to find cheap labor because labor is cheaper there. All these things, since we have to find a way to tap into Nigeria. Look at China. Look at US. Too far, but Nigeria is just close to Europe. 6 hours to Europe.
Wait. Wait. This tech hub in Lagos, if it was located in Enugu or Abia, will it have made a difference?
No. Okay. Let me tell you. I have a friend of mine. He has a software company in Nigeria. In Ekulobi, Anambra State. So one day when I was like, why Ekulobi, Anambra State? Who lives there? He said to me, "This is I was born and raised here. I want to have it there. They have one in Lagos. I want to have it there." So anywhere the people are, as long as you have internet connectivity, good internet connectivity, they can do whatever they want to do. There are so many kids out there in Anambra. They do wonders. Like this guy, what's his name? This guy that have Bill Point or whatever. He's a millionaire. He's a multi-millionaire. his viewpoint. He's based in
What's the forefather's point that he always makes about security?
Okay, hold on. One more. You know this guy that Igbo Basic mentioned today earlier.
Emma Wale from Onitsha.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Enough said. Thank you.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, we need to start appreciating each other. Do you know half of the kids right now in Nigeria from the East, they can't even speak their language? That's part of the brain drain.
Yeah.
They think
bring them at home already.
It's something classy to speak English. Parents even speak English. Their kids don't even understand their language.
That's not good.
Yeah, because they like Japan. It's like they sold so many things to us, and we bought everything.
We bought everything, swallowed it, and
line who can think.
It's an embarrassment. It's embarrassment to speak. I mean,
science came to Japan. Science came to Japan. Japan, they said all the science books they translated them to Japanese, so they learn science in Japanese. China, the same thing. Indonesia, the same thing. In their local language, but they came to Nigeria. The only Bible they translated into our local language, and then we read the Bible.
Oh God, you can't make it up, man. We're really trying to farm. It's unbelievable.
We read the Bible in our local language, but we can't read science in our local language. What is that?
No, look at this now. This is what concerns me. This is what concerns me. When I looked at this data, we've talked about this before. The top tech CEOs in the world. Nigerians in America are supposed to be some of the most highly educated people in America in terms of education. But look at the top tech CEOs in the world. Not one of them.
Not one
is a black person. Not American. No black American.
They have about five CEOs, five black.
Yeah, they have CEOs, but the top ones, when you list them,
about the Fortune 500 companies, they have about five black people.
Yeah,
I don't know why they didn't show up here at all in terms of these top ones, but you can see a lot of Indians here, Asians, almost any other group is present here. The reason why I'm highlighting this is because we seem to always have a kind of momentum sometimes. And somewhere along the line, we lose that momentum because the Asians never did. They embedded all the progress that they made, and they never went back. But we made progress in the 60s, 70s, and we went back again.
They work together. Even in companies, you see, Indians. Like I work for a tech company, like a fine tech company, and we have office in India. You see, India, you see how they help themselves. I work with them. See how they help themselves.
They do.
Yeah, like they bring each other up. You are looking for someone, they will refer you to an Indian person.
Always. The offshore team is always in India.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay, wait. When I say here, people will shout that at me that one of the core problems we have in Nigeria is not even religion, right? It is tribe.
Yes.
See, when it comes to the you want to refer that business to Yoruba man. Why can't you refer it to your Igbo brother? Must it be so? No.
One of the things I noticed with the Indians last
primarily.
One thing I noticed with the Indians, according to what Okija is saying, many of them, they come from India. Some of them are even still arriving in the UK. And with this company that I went to, and you look at them, all of them Indians. And if you look at how they are earning a lot of money, and how humble they are.
The medical schools in the UK here, 65%, if not 75% are Asians. Why?
You know what boggles my mind? How humble they still are. The trainers they are using, my own trainer is more expensive than theirs, and they make more money than I do.
Exactly.
What I find is that, like, even I was at the Nigerian embassy in the UK, and I was standing outside there, and I was looking at the Nigerians standing there. You know how they like to, dress properly. They have their this thing, and I was checking the shoes of the Nigerians versus the shoes of everybody walking past.
Fendi,
most of the people walking past, Nigerians wore more expensive goods than the people walking past. So there are so many things that we have that we have just so many issues.
We come here. If you see an Indian woman, I worked with state, Massachusetts, state of Massachusetts, and I left there. So a friend of mine still works there. So I called him one day. With this guy, I don't want to mention it, the India couple. We like them a lot. Then they come together, they come to work together, they eat lunch together. She's wear all those sari dress the same way. So I was talking with my friend like a month ago. I say, how about this guy? He said, oh, they are still there, they haven't retired. They are still there, doing the same thing. You don't see them, buy with one or hair for like 500,000. They simple them, they save their money, plan. But I don't know, something
they
is wrong.
value things. We don't value things. We don't even value we sold our own people like animals. We don't value things.
We come, we fight,
reason.
We
just
come,
sold people
instead of building families, we fight.
We have to take responsibility of some of our behavior and purge some of the negative ones. This idea that we don't value things that are in this world, I find that really disturbing. I'm still trying to purge myself of that. Do you know how strong it is? I like some of the clothes I'm wearing now is more expensive than what an Indian person will wear. And I ask myself, why? Why do I need these things so badly? That's how strong it is moving into us.
Video of Peter Obi the other night, he had that white Fendi. I was like, look at his white Fendi. He had that white Fendi on in his video. I was like, look at him. Look at him.
Have you heard about Patel in US? You see all these motels, all these small motels owned by Indians. What did they do? Patel family, most of them you see own a Patel, one not one family, but they answer Patel a lot. What they would do, one would own the motel. They will bring one of them, because maybe I own it. I've settled about 5 of my friends, 5 of my family member of friends. So I will invite another one. We will set him up. All of us will join hands and set him up. We will own another motel, run another motel. You see, all over the US, they own almost 80% of all the motels in the US.
And they are very intentional. You don't hear do you hear their voice too much about politics? They don't talk too much.
They are remotely involved. If you go to US Congress, there are a lot of Indians in the Congress. A lot of Indians. Rio Kana, what's up with this woman?
Paul.
Yeah.
Nikki Haley.
You can bear me witness. You can bear me witness to this. When it comes to the financial world, traders are the most humble guys. You know that. A trader will never flaunt who he is until you come to where he lives and his bank balance. A lot of traders, and when I'm talking about finance, I'm not talking about some small money because somebody. Okay, I have a friend right now. On average, the guy makes £500,000 in 3 weeks, sweatlessly. But when you see this guy, is an Asian. When you see him, is the most. I mean, you'll not even take a look at him twice. He doesn't wear designers because he tells you it's a waste of money. That he doesn't even see the reason why he should be spending money on designers. But when you go to his house, you know that this guy is see. I think it's just in our psyche as Black people. We show off. We show off a lot. We don't even know nothing about money.
We want to belong to other
that
people.
Is why I for one, I mean, I think everybody should be involved in the financial market. But then going back home, where is the light? Where is the internet? It's non-existent. Even some few guys that there's 1 or 2 young people that I know in the past 3 years, they've changed their life. They bought themselves houses in Lagos and all that, trading financial. These are the boys I mentor as far back as 5 years ago. So the thing is, if we can put ourselves together and all that, we've got a lot of brilliant minds in Nigeria. And put away these tribal things. That's why I tell people, I say, listen, IPOB or whatever and all that. Listen, let's not even trouble ourselves about Nigeria does not give us this, Nigeria does not give us that. The governor of Abia State have shown that it can be done. Any governor can do it if they put their mind to it and all that. We should start making our regions an economic hub, a very strong economic hub and all that. We will see people will respect us. It's not all this thing. Yeah, don't vote for Nigeria. Nigeria is a shithole, is a zoo and all that. Yeah, we all know that it's a zoo, is a shithole and all that. But what have we done in our region?
Economic investment.
And all that. People respect us. People will respect us in the southeast or the southwest, wherever we choose to start flexing our muscle, and that's the way forward.
For example, what you're saying now, and I agree with you. You see, that's a great example that you brought. The traders that are making all this great money, what they need to do, because a lot of these like NYU Langone, that is a person's name. You need to take your money and you need to invest that money in some of these hospitals and actually put together, 4 or 5 of y'all put together real salaries and invite some of these Nigerian doctors back home from New York, back home from Texas, give them a decent salary they can live on and actually,
I and a couple of our friends that are traders were even thinking of that. It's a long-term project. When I set up
this one, Anambra State,
near my town. I'm not a doctor, but build a hospital that will be of international standards.
Sponsor
and
a
all
wing
that,
in your
all the
name.
equipment in there. Yeah, all the equipment in there and all that, and and all you're just doing you're just an investor, but the standard will be very, very high. You got the money because see, at the end of the day, money talks. That's just what it is. Money talks. Look at
the biggest
it's all about money.
Diagnostic center in Nigeria is owned by Indians. Mikio. They have branches all over Nigeria now. They started in Ocean.
My cousin, my first cousin I wanted to bring here is one of the top biochemists in Nigeria. But even the area that she's an expert into, she's the only person in no, there are only 2 in West Africa. And there she's just working for the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, and all the politics going on there and all that. And but all she just needs is funding.
Right.
Now, I wanted to ask you a question now. Yeah. What is her experience like working for NIMR, for Nigerian Institute of Medical Research?
Okay, very good, Austin. I wanted to bring her here. Her husband put some doubt in her and said, who is Dr. Damages? And maybe they want to use it. And even that day, I had a go at him. He said, well, I promised him that I was going to get him a job. I was going to get him some contacts and a job abroad and all that. I said, listen, I don't own any company. I work for myself. No, I don't work for anybody. I work for myself. Because you've got a PhD, your wife has got a PhD in science. You are a PhD. I think it's journalism and all that. I've told you, put out your CV there and all that, and keep applying. Maybe somebody will give you the chance. He got upset. He said maybe Dr. Damages is one of the scammers, and that got me annoyed. And I told my cousin, I said, please don't call me again. You better speak to your husband to get his head right. That's part of the thing. But do I want to cause a problem between her and husband? No. But this is a woman, she's very, if this woman that died during the Ebola thing, because they are all the people that fought Ebola when Ebola came up and all that, and she's brilliant. Such people are supposed to be an asset to Nigeria.
Yes. But why I asked that question is that
yes,
she's very skillful. To be honest with you, if you go into that institute now, you will see somebody who is not as skillful as her suppressing her. There's a kind of research you want to do in Nigeria, and your supervisor will slap you and ask you, who are you to do that research without telling
you? She was actually heading the whole place. They brought somebody politically and all that, and that man had been making, but because she's so good, they can't sack her.
That's the point. They can't sack her because if you sack her, everything will fall apart.
They can discourage her.
That is the problem with Nigeria, which I will tell you unequivocally here and now. Once you are good enough, you are seen as the enemy.
But like
I keep telling her when she did her PhD in Germany, I keep telling her, because they offered her a position in Germany. She said, well, my marriage, blah, blah, blah. Now she's a professor. She answers to a professor in one of the private university. I said, listen, you're wasting your time in Nigeria. You're wasting, this girl is so brilliant and all that. Well, I call her girl, lady. Yeah. She was the best in her class in University of Ilorin when University of Ilorin used to be back in the 80s. So the thing is,
up to a bunch of financiers to come together and create something for her in Nigeria and subsidize all of her research for like the next 10 years. It's up to you all.
Blackberry, look at something here. Look at something. If you decide to get these investors to bring money to Nigeria, the powers that be in politics at the helm of it will still start it. Yeah,
honest
exactly.
I have been.
How do they control your own money?
You don't understand.
The licenses and all that will frustrate you.
Before I came to this country, look. Okay, when I was in college, but when I graduated, I noticed that everybody always wear glasses. You know, too many. You see somebody tomorrow start wearing glasses. Why are you wearing glasses? My eyes are this. I think I spoke with your forefather some time ago. I said, okay, I can decide to make yogurt and fortify them with small micro minerals, the trace minerals. And trust me, people starve the whole thing. And this thing came from even people who are supposed to protect me like NAFDAC. So the point is that once you are good in what you do, I was not even employed in my school when I was the best student. That was the best who ever graduated. Why? Because they feel I'm too sharp for them.
See, stuff like that has to change in Nigeria, and it only takes
that is the
corruption is not only in the
that part is really bad.
The corruption is even inside the school, and there are two things I don't like doing.
Do you know how many years that man had to? He has not. In fact, I would like Dr. Damages to bring him here one day. Do you know how many years he fought to get what he's supposed to be? What he's doing right now has even shaken the aviation industry in the UK. All the major airlines have brought down their prices. Not by 10%, not by even 20%. Just because of one man.
Because they're trying to compete with him, grabbing his own customers. Essentially, is what you're saying. Now
okay, yeah, sorry about that. I hear because he was on TV complaining about it. That they were trying to sabotage him.
Sorry, there is this hospital in Anambra State, Ienu Hospital. Ienu, one of the best hospitals.
Yeah, it's been long ago.
Yeah, it's they had good nursing program. Anyway, so Anambra medical doctors in US, Canada, North America, they go to Nigeria every year. They go to East Anambra, Imo. They have they go to Anambra. They do surgery. They do medical intervention in Nigeria every year. So now they bought so many equipment, and I gave them to this hospital at Yedu, because you see, Yedu is like a big hospital. So some other doctors that have clinics, they come there to work. So do you know what happened to all this equipment? All these doctors that used to come there, they took all this equipment. They packed all the equipment.
That's the problem.
Nigeria is where you win a grant and you use it to buy an SUV and nobody talks. Grant that is meant for research, somebody buys.
What's the name of that company in India you mentioned earlier? Please, can you write it in comment?
Write it. Mikio, the M.
No. Where you asked them to do your project for you? You mentioned the name.
Online Fiverr.
Yeah, just write it in the private chat. Yeah, let me check them out.
That's the company that does like the.
Yeah, it's not a company. It's just freelancing.
Yeah,
but most of
write
the
it out, please.
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, write it out in the private.
They're very good.
So
it's 5 arrow, like 5 arrow, 5 arrow.
Yeah, with extra arrow.
Arrow.
No,
5
5 and 2 arrows. 5.
Okay, 5 arrow. Okay.
They're very
good. You can have developers there. You get developers there. App developers. So you can get so many, many stuff there. Any project you want to do. You want somebody to write your homework, they will write your homework for you. You want someone to write a book for you, they will write a book. You get someone to write a book for you. So you want to design your logo and all those things. You get someone.
I'm looking for someone to develop some indicators for me.
But you see that website right there?
I do program anyway, but I can't be bothered. I'll get some.
Yeah, so me too. Some certain things, I don't want to be bothered. I just, give it away.
Well, you see, that website is a good example of something that Nigeria should have something like that.
Yeah, I have some Nigerian guys that come there, and when I want to do project, when I want to do a project, I first look for a Nigerian. But I find that a lot of Nigerians there, they have attitude.
They are not very consistent. Even Ngozika said that the Indians are outpricing Nigerians. I was like, so our super head is less than that of Indians. That Indians are outpricing Nigerians. It's unbelievable.
Indian person will do like logo for you for like $7, but eventually you pay him like $15 or $20. But there's
something about us that is off, man. How can Indians charge less than Nigerians? They are a nuclear power. They go to space.
Yeah.
They charge less than Nigerians.
But for fathers, let me tell you, if I come from diaspora and they know that I'm from diaspora, the first thing that they want to be doing is how they will exploit this guy. This guy gets pounds for pockets. They forget that when you impress me, you're opening a door, an opportunity for you for something constantly that in fact you will fit for life. So when you hit me, do you think I want to do business with you? I'd rather give it to an Indian person or a Pakistani person to do it for me.
Okay.
That's just it.
I think let me highlight something. I want to change the topic a bit because this is Sunday and all bets are off, and we are going to be rounding up not too long from now. From what I just discovered something today that made me think maybe I have to reappraise the best people in this world. I used to think the Singaporeans and Americans, they are some of the greatest, but it might actually be the Swedes. Because I was shocked to find out that the Swedes have been a very, very strong people for a very long time. And these are not one tribal. These are multiple tribes. They've been very, very strong for a very long time because I heard I was reading some documentation and where Machiavelli referred to the Swedes as being the freest people on earth because they were strong. I was shocked to see that. And today, they have about 300 and something thousand bunkers. And these are the people that are neutral. They say they don't fight wars. So they have all that.
And you mean the Swiss?
The
not
Swiss,
the
yeah.
Okay.
Well, okay. You know now, your English is more
No,
polished.
I didn't know. I didn't know. When you said it, I was going to Sweden.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, the Swiss. So, and this year, they are going to be carrying out a bit of referendum, at least 3 referendums this year. These people are the freest in terms of the democracy. They are freer than America. They control the government. They can pass laws, remove the laws, do whatever they like. They have 7 presidents at a time. The way they govern themselves, they seems to be, if we are going to learn anything from a form of government, especially for Africa that is so diverse, we can learn something from them. And one thing they all have in common, and in terms of the best states, is that they are extremely, extremely secure, like super paranoid. From 500 years ago till date, they've maintained the same paranoia. They actually started building these bunkers in 1880 something. So I ask you, their GDP per capita is even higher than that of Singapore. Your GDP per capita. Are these the greatest people on earth or what? Right now. That is the question. And the reason why they seem to be that way is because, one, they cherish their freedom. They are very, very secure. They don't mess about with anybody. And they value the voice of the people at the same time. Everything Nigerians are crying for, these people seem to have it in abundance. And they are also multicultural. They have the French-speaking ones. They have the, I think, German-speaking ones. And the Dutch-speaking ones, if I'm not mistaken. And
Italian.
The Swiss, they are Italian too. And I think they also have native Swiss. I don't know whether they even have anything like that. So,
of all the places I've been in Europe, I think that's one of the most beautiful places I've been. Switzerland.
I didn't know that. I just thought they just hoard people's money.
The financial hub is so strong. You don't hear too much of them, but they are very, very strong financially as well.
There are people we should learn something from. There's a lot for us to learn from there. And to be fair, even Singapore too has got a multicultural listing, but these guys have been doing it for a long time. Singapore just emerged. It's like a baby compared to these guys. These guys have been doing it for a long time and they've done it to the extreme. And that tells you what you need. Our nation, we are not even close to their mindset. We want what they want, but we are not close to their mindset. I tell you, if you want peace, you have to be prepared for war. To the point whereby even Machiavelli used them as a reference, as an example, as he talked about that these people are the freest people on earth. The argument was that what I was studying was that he was arguing that the stronger a nation is militarily, the freer the people are. And most people would think it's counterintuitive. That the more you have soldiers, the freer the people actually are. And technically, that's how America is right now. America is the strongest country in the world, and they proclaim themselves to be the freest people. Same thing for the Romans and the rest of the people. When I was listening to that argument, I thought that was crazy. It doesn't make sense. But the moment he used Switzerland as an example, I say that makes perfect sense. Because they are the most paranoid and they are the freest people at the same time. Can you imagine? Let me just show the amount of they are carrying out some referendums this year. When I was checking it, let me show you what the kind of crazy people that they are. Everything they have to decide, though, not the government. To look at their referendum, they said they are holding they are holding one on the March, on the 9th and the 24th of this is November. These guys don't play. They can pass laws. They can remove laws. They control everything. And this is why I was saying that Nigeria needs to practice even a more advanced form of democracy, where you bypass all these crazy chiefs, pastors, imams, all of them, all these oligarchs, whatever you call them, cabals. You bypass them and give the power to the people. Let's see whether anybody wants to go and run to the center when the decision making is mostly in the hands of the people. Go and run for office and make your money. Who is going to increase your salary? If you increase your salary, the people will vote to remove your salary. You see what I mean? If you build this type of culture, you are going to have something far better than most systems, better than the Chinese, better than the Russians, maybe even better than the Americans. That is the model that we should be looking at, because these are very complicated people. They are so complicated, they have 7 presidents at the same time. That's how crazy they are. And yes, they made it work for them. And look at their GDP per capita. Look at the list of top countries in the world. Look at their GDP per capita. It's just ridiculous. 90-something. Isn't that the World Bank one? 90-something thousand. Nigeria is 2,000. Some of the estimate 85,000 GDP per capita of a country. This is higher than America's GDP per capita. This is US GDP per capita. And these guys print money. These guys literally print money. Although those guys, they actually hold money. Denmark, one of the best countries in Europe, GDP per capita 67,000. All these people, Nigeria is not even in the same ballpark as they are at all. All of them. Singapore, that is so good, 82,000. And yet these guys are just on a different level. This is Swiss people. They are totally on a different level when it comes to the prosperity they enjoy, the security they have, and the freedoms they have. All of them, everything we crave in this world, they seem to have it all. How did they do this? That's something I probably need to investigate. How they managed to pull this one off. I don't know if anybody has any ideas.
Forefathers. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So all these people you mentioned, they did their thing within their country. Okay? They all cooperated. Do you know what happened? Would I say that was Friday or Saturday? UNICEF invited northern governors to Washington, D.C. And in my mind, I'm saying, UNICEF, if you actually want UNICEF, you already know who's representing this lady in there. And I was saying, if there is a problem going on, how come they didn't meet in Nigeria? Why bring it all the way to Washington, D.C.? So you see, this whole thing, it's all about unity, peace, and harmony. We cannot work together if we don't have these 3 things. We cannot. It's always this part we say, oh, they are better than this other part. The other part we say, oh, we are better than this other part, and all that stuff. Even currently, as we are talking, in as much as we don't want divisions and all that stuff, the Yoruba farmers in Oyo State have just signed an agreement with these other people that they fought against a few years ago or a few months ago. You know, the Mieti Allah. And before you know it, they will say, oh, probably that they didn't, most of them will say they didn't know about it. And all that. So when you mention all these other countries, it's all about education, it's all about cooperation, it's all about unity. Okay. That's how they're able to achieve what they're achieving right now.
Well,
Father, can I say something?
These guys barely have anything. They just have sand, salt,
can I say something,
gravel, and marble.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay. I like the way you analyze, the issues that kept them on the top of the game. But you also forget that these are some of the countries that, if Swiss banks are some of the ones that house people's money that are not, you cannot trace. You don't have any, I mean, if you check what I do that economy, majority of it probably would have come from Africa. That's one. Two, I think the strongest people on, if you're talking about being strong, being able to, are Africans. This is only continent where you have moved the best brains and everything, and yet the continent is still standing. We're still being able to manage ourselves to a large extent. So I don't think it's about the system. It's about, just like the last comment. It's just about being able to cooperate with one another to see the same goal that all of us are looking at. We look at the same goal. Now, in a country where you prefer foreigners other than your own indigenes, in a country where even at the 21st century and counting to 2024, you still have indigenous sheep for which you cannot go to another part of that nation and be a bona fide member of that state, in a country where you are still looked at as if we have different agenda for each region. How can we ever come to a critical mass? And I will end with the last thing that the last speaker spoke about. You see, that's the thing I asked them yesterday, because I was in that meeting with some of my friends who came from Nigeria, and I asked them, how come you guys left all the way to come for a security meeting that had to do with Nigeria in the US? And they say, oh, the UN is paying for it. We're not the ones paying for it. And they invite. I say, yeah, but if they invited you people, why didn't they put the meeting in your own locality or in another state in Africa? Why should it have to be in DC, where you can't even discuss your matter secretly? How do you think a foreigner can give you the remedy to your own security in your own state, in a country where you know the corners, you know everything that has to do with your state? So you come to the foreigner to tell you how to be able to navigate in your own country, and they say, well, we didn't start it. We just so nobody, not even those who are in the meeting, can tell you the reason why they came, but they are coming because you have the Easter code, you stay in some of the best hotels, and you just roam around, until maybe 1 week. Most of them will leave on Wednesday. And so
Probably get a good massage.
Yes, of course, it's part of the package. Okay, and at the end they sign, deals that they don't even understand it. They don't even understand the heck of what they are doing. So, in conclusion, I will say we still remain the strongest of the people, because I've gone through all the kinds of suffering and treatment, and we are still standing. We are still saying we are still who we are. Just a few minutes ago, I was watching a video, and somebody was talking about the resilience of a Nigerian, and say, please teach us how you guys are able to stand, in spite of everything. So the truth remains, Father, let's not beat about the bush. If we are given a free hand, if we are given allowed to operate our system, or even if our leaders can accept to come together and work as one, it's just a question of 5 years is too much for Nigeria to pick up and come to the place. Remember, like I said on this panel, I was in Abuja when Bill Clinton came to Nigeria, and in that Women Development Center, he was making a comment about Nigeria. I said, look, Nigeria, the world expects you to be a leader in the next century. I'm talking about when Bill Clinton was in office. So we do not expect anything less than you becoming the leader in the next century. Okay? And look at from where he made that statement to where we are now. We didn't not become leader. We backtracked more than 20 years backwards. So it's all got to do with we as a people. What do we want to achieve? What is our goal? I keep saying on this platform, what is the Nigerian dream? What do we tell our children? This is where we're going. When you come to office, what do you tell your people? This is where you're taking them. I ask the same question because some of them are people like, no, I ask them, what is your vision? They say, no, okay, what I bring to the table? No, I'm bringing nothing.
But I think I'm beginning to worry now. This is concerning me a lot, because what is concerning me now is that will alone may not be enough. Our will alone may not be enough. I'm beginning to fear that events, history, is what shapes the people. The things that happen to them are the things they do to other people. It's what shapes them. And if the things that are happening to us is something, if that is true, that it means our fate is not necessarily only in our own hands.
Well,
that scares me more than anything.
Forefathers, you have to listen to the language you're using. As Africans, everything is always happening to us. It's time for us to happen to someone else. Do you understand what I mean by that?
But why can't we make it happen? That's what I find problematic, because it looks like history, the kind of history they've had. Because these people now, I'm not sure they consciously did what they did. Maybe it just happened to them too. They just end up the way they are.
How can you praise these Swiss people when, if you held the piggy banks of all the thieves and drug dealers, you'd be the richest on the block too? They hold the purses of all the colonists.
It's more recently they were like that 500 years ago. It's more recently they started doing this other bit. When they declared their neutrality, that was just 200 years ago. But before that, they were engaging in problems.
Switzerland is, but we're not talking about that. You're talking about today, right? Switzerland is responsible for setting every banking policy that goes across to every major bank in Europe and America that is benefiting from the assets that are stolen from places in the Caribbean and Africa. If we took our resources and blocked them from our resources, they would go bankrupt in about 5 years. How dare we praise them?
No, look at this. I know, I hear what you are saying, but I'm just judging them for what they are. This is 500 years ago, before they took one slave from Africa. That is a statement from somebody that said the Swiss are at once the best armed and the freest people in the world. These are people that have been like that for a long time. Before they encountered slavery.
I have a problem when you quote from Google. I mean, these are not. You're not doing a proper reference.
Somebody that was alive at that time.
Father, your network is breaking.
If you just pick out of Google and give us, it's not a proper referencing. This is just an individual's view about what he thinks. Okay, so if we're going to refer to that, we'll probably have to go into more details, not just Google. Right.
Can you look at the link I posted in the back?
Let me check.
On that link.
Yeah, I can't see it. Are you sure you didn't post it at the front?
BIS.org GCBS.
Forefathers, forefathers.
Here, I'll post it again.
We can be a great nation, but the thing is, we don't plan, we don't write anything down. We just wake up. Black Beauty was something you were saying. I don't know if I got you correctly. We are complaining about immigration. The black people all over the world, they don't plan nothing. You go to Western Hemisphere, we don't. Okay, look at. I was talking with an African American. We're talking about why is it that we don't have a lot of Africans here? Because when Africa, the civil rights leaders, when they were negotiating, planning, they never really thought about bringing Africans, way to bring Africans, more to the US, and then again. African Americans, they were antagonistic, towards Africans. They didn't want to be Africans. They want to be African. They didn't want to be Africans. So there was no strategy to bring Africans, here. Because if they were planned like 50 years ago, 40 years ago, bringing Africans,
like the way they did in the UK with the Windrush, there was a strategy to bring blacks from the Caribbean over there.
So now we have because look at US population, the black population in the US about 6%. The Hispanic they're taking over, they were like about 15% now, something like that. On the US, I think 13% or so going down. 13% going down.
Because a lot of us don't register for census, so I would say we're probably about 18% at this point.
But but there's no plan. Just like in Nigeria, we just government they come, they just do something.
Did you understand what you were looking at?
I think it has something to do with the
it's the Basel Economic. Let me explain it to you. It is the Basel Economic Committee that is set up in Basel, Switzerland, that is responsible for managing the 6-tier banking system that has banks like Citibank and JP Morgan and Bank of New York and Nova Scotia and all these other banks on the very top tier, and they're all tiered out banks by which you can find not one Nigerian bank. Access Bank is not even in amongst the tiers. Every single one of these banks have profited off of the pilfering of resources from Africa and the Caribbean, and they are the sole reason why Switzerland is rich today. We may not praise them. What I'm saying is that the reason why we're in the position that we're in today is because it's always something happening to us. It's time for us as Africans to happen to them.
I agree with you on that. I agree 100%. You see, what I concern myself with is like China exists, and they manage to get themselves out of the mess here. Indians are doing the same thing. We have to figure out a way to do our own.
Well, the first thing is to put an embargo on every resource that comes off that continent. That's the first thing.
Do it then. You see, that's a problem.
They're not ready to die for their own resources. Africans are not ready to die for their own resources.
Why? You see, it comes down to that. Why?
I gotta ask you.
Is it not their consciousness? I think it's a form of experience. If you experience certain things the way they did, we will probably do the same thing as they are doing. And that is the one that scares me the most. That except we force history to happen to us, because one of the things I see that the West does is that they lie to their people a lot when they want to go to war. They will do some immoral things just to force their people to follow to fall in line. And you see, they have that skill to do that. We don't, for some reason. I don't know what I can even.
Africans are too good. They're too good. Africans are too good.
You see what I mean? What got them to that point where they are so mean-spirited? They are willing to do all manner of evil that we will recognize as evil for the greater good. They are willing to do it. They don't care how many million they kill. They don't care how many thousand they kill to get to where they need to get to. That's what they do. But we can't do that. And I don't think, because we've not lived that life. We've not lived the life they've lived.
When I read this book, the thing that disappoints me in this book every time I start reading is that I keep hearing, she keeps going over accounts where there were Europeans that would come into Africa in the early 1900s, and they would be confronted in parts that would be considered Western Sudan, which is northern Nigeria, the middle of Nigeria, and they would be met with these groups of very black, she describes them, very black men. And these groups would grab them, take them into their village, and then they'd let them go. They'd let them go home. Please, I beg. I don't want to hear shit about Africa. Until Africa's ready to die for their resources and to hold captive the people
our
that
heritage, not even resources alone. Switzerland doesn't have anything. They just have salt and nonsense.
Nothing.
But forefathers,
they have plans. They have plans.
Forefathers, when you've got good leadership, then you can plan. By the way, Priceless Ify just said, and which is true, I forgot to mention this earlier. Tinubu and his gang just borrowed another $2.5 billion. What they are doing with this money, I do not understand. And yet, people will still come out and be defending what you cannot defend.
But we don't know what they want to use to do. You just condemn. What if they want to use to build a world-class hospital in Abuja so that they don't jack and give
they borrow the money to steal it.
We have to get the facts first now. So let's be sure of what they are trying to do with it before we start condemning them.
Listen. If Tinubu, I've always said it and I will continue to say it. If we all know that he stole the election. If any day he starts doing something that is economically sensible, I'll be one of the first people that will sing his praises. But these guys are not there. It's not just happening. It's not going to happen. It's like when you're checking a dead body. There's no pulse. There's no pulse in this government. We've checked and we've been checking. There's no pulse.
They keep going to the World Bank for everything.
Forefather, so we have 3 tiers of government: federal, state, and the local government. I've been thinking everybody gets money, but nobody concentrates on the states, what they do with their money. Now, I was thinking some days ago, while we are hoping on the federal government to help out, the states as well needs to be held accountable. And the question I ask myself is that, how can we even think of holding them accountable? I was just asking myself, maybe we can find a plausible solution to this. And I feel that one thing that makes Nigeria to look like a secret cult is that lack of information. Now, last month, I saw this list on Twitter with every state and the amount they received last month. I think for me, that is something that the Ministry of Information should always hammer it. Even with these contracts, if I'm giving you 100 naira to do job for me, any job for me, I will sound it on the internet or sound it with media that I have given forefathers 100 naira to tar this road for me. The pressure now beckons on you to do it. Now we don't even know how much each of these states received.
Augustine,
we don't even know
Augustine, if I may, sorry, Gosi, if I may, that is why I like Edo people for the first time in many years. They are now being conscious of who they want to vote as the next governor. Because Edo State, as a state, is supposed to be one of the leading states in Nigeria.
That is the point.
And see, Governor T had just thrown the light, has shown us that this is possible. This is not rocket science. It is possible to do this thing if we have someone that's cerebral, that is honest to some extent, that want to do the work. Okay, look at other states. You go to Osun State. That place is still so backward.